Good morning and welcome to the 2024 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. I'm John Busby. I'll be your host for today's 10-hour coverage of what we are looking for to be an exciting 97 edgers going over the edge to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. Producing this broadcast is Jimmy Smith and his team from the digital team. He's been doing it for ever since we went to the live stream here. And our ShowWorks folks, special thanks to them for handling all the setup of what is quite a production, so to speak, as we are located in the production room down in the bottom of the 300 Delaware Avenue building. We have cameras on the roof, cameras outside, and we will be talking to folks as they finish their rappel and some of them before they go over, if they are interested and ready and willing to talk with us. So buckle in. We've got several people already tuned in. Our first two edgers are going to be Teresa Pentoni and Tommy Liu, the first two of 97 who will go over the edge today to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. This building is 17 stories, 222 feet. You're looking at the top of the building where the edgers actually get harnessed in. They've just completed a sort of a test run on a one-story room that is located at the top of the building. This is the 300 Delaware Avenue building owned by Brandywine Realty Trust. When Special Olympics Delaware approached them probably 14 years ago when they started preparing for the first, this is the 13th event of the series, they graciously accepted us into there, and they prepared the building for what is now the 13th event, as I mentioned. And it wasn't just a matter of saying, yes, you can do it. It was creating the equipment that you see at the top there that is literally bolted into concrete pillars up top there to ensure the safety of this. Over the Edge does these events all over North America, have been doing it for years, and every single one of them has been completely safe. And so it's been a real team effort between Special Olympics Delaware and the host site Brandywine Realty Trust to ensure that this event goes on as safe as they do all over North America. As I mentioned, it's 17 stories, 222 feet high. We're told by the people at Over the Edge, the technicians who are flown in to oversee the production of this event, that it's really an ideal height. They've done this event on much higher buildings, as high as 50 stories in Hawaii, and some on lower buildings, 8 to 10 stories, excuse me. There's no real rule of thumb as to how high or low or in between it needs to be. But here in Delaware, they say it's really the ideal height because it gives the person, the edger, as they refer to them, thus the name Over the Edge, as they refer to them, it gives them the thrill of rappelling down the side of a building, but not such a tall building that they are worn out and that the last few stories really are not a fun experience at other places. So here, that's not the case. And so, again, the audience that tunes in typically tunes in to see a specific edger. We will try to keep you posted. There is scheduled time. Sometimes those times get jumbled up a little bit for one reason or another, but we will try to make sure that you know who is coming up next and maybe who has already gone, so you're not sitting waiting for somebody who may have gone early for some reason. As I mentioned, Teresa Pentoni and Tommy Liu are going to be our first two edgers. Once we get the official word from the folks on the roof, we'll let you know who is on one roof when they come down, so you will have a clear indication of which person you are tuned in to watch. We have a new feature this year, a Zoom camera, and so you will have the opportunity in the past.
Well, let me hop in here really quick. John, it's a robotic camera.
Is that the technical term, robotic?
It's referred to as a PTZ camera. So,
gotcha.
Hi, everybody. Jimmy, I'm here with you for the full 10 hours. It is a robotic camera. So our camera operator is not actually, and Darnell, if you can pull up the camera, the actual angle we're talking about, which is 2, if you can hit camera 2. So that's the one where, this is our PTZ camera, and Dan right now is using a joystick. Go ahead, Dan, just move it around a little bit. He's using a joystick to actually move this camera. So a similar experience to what people have had in the past, but we are using a robot. So we will be able to avoid maybe some of the, I'm knocking on wood while saying that, the weather that could potentially, maybe you are seeing it right now, but it's just a nice, smoother experience. So yeah, a robotic PTZ, it stands for pan, tilt, zoom, all being done with a joystick and some presets. So yeah, nice little improvement. ShowWorks has like some of the nicest stuff that I've come across as being a on-the-go producer. And so ShowWorks has amazing stuff. And so they're like, hey, can we use this robotic camera this year? Of course. Let's do that. That sounds incredible. So we still have a manned camera up on the roof. And Darnell, if you can punch that one back up there, that's camera number 1. This is Tommy up on the roof. And then our girl Erin is at the bottom, which we'll pull up right now. Go ahead, camera 3. That's Erin down at the bottom. She'll be getting our live interviews that we will have, and also the emotion, excitement of those that just went over the edge. John, it's a marathon. This thing is a marathon. You gotta pace yourself, my friend. You come out ready to fire, and I love your energy. This is such an amazing event.
And that is, as he said, Jimmy Smith, who is the owner of Digital Media. He actually got involved in this broadcast the very first year that we did it, and I can't remember how many years that's been. It was pre-COVID. I date everything either post or pre-COVID. And so he was a Delaware resident. He's since moved out of state and opened up his own business, the Digital Media team, and it's been incredibly successful. And so he did such a great job with his team that we wanted to bring him back year after year, and we continue to do so, and he graciously comes back. He has plenty of work where he lives and in the surrounding areas, but he has always kept this Special Olympics
Delaware
event at the top.
and yeah, Delaware and Special Olympics still a really prominent place in my heart. So I do love coming back, and this is one of the really cool events. You know, I do sports and I do weddings and I do these other things, but this is very unique. To Delaware, to the country. And, we've talked about this building being the only place you can do this in the state of Delaware. There's a lot, that's really special about this event that I don't think a lot of people realize. And one of the numbers, one of the bragging points that I think you guys should be extremely proud of, and this just shows maybe how crazy some people in this state are, but 49% of the edgers are repeat edgers. And that number, one of the highest in the country when it comes to over-the-edge events. That just means that people know how important this is to Special Olympics, how important this is to the community, and how cool of an opportunity it is.
Yeah, it's one of those events that when you do it the first time, you wonder how much the interest is going to be, figuring maybe everybody who would want to do it has already done it. And the fact that we have so many repeat customers, as we like to call them, is just a great thing there. And so it's been an incredible event for that. And there you will see, it looks like Teresa Pentoni, who's going to come down on the blue rope, is going to be, she's harnessed in, and she's taking that little step back, so to speak. And that's what they say, people will tell you. And I have done this event. It's been probably 7 years, 8 years since I've done it. And that is the scariest part, I would say, is when you literally squat back, and at that point you are at the mercy of the rope and the volunteers who do an incredible job. And so there you can see Teresa there. This is her first time going over. She looks like a seasoned veteran right now. And so she's an IT consultant and just doing this because she likes to support a very worthy cause.
Rocking back into that. So you got to think, like, you walk up to the edge of the building and it's hitting you at the thighs, the belly button, whatever it is, depending on your height, and you feel in control, right? Your feet are under you. It's normal. And then you've got to transition to where your butt's got to swing out the other way.
Right.
And you've got to sit into that position that she's now gone through and gotten her feet onto the side of the building. That process is one of the main reasons, John, that I continue to sit here on floor 1.
You're more valuable down here than up on the roof.
I say
Jimmy.
that to myself. I say that to you, and I feel like you guys have finally geared down on pushing me to do it. But this is the next part. So what she's about to go through right now, where you go from that lip to onto the glass, that also probably is not the most exciting part, or maybe too exciting. But now she's on the on easy street, so to speak, and will make her way down the glass as we see some of the other edgers preparing mentally and physically for what's ahead of them.
And there on the film, you see a couple people who are going to go over next, and we'll get you those names once we have them. And I'm told we might be able to interview one of them before they go over. We'll see if that happens. If not, that's fine. And there you can see Teresa taking a couple steps down, one by one. Again, 17 stories, 222 feet.
And a reminder, you're obviously watching here on YouTube. You can interact with us on the chat. John, you probably have some other social things that you want to promote as well. Actually, I have this in front of me. So share your photos and your experience on X, the place formerly known as Twitter, and, of course, on Facebook at SO Delaware. But here on YouTube, I'm looking at this chat right now as we have a well wish for the Newcastle 100 Lions, Sharon and Kurt Kimmel, who I guess will edge here at some point throughout the day. But send in your well wishes. Obviously, that chat will be saved for the entirety of this broadcast. The broadcast becomes available immediately following. So if you missed your person, want to watch it again, if you're an edger who's listening to me in the future, obviously you can skim through this and find your moment on the spotlight here. But this is available forever and ever and always. So send in your well wishes so that the edgers can watch themselves and see your messages in the future. And we'll read some of those messages as well throughout the day. But we are in store for a probably 8-9 hour broadcast as we normally have. So make sure you tune in and send your well wishes. Catherine Emmerich getting the news there and sending in her well wishes.
And I think, Jimmy, we're getting ready to get an interview up top here.
Beautiful. A nice addition in the last couple of years is obviously having more interviews here, and some wonderful talent will be helping us here throughout the day execute some of those interviews.
Mike Lang is with us at the bottom. He'll be interviewing people, if that name sounds familiar. He's with 302 Sports. They cover a lot of the high school events downstate and upstate, and so we're thrilled to have him. Coming up at 10 o'clock, the Wake Up Crew from WSDW, Nancy Johnson will be on the ground, and Joe Allen will be up on the roof. Happy to have them back as well. And then Nick Alessandrini, also from 302 Sports, will be here this afternoon. Matt Janis, who is a regional and national broadcaster for a variety of stations, got started here in Delaware. Locally, he is the voice of the Blue Hens. All right, we're going to go up top to Ted River. Ted, it's John Busby down here in the studio. Can you hear me okay?
It's on.
All right, Ted. I can hear you, Ted. It's John Busby
good.
up here on the roof. How are you?
Good, John.
Good. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, comfortable.
Comfortable.
Little
Well,
breezy up here.
And that's because you've done this 11 different years. And so we are thrilled. Ted is a member of the Lions Club, and they are big supporters of Special Olympics Delaware. There you're watching on the screen Teresa Pentoni finish her first rappel. Ted, why do you do this year after year after year?
It's fun, and we work with a lot of Special Olympics kids, and they're not disabled. They're differently abled. Some of them are savants.
That's a great way to put it, Ted. And you and your wife, Ann, is very, very involved in the Opening Eyes program for healthy athletes, which provides free eye exams at our summer games for several hundred of our Special Olympics athletes. And so it's just a great thing that you and your wife continue to do for Special Olympics, and we appreciate your support. We wish you the best of luck as you're going over, but you're a veteran, so we expect big things as you head over the edge.
Yeah, we love it.
All right. Thank you, Ted. Thanks for coming on, and appreciate you going over the edge for Special Olympics. This will be number 12 for you.
Thank you, John.
I got you there. Thank you so much.
All right, you can see Teresa there at the bottom. Mike Lang is going to try to grab her for an interview, and once he does, we will turn it over to him. Teresa finishing her first over-the-edge event, receiving a medal there from one of the Special Olympics athletes who is on volunteering today. And one of the things that they do is a lot of Special Olympics athletes have donated some of their medals here today as a way to congratulate and thank the people who are going over the edge. And so we appreciate the athletes being here. And up on the top will be our next two people going over the edge. It's going to be Brenna Bruns and Mackenzie Frail, who are two teachers from the Meadowood program here in Delaware. They are big supporters of Special Olympics Delaware. Mike Lang, we got you with Teresa. I'll let you take it from here.
This morning, and was this how many times have you gone over?
This is the first time.
So tell us that I did it yesterday. They always say that first step is the toughest one. What for you was the most difficult part of it?
Well, the first step was fine. It was when I went away from the wall and I was just kind of dangling that it was a little unsettling. But other than that, it was fine.
What brought you out here today to help out Special Olympics? What brought you out here?
Well, a friend of mine is rappelling today, and I learned about it from her, and I read about it and thought it was a great idea.
So when you finally reach the ground, what's that feeling like?
Great.
All right, Teresa, thanks for helping out Special Olympics, and congratulations for going over the edge. All right, John, back to you.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. Thank you, Teresa, for going over the edge to benefit Special Olympics. She'd like to thank especially her extended family who have been by her side the past couple of years in a variety of ways. People who go over the edge, they fundraise $1,100 to do so. All of that money stays right here in the state of Delaware to benefit thousands of Special Olympics athletes statewide who participate in Special Olympics Delaware completely free. Completely free, and that is what is unique about that is that we are the only state in the country where athletes compete completely free. The only state where there is no charge, no matter what your income, et cetera, et cetera. All right, we're going to go up top. We've got Tommy Liu, who is also getting ready to take his first rappel. Right now you see Brenna Bruns and Mackenzie Frail, who are up there right now. And so, Tommy, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you okay. Thank
All
you.
right. So, Tommy, you've never done this before. What made you want to do this?
Well, this is my first time.
And why did you want to do this? What inspired you to do this?
Okay, because we are Lions Club, and we're here to support the Special Olympics. I always wanted to do it, and I couldn't do it last year because I didn't know about the requirements, but I was waiting for this moment for almost a year.
And is there anything, have you done anything this daring before in your life?
No, not even close.
What are you looking forward to the most?
Well, I'm looking forward to, I just acquired some basic skills and see how fast I can learn from those skills and apply to go down the 18th floor. We'll see.
How's the wind up there right now?
Excuse me?
Is it windy up there right now?
Yes.
So a little bit windy. So we've seen one person go over. We've seen Brenna Bruns and Mackenzie Frail are going over right now, and so the wind doesn't seem to be impacting them. So best of luck on a safe rappel, and thank you for being here and benefiting and supporting Special Olympics Delaware.
Okay, thank you.
That was Tommy Liu. Tommy, thank you for putting on the headset with us. And so there again is your look from up top, Brenna Bruns and Mackenzie Frail. And Brenna is on the green rope, and Mackenzie is on the blue rope. And I believe it looks like the green rope is on your left as you look at it, and the blue rope is on the right. And so you can see they've both taken that first step over that top ridge there. Yeah, I had
It's
yellow.
always been yellow and blue.
Oh yeah, but it does. It
So
looks
I
greener
agree.
now.
Yeah.
So,
All right, we're going to go with green
Yep.
because I'm about to change the names of these.
so green
things.
and blue. Blue on the right, green on the left. And you heard Tommy Liu saying he was going to try to go down as quickly as he could. There are safety mechanisms built in where if you go too quick, the rope locks up. It's an easy unlock once you do, but it's one of several safety things that they have here to ensure the safety of everything that is happening, both in the training area up on the roof, as well as when they are actually going down the side of the roof. So again, if you're just tuning in, this is the Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. 13th time they've done this. They've raised more than $1.5 million for Special Olympics Delaware. Brenna and Mackenzie, who you see right now on the building, are school teachers in the local Meadowood program. Today, out of the 97 people that are going over the edge, 47 of them are affiliated with school programs, part of the Unified Champion School Program, a national initiative to create inclusion in schools through sports. More than 180 schools participate here in Special Olympics Delaware. You're going to hear several school districts: Cesar Rodney, Lake Forest, Red Clay, the Cape Henlopen, Colonial, Smyrna, the Sussex Tech High School, and the Woodbridge School District all are going to have people going over the edge today. And so it's just a great thing that happens in the schools.
A couple comments here on YouTube. I'll catch up with those. As Catherine Emmerich said, go Shannon, and NCC, just two C's, NCCVT Adult Ed, a shout out for them. Sarah J says, have fun, everyone. Hopefully I'll be back to rappelling next year. And we have Andrea Rashbaum is cheering on Shannon, who will come later. I'm assuming that's the potentially a teacher. Not sure. We'll see when Shannon. No, there it is. Shannon Grasso, I'm assuming, coming up at 9:30 is who she's shouting out. And then Kathleen Maddox says, yay, or yes, yay to Brenna and Mackenzie, who are both live right now, coming down the edge, or coming over the edge.
And on the top of the roof, we're going to have Tommy Liu will be on the green rope, and Ted Reaver will be on the blue rope. You can see them getting prepared up there, as you see coming down the side of the building, Brenna Bruns and Mackenzie Frail from the Meadowood program, taking their time. They're actually veterans. Brenna has come down 4 times before, and Mackenzie 3, and that's been another exciting thing to see from these school programs, is the number of teachers who come back year after year. We have some districts. Cesar Rodney School District has 14 teachers going down, Lake Forest 12, Red Clay and Cape 5. And so it's not even the number of teachers that come down, it's the fact that they've got that up and running in the school districts. You know, one of the great goals would be to have every single public school district and the technical school districts represented at the Over the Edge event. And if you're listening and tuned in and you're from a charter school or a private school, the more teachers that go down, the better. 97 people going down today. Later on, we're going to have 2 people who have gone down every single year, Marianne Evans and Danny Hall. And so they are going to be going down for the 13th time, the only 2 people in the state who have done this every single year. So we'd like to again reinforce and thank our sponsors, Brandywine Realty Trust. They're the host site here at the 300 Delaware Avenue building. The Del One Federal Credit Union sponsors the rope. The other rope is sponsored by Newcastle County Fire Service. And then TD Bank, they are the landing zone sponsor located at the bottom of the building. So appreciate everyone that is coming out today. There's bleachers set up outside if you are in the city of Wilmington and you want to walk over during work. It's quite a spectacle to see when you're up there. Brenna and Mackenzie making their way down. Again, that is Brenna on the left and Mackenzie on the right. Looks like they've maybe decided ahead of time to not try to outrace the other one down. A lot of people use a lot of different technique. We've had people who have sort of had a race, but again, you can only go so fast and your rope locks up. And others who do, like it looks like Brenna and Mackenzie have decided to do, which is just take their time. There's no time limit to come down. There's no, you should have done it faster, that type of thing. We are just thrilled that people are willing to rappel 17 stories to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. I'm John Busby along with Jimmy Smith from the digital team. And we are going to be on the broadcast with you all the time. We have quite a production crew involved in this, 7 or 8 different people between setup and production. Sean Green is going to co-anchor from 12 to 2 to give my voice a rest so that we're able to get through the rest of the day. The weather looks good. We had a little bit worried earlier in the week. There are weather standards in place, protocols, I guess I should say, whether it's the mile per hour that the wind gusts are, whether it's lightning in the area, whether it's rain, etc. There are protocols in place that the over-the-edge technicians keep track of and monitor, and we'll make sure that this continues to be a safe event, which is always the #1 priority with anything we do. This event, as I mentioned, benefits Special Olympics Delaware. If you're interested in more information, SOD.org. Just Google Special Olympics Delaware. That's SODE.org to come to the website and get more information. In particular, coming up on June 7th and 8th is the annual Summer Games at the University of Delaware, and Special Olympics is always looking for volunteers for that event. June 7th and 8th, lots of different ways to volunteer, whether it's working the event itself, helping prepare food, checking people in, et cetera, et cetera. Lots of ways to volunteer. If you're not available that weekend and you maybe want to be a coach, it's a 8 to 10 week commitment, couple of hours a week, but just 1 day a week for those couple of hours. And Special Olympics is always looking for coaches. No experience necessary. They will train you. A lot of our head coaches started out as assistant coaches. And so don't let your lack of knowledge necessarily deter you from becoming part of Special Olympics. There's a role for somebody on every team that we have, even if it's not coaching. We have athlete assistants and other roles that we put people in who might not want to coach. So again, that's SODE.org. So far, Teresa Pentoni has completed the rappel. You're looking at Brenna Burns and Mackenzie Frail. Tommy Liu and Ted River are coming up next. They are up top, and they will be harnessed in as soon as Brenna and Mackenzie reach the bottom. Kathy Thompson, Rob Thompson, Amy Stapleford, and Stephen Turner are also scheduled to go over the edge coming up. Talked about our sponsors about Over the Edge. As supporters include the Delaware Rock Gym and Bear. They provide opportunities for all of our edgers to go and practice before they actually come here today. Also, the Sheraton Suites in Wilmington, they provide discounted lodging for our Over the Edge staff that are here in town. They arrived on Tuesday and will be here through the day tomorrow. And then last supporter is Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, a year-round effort by officers in every police municipality to raise funds and awareness for Special Olympics Delaware. So again, sponsors are Brandywine Realty Trust, Delaware One Federal Credit Union, Newcastle County Fire Service, and TD Bank. And supporters, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheraton Suites Wilmington, and Delaware Rock Gym in Bear. As you see, Brenna and Mackenzie making their final descent there. What happens on that last story is the rope volunteers at the bottom pull the edgers out so they don't have to navigate what is a little bit of a lip there at the end, and you can see them both landing there. So Brenna and Mackenzie, Brenna going for the 5th time, Mackenzie for the number 4. They're both teachers at the Meadowood program, which has more than 150 students who take part in Special Olympics. And Mackenzie wanted to thank, both of them actually wanted to thank all of their friends and family who have helped support them as they have done this. Mackenzie has been a parasailer before, so she's done a little bit of something riskier, I should say. Not riskier than Over the Edge necessarily, but something that is risky. Mike Lang will try to get up with them, and we'll get an interview with them.
Always interesting to hear what people consider risky. And this is not me going, oh, I've done more risky, because I've absolutely not. Going to the top of the Empire State Building or the like is risky for me, something that's more a tourist type of thing.
And you mean on the inside of the building?
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, anything going up, like the 10th floor of the hotel I was at, I was like, oh, man, this is risky, of course, but it's really not. So, to hear scuba diving and sharks and parasailing and bungee jumping and
we've had
spearfishing and all the things, I'm like, oh, man.
We've had quite a few over the years. There was one that was underwater cliff diving, right? Or there was something. It was something like that.
If it was anything underwater, it's risky. Anything cliff diving, risky. Then you marry them together, and I'm like, I am out on this totally. So it's always interesting to hear where this ranks for people that have done other intense things, because this is, for some people they make it look simple. Even newbies can make it look relatively simple, and people that have done it before, it could look a little more challenging. So it's always interesting to hear, when we do these interviews, as Mike's about to do, where does this rank in the intensity scale of their life?
Yeah, and I always am amazed the number of people that we've talked to over the years that we've been doing this who were more afraid to do this than jump out of an airplane. Because I've done this, I have no interest in jumping out of an airplane.
Yeah, that's not they are not the same. They are not in the same zip code. So this is extremely safe, and jumping out of a plane is, I don't want to say unsafe, but definitely less safe. As we'll send it over to Mike. Mike, we got 2 edgers there with you as we get settled into our positions. Let's hear from them about their experience over the edge. Mike, to you.
All right, John, we're joined by McKenna and Brenna, right? I want to make sure I get the ladies correct. McKenna, your 5th time going over. I'm sorry, Mackenzie and Brenna. For your 5th time going over, does it? What's the feeling like each time you go over? Does it get easier, or is it still the same thrill?
Oh, the top is still the hardest. They were telling me to back up and let go, and I could not do it. I was like, no. But the whole way down, the adrenaline is just pumping, and you hear everyone cheering, so it's great.
Brenna, you guys are with the which school are you guys?
Meadowood
Transition Program. Tell me what this means to your students.
It just means they have something to look forward to, and I feel like it's important for us to challenge ourselves so they can kind of do anything they set their minds to.
So for you, is that first step the toughest one too?
Oh my God, yeah, it doesn't get easier any year too.
Mackenzie, you plan on coming back again?
Oh yeah, Brenna's here. We'll be back next year.
All right, ladies, thanks for doing this for Special Olympics, and congratulations for going over the edge.
Thank you.
All righty, let's go 17 stories up. We're going to talk to Kathy and Rob Thompson, a mother-son combo. Kathy and Rob, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All righty, so you have both done this before 3 times. What
Yes.
keeps you coming back?
Oh, why do we keep coming back? We keep coming back because it's a lot of fun. The cause is awesome. I'm on the Red Clay School Board, and we have a lot of special education, Special Olympics kids in Red Clay, and we want to support that. And my son has reffed for Special Olympics before, so we know it's a worthy cause, and the event is fantastic.
Yeah, to echo that, it's a great cause, great experience, and great time. So it's something that we, have come back for and will continue to come back for in the future, for sure.
Kathy, you mentioned you're on the school board, and I know the Red Clay School District has always supported Special Olympics Delaware, so we want to thank you for that continued support. You know, we always talk about there's a lot of schools that want to be part of Special Olympics, but like everything, it starts at the top, and so we appreciate your continued support as a board member here in the state of Delaware.
Well, thank you so much, and we really appreciate all that Special Olympics does for its clientele and for all the board members at Special Olympics as well.
All right,
Yeah, thank
Kathy.
you very much as well. I didn't hear that
Thank
question.
you, Kathy and Rob, for what you do for Special Olympics Delaware. Enjoy your 4th time going over the edge.
We absolutely will. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All righty, on the ropes right now, you've got Tommy Liu on the green rope going taking his first ever rappel down the side of the building. He's on the left as you look at the screen. Ted River is on the right on the blue rope. This will be his 12th rappel, and both of them are Lions Club members. Ted also participates in the polar bear plunge. He has bungee jumped, parachuted, drag raced, and raced dirt bikes for 27 years, and so he's done some pretty cool things over the years, and both of them would like to thank Barbara Spence. And Ted also mentioned Barbara's late husband, Winnie Spence, who is a longtime supporter and board member of Special Olympics, and former executive director, Ann Grunert, and the staff of Special Olympics Delaware for them. You can see the crowd here at the bottom, a nice crowd forming as they are celebrating. Looks like that's Brenna and Mackenzie, the 2 teachers from Meadowood. And so, again, if you work in the city of Wilmington, or even if you don't, and you're close by, you want to come check this out. We're at the 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington. Come on out and check out the 13th annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. That's Tommy Liu on the left, Ted River on the right. Coming up next will be the mother-son pair of Kathy Thompson and Rob Thompson. And then soon afterward, not necessarily in this order, will be Amy Stapleford, Stephen Turner, Stephanie Clark, Michelle Scott, and Shannon Grasso, as we are just getting started here for the annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. All the money raised, and it'll be over $100,000 that is raised when it is all said and done. 97 people going over the edge to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. This building is 17 stories high, 222 feet, if you want to have some idea. So about 2/3 of a football field. 49% of the people going over the edge today have done it before. So if you haven't done it and you're wondering or debating if you should, the number of people that do it again tell you what a great experience it is. And I can tell you from having done it myself, the experience, the great experience, starts with the volunteers that are involved in this event from the minute you check in until you get to the bottom and turn your equipment back in. It is just an incredible experience, a combination of over-the-edge staff members that are flown in to be part of this event, as well as several volunteers who not only come out today to work the ropes and manage things up on the 10th floor where people get suited up for the event, but they were here yesterday going through training. And so we appreciate all of the volunteers who literally spend 2 days with us, as well as the crew from Showworks and the production crew, the digital team, headed up by producer Jimmy Smith, and a crew of people that he brings in to manage the multiple cameras, multiple sound boards that take part in this production. Again, I'm John Busby. You'll hear Jimmy Smith on the microphone. Mike Lang is with us down on the ground. Nancy Johnson and Joe Allen, the WSTW Wake Up crew, will be with us from 10 to 12. And then Nick Alessandrini from 302 Sports, Matt Janis from a variety of national broadcasts, and the voice of the University of Delaware women's basketball team will be with us. And then Mike Rossi, a former DJ. I'm sure that name sounds familiar to most. He was with 99.5 WJBR most recently, but spent the bulk of his professional career on the radio with WSTW. He will be with us to wrap things up later in the day. Last person is scheduled to go over at 5 o'clock. We're just a few minutes behind schedule, but that typically happens, especially when we start the day out. Things will catch up quickly, and we anticipate everybody going over close to the time that they've been scheduled to. As I mentioned, we will try to give everybody an update of who has gone over as well as who is going next if you're tuning in to see somebody in particular. Tommy Lou and Ed Reaver are on the ropes right now. Tommy is on the left, Ted is on the right. And Teresa Pantoni, Brenna Bruns, Mackenzie Frail have already gone over, and Kathy and Rob Thompson are up on the top, ready to be saddled in as soon as a rope becomes available.
And so this is what 10 years of experience difference looks like. So Ted in his 11th year and Tommy's first time. So you'll see that, there's really potentially not that much of a difference as we see some more edgers getting ready to go. But that's what it looks like. A person doing it for the 15th year isn't going to do it in half the time. Now, is Ted maybe taking it in like he always does? Perhaps. But that, could also mean that Tommy's extremely comfortable with this and having a good time as well. So, we've seen people in year 7 or 8 get locked up and go slowly. There's no pace to this. No. This is solely on you. You spent the money. You raised the money.
Yep.
You take it in. Don't take an hour and a half. We got other people, but
you got to be done by dark.
Please. But there's not a race. You keep saying that. And I do like to see the groups and we actually, we just talked to the Thompsons about the peer pressure of doing it with someone else. And we heard Mackenzie and Brenna in their interview, if X is doing it, I'm doing it, right? That kind of mentality of a little bit of a competition, but just the fact of doing it together. And I assume there's a lot of conversation going on. If the person next to you, like whether it be well wishes or you got it or I'm going to beat you down, there's some sort of conversation going on there. And I love, the event, the camaraderie, the people that do this together. It's a moment, whether you know that person or not. I don't assume that they become best friends, but it's still a cool 15 minutes that you spend together, 20 minutes, 30 minutes through the prep process that you spend doing, for a lot of people, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
And you brought up a point, Jimmy, about people that do it the second time, maybe take it in a little bit more. And we hear people say that again and again to us, that it is an opportunity, that second, third, fourth, fifth, for the people that do it the 13th time later today, Danny Hall and Marianne Evans, to just kind of look around and take it all in so that there is an opportunity for them to not just go down, but to really look around and see what's going around them as they go over the edge. Tommy Lou and Ted Reaver have landed. You can see them there getting their medals from our Special Olympics athletes. That is Chris Truano, who is giving out the medals there on the ground for us. Tommy Lou receiving his. And Mike Lang will catch up with them in just a second. He's waiting for Ted Reaver. Kathy Thompson and Rob Thompson are on deck. They'll be harnessed in soon. As we have now 5 people who have landed, numbers 6 and 7. getting ready to go next. It's quite a feeling when you do get to the bottom, and we've had people say that year after year, no matter how many times they've done it. There's a little nervousness when you're on the roof, a little more nervousness when you squat back, and then when you do finally reach the bottom, a sense of relief, knowing that you have not only landed but done it for a great cause. Each of these rappellers have raised a minimum of $1,100 for Special Olympics Delaware. And there up top you can see Kathy Thompson and Rob Thompson getting harnessed in. That's Rob on your right as you see it right now, Kathy on your left. Alrighty, Mike Lang is with Tommy and Ted outside. Take it away, Mike.
All right, John, thanks for sending out here, Tommy and Ted. Tell me your first year doing this, huh?
Yeah, I am. This is my first time. Yeah.
Just give us a little summary of your trip down.
It's quite nervous. I couldn't remember how did I exactly come down, but I did it.
Now, which one of you guys has done the parasailing and that kind of stuff? Ted, so you seem like the adventure type guy. 11th year, you keep coming back. What brings you back?
The Special Olympians, what a good cause. And it's somewhat adventurous. The redundancies make it a sure thing, but it's still a little concerning, 17 stories off the ground. Have you done it?
I did yesterday for the first time. It was fun. Now, you guys here with the Lions Club, was there any conversation on the way down, or you just kind of like come down?
We just keep encouraging each other and say, hey, go ahead, Ted, you're doing great. And he did the same thing to me.
Tommy, you coming back?
Yes, I'm thinking I'm back again. Yeah. Can I do it right now? Okay.
And Ted, you'll be back for number 12?
You betcha.
All right, John, you got some repeat customers here for next year.
All righty, looking forward to that.
Thanks, guys.
Ted and Tommy, thank you both for what you do, not only today, but what you do for Special Olympics year-round. We appreciate that. We're going to go 17 stories up to the roof. We've got Stephanie Clark and Michelle Scott. Who am I talking with first with the headset on, Michelle or Stephanie?
Michelle.
All righty, great. Hi, Michelle.
Oh, hello. Hi, it's
Hi.
Michelle Scott.
Yes, hi, Michelle. You're from North Star Elementary. I was telling somebody your school just participated in Special Olympics for the first time. Did you hear anything about that at your school?
Hold on 1 second.
All right. Going to get some, get the headset on there. A little bit windy up there.
Okay, we're
All right,
back again.
There you go, Michelle. Your North Star Elementary just participated in Special Olympics, the soccer event, correct?
It is our first time participating, yes.
And how was it? Were you involved in it actually, or did you just know about it because the school was doing it?
How did we hear about it?
No, just did you hear about it after they came back? Was it an exciting time for those that participated?
Oh, we're very excited about it, yes. We practiced at the rock climbing gym, and we're ready to go. Some of us practiced once, some of us practiced 2 times.
All righty, I want to ask Stephanie a question. Let me ask you first, Michelle. You said, it says here that you did cliff jumping at Crater Lake.
I did,
And you
yes.
said, but that's about it. But to me, that's about it for sure. Something I wouldn't even do. Were you nervous before you did that, or more nervous today?
I was incredibly nervous before I did that because there are no safety constraints. I think I'm less nervous today because of the safety constraints that we've got up here.
And I'm going to ask, and you can tell her in her ears. It's Stephanie. You went skydiving. Same question for you. Are you more nervous today, or was that more nerve-wracking for you?
Stephanie went skydiving. Are you more nervous for today or for your skydiving?
I'm a little more nervous for today. This is a lot of prep work and a lot of waiting for our turn. Skydiving, it seemed like we got up there and out we went. So this is a little more nerve-wracking.
All righty. Well, best of luck to both of you. Thank you for supporting Special Olympics, and thank you for your school for supporting all of the athletes who came to this soccer event, and I'm sure that program will just continue to grow. Good luck to both of you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Alrighty, thanks to Stephanie and Michelle for coming on the air. Up on the roof, we have Kathy and Rob coming down, doing it pretty quickly. They're down.
See, apparently places to go. An appointment at looks like 10 o'clock the Thompsons have. So, goodness. But hey, make the most out of it there, Rob and Kathy. That was excellent work, and we'll catch up with them here in a second. A third time.
Yes.
Third time's a charm, apparently.
And so we've seen them come down all 3 times. You know, it kinds of all runs together for us, but that had to be probably one of the quickest times that have come down today. And again, there's no prize for being the fastest down here. It's just a matter of enjoying the experience. And Mike Lang.
It looks like
them.
Rob just learned that there is no prize for being first.
Everybody gets a prize, though. They get a Special Olympics medal for being
there's
part
a prize
of it.
for everyone,
but it's
but not more of a prize. As we take a little picture-in-picture look there at on the ground and in the air. 17 stories up, 222 feet, and 0 feet off the ground.
And so you heard Stephanie Clark and Michelle Scott. They're both going over for the first time. And they, as I mentioned, Stephanie has done skydiving. Michelle has done cliff jumping, both 2 things that you will never catch me doing. And so it'll be interesting to talk to them. One of them said it was the cliff diver, Michelle, who said she was more nervous cliff diving, and Stephanie was actually more nervous today, even though when you jump out of a plane, you're not attached to a rope, which is cemented into the top of a building to make it virtually completely safe. And there you see Chris Truno putting the medals around the necks of Kathy and Rob, the mother-son combination there. Just completed their 4th rappel down the side of the building. And Mike Lang, we're going to turn it over to you.
All right, John, thanks. We're with Kathy and Rob. Sorry, I didn't get the names the first time. Mother and son, right? Mom, tell us what it's like going over with Rob.
Oh, it's the best. It's the best. Whenever I need anybody to do something with me that's on the little bit of extreme side, he's my go-to guy.
Rob, what brings you out to the first time? What brought you out here to do something? What brings you back?
Well, I mean, this is something, the first time we went out, I mean, it was just a good cause. I had previously refereed basketball for Special Olympics for 4 or 5 years or so, and then we decided to hop over and start doing this. And then we loved it so much. It's such a great cause and such a great experience. We decided to continue with it. So.
You can always use more referees too, right? You guys came down. I think you're the fastest ones down so far.
Not a race. Not a race.
Like that descent.
It's not. I mean, it definitely is more nerve-wracking when you first go, and then I think over time you build up kind of a callus to it, and it becomes easier and easier. So yeah, it was great.
Kathy, do you have any other children?
I have a daughter, but she would never do this.
I was going to ask you, what was her thought when you told her you were going to be rappelling down the side of a building?
Just great. Have fun.
You can't get her out here, huh?
No way. No way. Not a chance.
And what's it like when you come down and see all the people down here?
I love it. I love it. I love seeing all the people. It's wonderful.
Well, I'm sure
It's a great time.
I'm sure Special Olympics, I know they appreciate your efforts and your fundraising, and I hope you guys had a good time today, and thanks for going over the edge.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, John, back to you.
All righty, thank you, Mike. Thank you to the Thompsons, Kathy and Rob, again going over the edge for the 4th time. And up top here, if you're watching this on the live stream, you see Stephanie Clark and Michelle Scott getting harnessed in.
Got some more well wishes here on YouTube. We've got Katrina Trulio, I'm sorry, cheering on Amy Stapleford, who's about to go.
Yeah, let me correct that. That's a good point, Jimmy. Amy Stapleford and Stephen Turner are being harnessed in. So Stephanie and Michelle are on deck.
Another shout out. Olivia Peabody is waiting for Michelle Scott. Keith is, sorry, I'm just avoiding last names where you know who I'm talking to, Keith. I'm talking to you. Anyway, he's cheering on Amy from Savage, I guess a nickname there perhaps. Emily saying, get it, Stephen Turner. And Lorraine is waiting for Sharon and Kurt Kimmel. And my buddy Ryan Wolf, who I saw last night, and his beautiful baby girl who's celebrating her birthday here coming up, shouting me out. We'll leave that just to 1 there, Ryan. Thank you. But Long day ahead of us here as we are on edgers number 8 and 9 of 90 plus.
So Amy Stapleford and Stephen Turner are up there in the harnesses. They've taken that backward squat over the side of the building. Stephanie Clark and Michelle Scott will be up next. And then following them, and this might not be in the exact order, but it is the scheduled order, would be Shannon Grosso, Heather Hall, Kurt Kimmel, Sharon Kimmel, Beth Conaway, and Danny Hall. Beth and Danny are twin siblings who will go over the edge. Danny has done it every single year. Beth will be in her 5th year. So that gives you an idea if you're tuned in and wondering if how far away we are from the person you're tuned in to watch. That gives you some idea. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is the 13th annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. This event has raised more than $1.5 million for Special Olympics Delaware. Thousands of athletes each year train and compete in 16 different sports throughout the year. Every single dollar raised for Special Olympics Delaware stays right here in the state of Delaware. We are the only state in the country where athletes participate completely for free. That includes equipment, uniforms, training facilities, competition opportunities, meals, overnight accommodations at some events, those types of things. So again, the money that these folks are raising, which will be more than $100,000 when it's all said and done, 97 people going over the edge today, all stays here in the state of Delaware, every single dime. If you're tuning in, watching, and you still want to make a donation to somebody who's going over the edge, you can go to their fundraising page and continue to do so. If you would just like to make a general donation to Special Olympics Delaware, again, 100% stays here in the state of Delaware. You can go to the website, sode.org, or just Google Special Olympics Delaware. Click on the donation button. If you prefer to do it over the phone or by check or something like that, you can certainly do that. The contact information is on there as well. But a great organization benefiting not only thousands of athletes, but thousands of volunteers who have the opportunity to be part of it. And there's lots of volunteer opportunities either as a coach or at the Summer Games coming up June 7th and 8th, and all that information is available on the website as well.
And I don't know if Delaware as a whole understands how impressive that is. I coach high school baseball in the state of Ohio. Whomever, I mean, it costs $200. The kids have to pay. They make the team, and then they have to pay to participate in that sport, JV, freshman, varsity, whatever it may be. So the fact that the state of Delaware has come together and is the only state that is making this totally free for these athletes is incredible. Between the polar plunge, this event, the other opportunities that volunteers have and donors have to support it, I mean, I don't really sit back and think about that. that all of these things are created. There are no barriers outside of travel for these families to have their athletes. And we're talking about families who thought athletics at all, in any form, was never going to happen. And now it's happening at a high scale with their peers for free. And that's such a Delaware thing. As I've moved away from the state, things like, my involvement here with Special Olympics, my involvement down south a little bit in Newark with SL24. These are such Delaware things that the support in the community and it working the way it does is just such a Delaware thing. And it's really something to be proud of here in the state.
And again, the money is certainly important for all the reasons Jimmy just stated, but also the volunteer efforts are just as important, starting with events like this today, which we've got over 40 volunteers that'll be here throughout the day, if not more. Being a big part of this. Other events, whether it's a fundraising event, a sports event, lots of ways to get involved. And again, you can go to the website, sode.org, to get more information about that. As you are watching Amy Stapleford on your right and Stephen Turner on your left making their way down. Amy has done this 3 times, so this is her 4th time. Her co-workers and her have participated in the past. As she said, it's her 3rd year, just a supporter of Special Olympics. And then Stephen Turner, who works for Goodwill, which employs a lot of Special Olympics athletes. He is a Special Olympics coach and also an athlete himself with the Newark Dragons. So as Jimmy was talking about how this is a Delaware thing, we are one of the few states around the country that typically every year has a Special Olympics athlete. This year it's Stephen Turner going over the edge to benefit his organization, and that kind of gives you a sense of how important this organization is in their life. For them to raise the $1,100, which he did. This wasn't a free opportunity. He raised at least $1,100 to be part of this because Special Olympics has been such a positive influence in his life. He's making his way down there. And talk about inspiration, Jimmy. You know, it's one thing to watch me or someone else go over, but when you have a Special Olympics athlete who is doing it for the cause that benefits him, that is just something that is incredibly impressive.
It's putting your money where your mouth is, right? It's doing something like this that's going to benefit you and your peers that may seem like a hurdle or something they would never think to do. And taking this, you know, keep calling it once-in-a-lifetime opportunity while we have 49% repeat edgers. But you get the idea of this is something that, you know, he's really taken on to better his community and his peers as we see Amy making her way back down to earth. But really an incredible testament to, it's just easy to say no. You know, it just, I'll raise money for someone else. Right. I will commit to my teacher or a peer or whomever. You know, I'm sure he knows plenty of people that he could have just added a little $20, $50, $100 ride on to their experience. But he went about it and said, I want to raise my own and have my own time and my own experience. It's so cool. You know, I think every year I see it, I take for granted the 90-some people that have this experience is each of them their own adventure and their own time to raise the money and go through this process and go through the training and go through the nerves and then go through the 15, 20 minutes of doing it. Very special to then also do it to benefit your peers.
And so Amy has landed. Stephen making his way down. You can see, looks like he has maybe 5 or 6 stories left to go. Sometimes you will see the people coming down. It looks like they are stopping and waving to people inside this building. It could be on any floor, but in particular, the 10th floor is where people go up and check in, and they get harnessed up, and they go through the first part of the training, et cetera, et cetera. And so there is 2 Klingons on the windows there that basically tells the person coming down, you're at the 10th floor, give us a wave type of thing. And so that's kind of a cool thing.
Yeah, and not just the 10th floor. I mean, there's other, you know, there's important board meetings and other things going on as you go down. So, you know, you're going to see just corporate America getting to work here at 300 Delaware Avenue. But, you know, that 10th floor is where, you know, the headquarters is, I guess, other than where we're at right now of this operation as we get ready to hear from Amy after some photo ops as Stephen's still making his way down. But we'll hear from Amy and we'll send it. Mike, if you're ready, let's do this thing.
I am all ready, and we're joined by Amy Stapleford. Amy, this is your 3rd year doing Over the Edge. Does it get any easier?
A little bit.
What brings you out here every year?
Supporting athletes. Stephen Turner is actually my neighbor. He's a Special Olympics athlete and has won gold in some of the events. So doing it for athletes like him.
You kind of pulled ahead of Stephen there. Do you like going down kind of on your own, or do you like having a buddy with you?
I don't even pay attention.
I'm looking at your information here, the other daring and crazy activities, your spot's blank. Is this the most daring and crazy you get?
Yeah. Yep. Definitely.
And what's it like seeing all these people when you get down to the ground?
A little nervous. I don't like crowds, so.
Awesome. Well, Amy, thanks for doing this for Special Olympics and for going over the edge. Are you coming back?
Probably.
Yeah. All right, John, Amy's going to be back. So, Amy, thanks for doing this. And John Busby, back to you.
Thanks, Amy.
All righty. Thank you, Amy. As you see Stephen turning, making the couple stories down while you're watching him do that, we'll go up on the roof and we're going to talk to the Kimmels, Kurt and Sharon Kimmel up on the roof. They've both done this 2 times, getting ready to do it for a 3rd. And so we'll see if we can catch a picture of them up on the roof. Not sure who's got the headset on, Kurt or Sharon, but whoever does, can you let me know why you continue to do this year after year? Kurt and Sharon, can you hear me up there? Steven, I've got some technical difficulties up on the roof. We'll try to get that straightened out. Kurt and Sharon Kimmel waiting to go up as Stephen Turner is finishing up.
Yes.
All right, Kimmel's up top. Can you hear me? Kurt, is this Kurt
Yes.
Kimmel? It's John down here in the production room. Why do you and Sharon continue to do this year after year?
Well, last year was our first year, and we had so much fun, and we raised a lot of money, which we didn't think we could do. So yeah, we love Special Olympics.
Now, I've seen you've both done the Go Ape and that you've done indoor skydiving in Las Vegas. Where does this rank with those two things that you've participated in?
Well, this is much more exciting than the indoor skydiving we did in Vegas. It's, it's just, this is much more fun. It was more exhilarating to rappel down a 17-story building.
And Kurt, you've been a unified partner for Special Olympics. Tell our listeners what exactly a unified partner is and what your role is in that role.
I didn't hear what he said.
Could you repeat that?
You are a unified partner, according to your bio that you've given me, and have been for 5 years. Why do you enjoy being a unified partner? And tell our audience what exactly a unified partner is. What is your role?
Okay. Well, 5 years ago, I became a unified player for volleyball and also with softball. So I played volleyball for 2 years, and then because of COVID, they stopped the volleyball. But I've been playing softball every year. And our mid-season tournament will be on the 19th of May, and then the summer games in June.
All righty. Well, Sharon and Kurt, we appreciate you, the support you give to Special Olympics, not just today, going over the edge for the third time for both of you, but year-round in your variety of roles. So best of luck to you, and we'll probably hear from you again when you get to the bottom and complete your third rappel for Special Olympics Delaware.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Kurt and Sharon Kimmel getting ready to be harnessed in. Next, coming up next is going to be Stephanie Clark and Michelle Scott.
Yeah, a little difficult.
Stephanie is going to be on the green rope, which will be to your left as you watch it, and Michelle Scott will be on the blue rope, which is to the right. As you see, Michelle has already taken that squat back. Both of them are going over for the first time. To give you an idea of the time, they were scheduled to go over a little after 9:20, so about 10 minutes behind schedule, but as we've mentioned, we typically catch up on the schedule. Some edgers take a little bit longer than is expected, which is completely fine. Others go a little bit quicker, and so it all works out in the end. So if you're tuning in to see somebody, Stephanie Clark and Michelle Scott are on right now. Shannon Grosso, Heather Hall, Kurt Kimmel, and Sharon Kimmel are next, and we're going to send it out to Mike Lang, who has Stephen Turner, a Special Olympics athlete and coach with the Newark Dragons. Take it away.
All right, Stevie, congratulations. Your first time over the edge. Just tell us what that was like.
It was okay. It was nerving, scary, but I think I did good.
I think you did a great job. You had all these people cheer for you. What was that like for you?
It was good. At least I had like a lot of people that I knew in a way to help me with everything.
And what kind of activities do you participate in with Special Olympics?
Track and field and long distance running.
I wouldn't want to compete against you, Steven. You look like you're in much better shape than I am. So do you think you'll do this again?
I might consider it.
All right, Steve. Well, congratulations. Thanks for going over the edge and supporting Special Olympics. And John, Steven had a great time. He said he'll be back.
All righty, Stephen Turner. Let's give him a big round of applause, those of you that are outside. Stephen earned a medal doing this, as all of the rappellers get a special medal for their efforts when they land. And it's probably safe to say Stephen's earned a lot of medals over the years competing. This one might have been the most nerve-wracking of all of them, but he has landed, so congratulations, Stephen. Coming down right now is Michelle Scott. She is on the right, on the blue rope, third grade teacher from North Star Elementary. And when asked how she heard about doing this, she said a friend went over last time. She has done cliff jumping at Crater Lake. And so she had said that she was a little bit more nervous doing that than this. If you're watching the live stream there, in your photo is Stephanie Clark, also going for her first time. Both of them are teachers in the Red Clay School District.
Couple shout outs there for Stephen Turner. Emily says, Stephen Turner, not only a great athlete, but an excellent coach. I'm so proud of you. Message there from Emily. Jen Morrow is excited to see Shannon Grasso coming up soon. Thanks her for doing this for special education and representing NCCVT adult education. Up to 130 viewers right now watching live. 500 have tuned in throughout the first hour so far here, as we're well underway and cooking. Our record, just a little over 4,000 throughout the day, and I'm having a feeling that as you add more edgers, that number is just going to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. So it's gone up every year, and you have 90 plus edgers in each of those opportunities. And remember, we do this for groups of people. Obviously you can come watch this, but we do the live stream in thought that there'll be watch parties at schools, at homes, at businesses. And so, that's one viewer in regard to the statistics here for YouTube. But that could be 30 sets of eyeballs, 50 sets of eyeballs, whatever it may be. So this is the hottest ticket in town right now, and you're tuned into, 9 more hours of excitement here at 300 Delaware Avenue.
And speaking of that, Michelle Scott teaches at North Star Elementary, and so my guess is there are some people tuned in at North Star Elementary who have supported her cause. That's one of the things that's great when we get these schools involved, is it's the students and the teachers who help raise the $1,100 for these teachers to go over the edge. They do fundraising events, all kinds of things. As we mentioned, there are 47 total teachers that are going over the edge today. That's 49% of the people that are going over the edge as educators. And we don't have any official stats, but I feel it's very safe to say that of all of these Special Olympics over the edge events that go on around the country, my guess is there's not another state in the country that has nearly half of their total edgers coming from within the schools and the Unified Champion School Program. And that's something that Special Olympics Delaware is very proud about. And again, that's in no way to discourage those who aren't teachers from doing this. This event is successful because of the hundreds of people that have gone over the edge from all walks of life, so to speak. And so by no means do you have to be a teacher or even affiliated with a teacher. As you've seen, the number of people have gone over so far today. More than half of them are not teachers, and so that's an important point we want to make here. So Stephanie Clark and Michelle Scott making their way down. On deck is going to be Kurt Kimmel and Sharon Kimmel. Shannon Grasso and Heather Hall are also in the mix. Beth Conaway and Danny Hall, the twin siblings I mentioned earlier, who they will be going down as well. Then they are repeat edgers as well. So. Up there you see Michelle Clark taking her time, and this is an example of two first-time edgers both going down at different speeds, and there's no rules and nothing that says how fast you have to go, no time limits. And so the most important thing that anyone will tell you who helps put this event together is that people, when they get to the bottom, they feel like they've had an incredible experience, and a big part of that is the the over-the-edge technicians that are part of this event, as well as the many local volunteers who give their time, 2 days of their time, yesterday to be trained and today to execute what they learned to make sure that this is a positive experience. And I, having gone through it myself and also interviewing hundreds of people who have done it, I can tell you one of the things everybody says is just how wonderful the experience is thanks to the volunteers. And we're going to go out to Mike Lang, who is with Michelle Scott, who just finished her first Over the Edge event.
First timer, John. Michelle, tell me what that was like, especially taking that pushing off that building the first time.
Terrifying but exhilarating. Terrifying but exhilarating, yes. Very, very cool. I'm so glad I did it.
I was reading about why you came out, and you said a friend went over last year. When you told your students you were coming out, what did they say?
They were actually excited. They did some fundraising for me, and they're super excited. Hopefully they're watching over live stream right now, so shout out to room 205.
So tell me, was this? Are there more crazy things happening in room 205 or here at Over the Edge?
That's a great question. Depends on the day. Depends on the day.
And just want to say hi to your students. And are you off today, or are you going to be in school later?
I'm going right into school, kids. I expect you to be doing your work when I get you, but I'm excited to get there. But I'm excited to see you guys. Okay, bye.
Hitting the ground. What was that like for you?
That was great. I'm glad you told me to sit down. I don't know if I could have stood.
Are you going to come back and do this again?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Definitely.
Great. Well, Michelle, thanks for going Over the Edge, and you got classes to teach, so you got to head out.
I do. As soon as my friend gets down, she's almost here. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Michelle. John, we're going to send it back to you.
All right, thank you. Michelle Scott finishes up her first Over the Edge event. Sounds like she might be back for a second. Going to wait for her colleague Stephanie Clark to come down as well. And you heard her mention that a lot of the fundraising for her was done right in her schoolroom. So boys and girls and the parents involved in that, thank you very much for supporting Special Olympics.
That was a good question by Mike about the craziness comparison. As the year goes on and you get towards the end of the school year, I think it just gets crazier. So it might be crazier in her homeroom than it is right now, or that experience she just went through, but only she will know the answer to that one. So thank you to everyone tuning in and supporting these two, as they both teachers at different places, North Star and in the Red Clay School District. First timers and two different speed experiences, if you will, as Stephanie hits the home stretch here.
Two more first-timers, Shannon Grosso and Heather Hall, are on deck and scheduled to come down once the two ropes are available. And we are going to go up top where we have Beth Conaway and Danny Hall, the twin siblings, who are going to go over the edge to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. And Beth and Danny, thank you again for being part of this wonderful event. I'm pretty sure I know who recruited who. Looks like Danny has the headset on. Danny, a longtime supporter of Special Olympics Delaware, a retired state trooper. He and I went to college together, and both of us started being involved in Special Olympics right out of college. And Danny, tell us why you continued to come back and do this year after year.
I can't hear John.
Danny, can you hear me down there?
There's a lot of static, John.
Oh, okay. All right. So, Danny, my question was, why do you continue to do this year after year? I know it's not your favorite thing to do, but I know Special Olympics is your favorite organization.
I can definitely say I'm definitely asking myself that right now. Why am I doing this again? Definitely nerves are up, but obviously Special Olympics means the world to me. The athletes are everything, and to be able to overcome the adversity that they have to do, this is the least that I can do. It was just like fantastic being up here and watching Steven go down a couple people ago. So that's all the inspiration in the world that you need.
Danny, you started out as a torch runner for Special Olympics, where you get to give out medals and you get to be part of the torch run and do some other things supporting the organization. But in your most recent years, you've really become a coach with Special Olympics and a mentor to some of our athletes. What has that meant to you, being really part of the lives of the athletes more than just when you put the medal around their neck?
It's everything. Is when you put that medal around them. That's when I do presentations to different academies. That's the thing I challenge each and every one of the recruits. Just give that one opportunity, and if that doesn't hook you, there's there's something wrong with you. You should find a different career, because that's just the greatest feeling in the world, giving that athlete the medal, and then being able to mentor the athletes. It's just, you're truly making a difference. And I've been able to, I know you're not supposed to have favorites, but you end up getting some favorites, and they've developed in a part of my family, and it's just really wonderful. And I'll continue doing this till take my last breath, and hopefully that's not today up here.
Beth, I'm going to ask you, when I assume your twin brother reached out to you and tried to encourage you to go over, what was your reaction when he first asked you 4 years ago?
Sure. So it was exciting but scared, and I was still a principal at Milton Elementary at that time, so I was able to recruit another teacher with me, and it kind of, Danny has helped draw Cape Henlopen School District into the unified fold and getting people excited and involved. So grateful for that opportunity for sure.
All righty. Well, good luck to you both as you go over the edge, and we'll be talking to you again when you get to the bottom. And Danny, I'm confident you will get to the bottom. Don't worry about that.
Thank you, sir. Have a good one. I'll see you on the bottom.
Thank you both. Mike
Yes,
Lang,
sir.
out to you.
Thanks, John. We're here with Stephanie Clark. Stephanie, skydiving and zip lining, how's this compare?
This is more terrifying than both, I would say.
Now, you work with Michelle and at North Star Elementary. I know you said your students are watching. What do you want to tell them?
Yep, so all the firsties at North Star are watching. Hi, firsties, all my favorite people.
Your principal invited you out here, huh? Must be a pretty convincing person. Why did you come out?
You know what? She said, who would like to join us? And my hand went up, and I was like, I'll do it. So here I am. So I was glad to represent North Star and to raise money for Special Olympics.
And it says you've been involved with, or some of your students have been involved with Special Olympics at North Star?
We had a handful of kids last week who got to go to Special Olympics and be part of that. So we were raising money for them and for all the students who are part of Special Olympics.
Now, would you encourage other people to go over the edge like you did?
Yes, it was terrifying and exhilarating and super exciting, so I would encourage other people to do it.
You and Michelle are headed back to school, is what I hear?
We are heading right back to school to see all of our students and friends. So yes, no downtime for us. We're going right back to the classroom.
All right, John, we got to send Stephanie back to class, so we're going to send it right back inside to John Busby. Thanks, Stephanie.
Stephanie, thank you very much for going over the edge. First time for Special Olympics Delaware. Up on the side of the building now, that is Shannon Grosso. On your right, an employee with the Newcastle County VOTEC Adult Education Division. And on the left is Heather Hall, who works for Kelly Benefits, longtime supporter of Special Olympics. She would like to thank her family and friends for supporting her in these efforts. So Shannon Grosso on the right, Heather Hall on the left. The Kimmels, Kurt and Sharon, are on deck next. And then Beth Conaway and Danny Hall, who we just heard from, will be after them, followed by McKenna Corbell, Nicole Johnson, Stephanie Cummings, and Emily Walls, as we will be through the first 21 people going over the edge here. If you're just tuning in, it's the 13th annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. More than $1.5 million has been raised for Special Olympics. Thousands of athletes competing in 16 sports year-round, completely for free. That's right, completely for free. No matter what your family income level is, what your background is, what your age is, where you work, it is completely free. That includes uniforms, training equipment, training sites, competition sites, all kinds of things. And so it is just an amazing event. And whether you're actually going over the edge or you've supported going over the edge, you can be confident that every single dime stays right here in the state of Delaware. Our highest fundraiser this year was George Danneman, who's going over for the first time. He'll go over a little bit after 11 o'clock. He's raised nearly $8,000 as of May 7th. And again, the requirement to go over is $1,100, but we have many people who raise more money than that. And it all comes down to, it's really not the amount of money raised, it's the fact that people are doing this not only to raise money for Special Olympics, but to raise awareness of the great organization that it is. And if you would like more information of how you can participate in Special Olympics as a unified partner, like you just heard one of the edgers is, where you actually play on the same team with Special Olympics athletes, or if you have an athlete who's eligible for Special Olympics, or you just want to volunteer as a coach or at an event, you can Google Special Olympics Delaware. That will take you to the website, www.sode.org, and you will have many opportunities to sign up to volunteer, including on June 7th and 8th, when the Summer Games takes place at the University of Delaware. So again, that's sode.org, and sign up for a way to give back to Special Olympics Delaware. And if you have been motivated by watching these people go over the edge, you can sign up next year to go over. It's a $50 deposit to hold your spot, and then you have the entire year, or up until the day of the event, to raise your $1,100. And I can tell you, having done it myself, meaning not only going over the edge, but raise the money, when you ask people that, hey, would you like to donate to going over the edge, or would you like to go with me? Those who don't want to go with you are more than happy to donate to make sure that you raise the $1,100 to go over the edge. Shannon Grosso on your right, Heather Hall on your left. The building you're looking at is 17 stories, 222 feet. It is owned by Brandywine Realty Trust, the host site sponsor for this event from the beginning of it 13 years ago.
And it's more than a financial sponsorship. I mean, this building has been, it's fully committed
Yes.
to doing this event. It has been anchored and drilled into, and it supports this event perfectly because of its height. The way it's built. I mean, this has permanent, trying to think of a softer word than drills into it. It's permanently been fitted for this event. I
Yep.
mean, this is not done in a day. This has been done and is secure and tested. That's what makes this so safe. The commitment by Over the Edge and the commitment by the building and those that operate the building to make this in theory, a forever an event is incredible. You know, they allow this building to get drilled into and maybe more secure than most. But there was no setup in terms of structure yesterday. Right. It was all testing. And I think, I don't want to speak for them, but maybe makes this one of their favorite places to come in because they know those kind of things are just done. And it's testing that they're doing on that day rather than really anchoring into a building.
Right. Yeah, that all's been done. So I want to give a quick shout out. Jimmy's been doing most of them, but my wife, Patty, just actually texted me, wanted to give Shannon Grosso a shout out. She actually works with her at the Newcastle County.
Shannon's the most
Hotel.
popular person on the chat, it seems like. Everybody's been cheering on. Since we got on the air, people were shouting out Shannon, and she didn't edge for an hour later. So shout out to Shannon. Well, might as well get in with everybody else as we're approaching the final process here. As it looks like Heather really sped up as well and got comfortable and now is over that lip. The last of the hurdles, pun intended, in this process. But you see the rope gets pulled away as the Over the Edge staff there at the bottom kind of get them away from that lip. And you're just kind of floating at this point. You've lost contact with the building. The next time your feet will touch anything is when you're back on sweet, sweet planet Earth. As Shannon and Heather finish up their edge. 222 feet, probably the last, I'm bad at this kind of stuff, 30?
Yeah, probably story and a half, maybe. And I heard Tim Furlong is on site from the Philadelphia NBC News, and so want to thank him for coming out and let our viewers know, and of course everyone here, that they can tune in to NBC later today to see the coverage of this event. Tim usually makes it an annual trip here to make sure that Special Olympics gets on the air today, and so appreciate him coming out. And we are going to go up on the roof, I believe. We've got McKenna Corbell, Nicole Johnson.
There's 4 people ready to be
Four
interviewed
people.
up top. Really pushing the boundaries of what's capable up there. But hey, that's every year as we'll head up top to the ladies. I don't know. Can any of you hear me currently?
I've got my mic
you've got
turned
your
on
mic on. Okay,
correctly
go. I'll let
here.
you do this
So-
interview then.
All righty. So, Nicole, let me start with you. You're a teacher at Pfeiffer Middle School,
We're
and I
coming
know
from live.
they've been doing Special Olympics for a lot of years. How have you seen Special Olympics make a difference at Pfeiffer Middle School?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question? Because they were giving me instructions up here, and
Sure.
I didn't hear
Those are
it.
important.
Sure can. I know you're a teacher at Pfeiffer Middle School, and you've seen Special Olympics at your school. How has having Special Olympics in your school made a difference?
I mean, the kids love it, obviously. The kids get really excited. We get everybody involved, and we always have clap outs for them, and they just get excited to be able to participate.
And this is your first time going over. What are you feeling like right now?
I am very nervous. McKenna over here is not nervous at all. She's ready to go down, but I am nervous.
How about, can I talk with Stephanie Cummings for just a second?
He's going to talk to you.
And
No, he's going to talk to you. Talk to me. I can't hear.
I'm sorry. Stephanie, you're a 5th grade teacher at Welch Elementary.
Yes, I'm a 5th grade teacher at Welch Elementary.
And how has Special Olympics, changed the environment in your school?
It definitely brings a sense of community for us working together to have a fundraising goal for Special Olympics. And we have students in our school that are inclusive in our environment and work with us. So we really love having that collaboration.
And you've gone over 2 other times. And so what have you told the 3 people that
And
are
I've
with
gone
you?
over 2 other times.
Yes. And what are you telling the 3 others who are going to go over for the first time?
Advice for us. Yes, what is your advice for us?
As long as you poop before, I think you'll be good going down. Otherwise, just have fun with it and don't be afraid.
Alrighty, that is funny. That's the first time we've heard that in 13 years, I can tell you that. All right, one last question for Emily. Emily, what are you feeling like right now?
I am feeling excited. I'm hoping that the music teacher performer is going to come out and I'm not going to be nervous at all. So we'll see how it goes once I'm actually attached to the thing.
Alrighty, well, good luck to all 4 of you. Thank you for supporting Special Olympics, and thank you for supporting it in your classroom and in your school as well. Good luck to you. We'll talk to you when you get on the ground. Mike Lang, coming out to you.
Thanks, John. We're here with Heather Hall. I'm sorry, Heather. And your first time, I'm looking at your list. You're not many daring activities. Is this right up there with the top?
Probably the top of the list, yes.
What brought you out here?
Special Olympics of Delaware. It's a great cause. Love these people. So, yeah.
Now, who supported you to enable you to come out today?
Kelly Benefits, my mom, my dad, my friends, my husband, everybody's here. So,
You have quite an audience here that these guys can't see. Who's here with you?
well, mom, best friends, Nicole, Beth, my dad, my husband, Josh, Mike, and some colleagues.
Did you have a chance to look down at all while you were coming down?
I did. It was pretty scary. I was nervous.
What's the view like? I was up there yesterday. What's the view like from up on that roof?
The view of the water. It was beautiful. Yeah.
You think you'll be back?
I think so.
All right, Heather, congratulations. Thanks for doing this. And we're going to try to get Shannon over here, but I'm glad you had a good time.
Thank you very much.
All right, John, we're going to get Shannon Grosso in a minute.
Alrighty, we'll send it back out to you once you do. Up on the ropes right now, it is Kurt Kimmel and Sharon Kimmel. And Kurt is going to be on the blue rope. When you look at them coming down the side of the building, they'll be on the right. And Sharon will be on the left. All right, going back outside to Mike Lang. All right, we'll go back out to Mike once he has it. There he is, Mike Lang, out to you.
We're here with Shannon Grosso. Shannon, first time. What was it like?
It was nervous up top, but once you get down, once you're rappelling, it goes fast.
It says here you're a adult education teacher in the VOTEC. Why do so many teachers do this, do you think?
Because we love our students. That's what we do our everything for is our students. So whatever we can do to fundraise for them and to support them, we're there.
Now, other than this, what's the craziest thing you've done?
Zip lining.
Zip lining. Zip lining's fun.
I would zip line 10 times before doing this.
I think that sounds like you're going to be back next year then, right?
Absolutely.
All right, Shannon, thanks for supporting Special Olympics. And who's out here watching you?
That's our principal and our GED coordinator and our administrative assistant. Go Adult Ed!
All right. Shannon, congratulations, and we're glad to have you down here on terra firma. All right, John, thanks.
All right, you're a great salesperson out there, Mike Lang. Up on the ropes right now are Kurt Kimmel and Sharon Kimmel. Kurt is on the right, Sharon is on the left. Crowd is building outside. We put up portable bleachers this morning for some of the crowds. Of other people hanging out in sports chairs. You can tell they're the veterans. And so people just enjoying looking up, people walking by and stopping, asking what's going on up here. It's the 13th annual Over the Edge event. There's a shot of the crowd out there.
This becomes a hot spot for lunch.
Yes.
Just somewhere to be. The people working around here downtown. It's not every day people rappel down a building in Wilmington.
That is for sure.
It is exactly once a year.
All benefits Special Olympics Delaware. Thousands of athletes from ages 2 and no upper age limit. That's right, 2 years old, starting with our Young Athletes program. No upper age limit. We actually have athletes in our 70s and even their early 80s who still participate in sports like bocce, bowling, walking on the track, those types of activities. So if you know someone who might be eligible and interested in being part of Special Olympics, you can ask a staff member who's here today, or if you're watching, obviously you're watching the live stream, if you're hearing this, you can Google Special Olympics Delaware, SODE.org, and get more information about how they can become involved. If you're tuned in here and you're in Wilmington, come on over, 300 Delaware Avenue building. You can hang out and watch people come down, whether you know somebody or not. Those are the Kimmels, Kurt and Sharon. On the ropes, Beth Conaway and Danny Hall will be next, followed by the foursome that you just heard from, McKenna Corbell, Nicole Johnson, Stephanie Cummings, and Emily Walls, who will be down after that. This is the 13th annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware.
So the Kimmels doing this for a second time. Both have done Go Ape. Kurt, though, has added indoor skydiving in Vegas to his repertoire of craziness.
They both wanted to thank their families and friends and also members of the Lions Club, long-time supporters of Special Olympics Delaware, who have given generously to their Over the Edge event.
Longtime supporters, but second year doing this type of support. This is extra effort type of support here to go over the edge. Kurt also first time this year doing polar bear plunge. So the big two checking off the list here. Geez, in the last 3 months doing the big events here for Special Olympics Delaware. And it's about midway reaching that 10th floor where they will see some of the operations set up here for this event. A chance for edgers to get some food, to get checked in, go through the safety steps before they head to the roof and go through training. Good little pace there for Shannon and Kurt. Side by side. Matching t-shirts. Doing everything together here are the Kimmels as they look to be about 75% of the way as they reach that ledge where they'll be helped away from the building by those Over the Edge staff members. On deck, if you're tuning in or down at the bottom, Beth Conaway, Danny Hall will go next. A 4th timer and a 13th timer in Danny Hall. As there you see that lip here on the live stream. They'll get pulled away at like kind of a 45-degree angle. They'll get pulled away from the building and led the rest of the way down, but the feet are off the building for the rest of the way. The next thing they will touch is the ground. They could go butt first or feet first into butt first. The recommendation is to kind of fully sit down, as we're seeing right now. Sharon and Kurt Kimmel have come back to earth and finished their second edge here at 300 Delaware Avenue. Let's give it up for the Kimmels.
Alrighty, we're going to send it back up top. And you can Beth Conaway and Danny Hall are up top there on the roof, the twin siblings. Danny Hall, a long time member of Special Olympics Delaware in a variety of roles. Law enforcement officer with the Delaware State Police and a coach. Most recently, Beth Conaway, a former principal at Milton Elementary that got the, she was the principal there when they started the Special Olympics program, which is going strong under the leadership of Lindsay Underwood, the phys ed teacher there now, but it was Beth Conaway that got it going along with Lindsay, and it's one of those things that we see a lot in schools where once a program gets started, it continues. And as leadership changes and teachers change, whether it's rooms or buildings or districts, they take and make sure that Special Olympics continues to be a strong part of that. And so Danny Hall and Beth Conaway going over. And Danny is never minds when I mentioned that he is scared to death of heights, and yet he continues to do this. And we have a lot of people. I'm always constantly surprised how many people who do this are afraid of heights. And they do it, they say, because the athletes of Special Olympics inspire them. And the athletes have overcome adversity and fears in some cases, just like we all have. And so if they can, the over-the-edge people who go over, they feel that they certainly can do it and are inspired by them as well. There you see the Kimmels, Kurt and Sharon, who are receiving their Special Olympics medals as a congratulation, or it's an over-the-edge medal, I should say, from a Special Olympics athlete, Stephen Turner. And you notice he has a medal around him as well. And in case you're just tuning in, Stephen Turner, a Special Olympics athlete with the Newark Dragons, went over the edge about half an hour ago. And we are going to send it out to Mike Lang, who is with Kurt and Sharon Kimmel.
Thanks, John. Sharon and Kurt, second year doing this. Is this what happens? I'm not retired yet, so is this what happens when you retire? You jump off buildings, rappel down buildings together?
Yeah, you need some excitement when you're retired. You never have enough things to do. You always get busier when you're retired.
Sharon, what was that like for you when you did this last year for the first time?
Actually, I felt like I was a little more nervous. I'm not sure why. Last year, I guess it was just ignorance is bliss, But yeah, this year I was a little more nervous coming down, but we made it down faster. So.
Kurt, I noticed you did the polar bear plunge this year for the first time. Do you prefer the cold water or coming off the building?
Well, it was 41 degrees in the air, 41 degrees in the ocean, and they only let us go up to our knees because of the riptides and stuff. So I'm planning on doing that again too.
How about you? Are you gonna do the polar bear plunge?
Never.
Well, I guess they're not doing everything together, John. And you guys are says you're longtime supporters, and is that why you come out?
Oh, absolutely. We love Special Olympics. Yep.
Well, congratulations! You got the matching shirt from the Newcastle 100 Lions Club, and I'm sure they appreciate you guys representing them. And Sharon and Kurt, thanks for doing this.
Thank you.
All
right,
righty, thank you, Mike, and thank you, Kurt and Sharon, completing your third Over the Edge event.
The polar plunge, Sharon, and you don't need to come back and defend yourself. I'll just talk to you so you can't defend yourself. The polar plunge is like entry level 101, like up to your head, totally. I mean, that you went over the side of a building, 222 feet in the air. but we don't want to have a cold bath. Okay, it's your world. Totally fine. I get it.
I was talking to Matt Pensick, who is the news anchor down at WRDE, and his co-anchor, Paige Marley, went over the edge yesterday as part of Media Day, and I'd said to her that, you need to get Matt Pensick to come do Over the Edge with you, and she said he'd rather do the polar bear plunge.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're not allowed to be a child and do this. Their height limits and, the harnesses and all that don't fit on, and I don't know exactly what the limitations are.
That's what it is. It's the harness.
It has to do with
it's
the harness,
whether it
but
fits.
so I don't know
Right.
exactly where the cutoff is. Is it 4 feet tall, whatever it is? But you see children, younger people, teenagers at least, do the plunge. So, I mean, I don't know. I think the plunge is a really great entry-level piece to supporting Special Olympics. And, the plunge is done. The plunge is done in a lot of places. The plunge is actually, it's done in Ohio. I've seen it, been a part of it myself. And it's done in Lake Erie. And, it's probably colder at that time of the year in Ohio, just because Ohio is oppressingly cold at some points. But the space isn't the same. Like the whole Atlantic Ocean can be done. And the way they mark off the plunge there down in Rehoboth is there's so much room, so you can have so many people. It's way more of an event when there's hundreds of people running into the ocean as opposed to 5 at a time, done at some other places where they have smaller bodies of water. So the polar plunge, again for Delaware, is a premier event and a really great way to begin your supporting Special Olympics process.
And so that is Beth Conaway on the right, Danny Hall on the left. Coming down, you see a shot of the crowd there. As you are just tuning in, this is the 13th annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. We've had 15 people go over. We're going to have 97 people go over before it is all said and done today. We are at the 300 Delaware Avenue building. This event is sponsored by Brandywine Realty Trust. They are the host site sponsor. They own this building. The rope sponsors are Del One Federal Credit Union and Newcastle County Fire Service, and TD Bank is the landing zone sponsor. Supporters include Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, the Sheraton Suites in Wilmington right up the street, and Delaware Rock Gym in Bear, where our edgers are given the opportunity to give it a go before they actually have to rappel down the side of the building.
Shout out on YouTube from Kimberly Hastings. She says she's watching from their first grade classroom at Welch Elementary on the Dover Air Force Base as they are shouting out Mrs. Walls, Mrs. Cummings, and Mr. Payne. They're cheering for all 3 of you as they will be coming up here shortly. I don't want to give a time because it's always hard to say, but they will be within the next 5 edgers. Trying to turn this page here. Yep, so within the next couple edgers here. So you're right on time there, Kimberly. And Mrs. Flaherty's art channel is tuning in, cheering on Dr. Conaway. As you see, that's a great look there from Tommy Tyree, our camera operator at top of the building. Queued up by our director, Darnell Vaughn, who's showing us the training process. So it's kind of like a mini edge there. As we see so Danny Hall finishing up there. Just too fast for Beth as Danny Hall finishes his edge for the 13th time.
I know Danny Hall is a competitor, and so that might have been a, hey, sis, first one down wins situation. But Danny is one of 2 people who have done this every single year, which means by himself he has raised over $15,000 for Special Olympics. If you're outside there, let's give Danny Hall a big round of applause.
Well, that's what 13 years and 4 years of experience looks like. As Danny has done it every single opportunity. He loves the experience.
And Beth continues to be involved as she makes her final descent, getting ready to go over that last lip. If you're just tuning in, you can see it if you're here live, but if you're just tuning in, the volunteers at the bottom gently pull the rope so the edger doesn't have to navigate that last little, we call it a shelf, that sticks out at the end so that they can enjoy the last story on their way down of this 17-story building. So Beth Conaway has landed. And coming up in the next 4 people are McKenna Corbell, Nicole Johnson, Stephanie Cummings, and Emily Walls. And we'll see them, first 2 getting harnessed up there. That's going to be McKenna and Nicole that you see are going to be the first 2 of the 4 that come down. And McKenna, if you're here live looking up, McKenna will be on the right when you see her sort of squat over the edge. And it will be Nicole Johnson on the left once they are ready to go. Joe Allen of WSDW, the Wake Up Crew, has arrived on site. He is up on the roof, and he'll be conducting interviews up there for the next 2 hours. We appreciate him getting right off the air from WSDW and coming over to the building. And his co-host, Nancy Johnson, is in the house as well, and she is going to relieve Mike Lang here in the next 10 minutes or so. Mike Lang, of course, with 302 Sports. If that sounds familiar, they broadcast all of the high school games here in Delaware. I shouldn't say all of the high school games, but if you've watched a huge portion, if you've watched a game on TV or on a live stream with broadcasters, it was most likely 302 Sports. And so we appreciate Mike taking time out of his day. He actually went over the edge yesterday as part of media and got to experience it as well. All right, we're going to head out to Mike Lang, speaking of him. Go ahead, Mike.
All right, John. Hey, John, I want to thank you for the opportunity to go over the edge yesterday. That was a lot of fun. And I'm here with Beth Conaway. Beth, your 4th year doing this. Does it get old?
No, it's new each time.
What do you like about the I know you like raising money for Special Olympics. I'm sure that's number one. What is it about Special Olympics that you really like?
Just the activities with the athletes, getting the athletes the ability to take part in these special activities that you all get created for them. It's incredible.
As far as the actual rappelling, what is it about the rappelling that you like?
I think it's just one of those things you can check off, and it's exciting each time because it is something so different you don't do each day.
I know Danny was down here in a heartbeat. He zipped right down. Were you guys racing at all?
Yeah, no. Well, he's told me I was going to wait for him, and then he went first and did not wait for me. So I've got something to say to him in a little bit.
And I imagine you'll be back?
Yes, we'll be back.
Awesome. Well, thanks for doing this for Special Olympics, and enjoy the rest of your day. John, thanks for the opportunity to do this again, and I hope you invite me back next year.
All right, Mike, we appreciate you being here. Not sure when you and Nancy are going to swap out, but we do appreciate you being here today and being part of the Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware. Having these reporters on the roof and on the ground is something that we added a couple of years ago. I think it was the year after COVID, and it has been, from the feedback we've gotten, people have really enjoyed hearing, especially the people that they're tuned in to watch. They like hearing how they feel before and then how they feel after. And so we couldn't do that without the reporters that you see and hear volunteering their time. And they are here as volunteers, and they look forward to it each year.
And there's also a flow piece to it as well. You know, we're here inside the room, and if you look and watch, we're right inside the room that has the stickers on it where people land. It's a place that people would have to choose to come to in the past when we've done interviews. And so did everybody choose to come do an interview after rappelling down the side? Absolutely not. Now, they'd have to walk right by Mike, right by Nancy, right by whomever it's going to be at the bottom and that's kind of why they're placed there, is that we want to make sure they get grabbed for that interview. So it structurally, functionally makes way more sense to have them there right at the right where all that emotion's pretty raw, and then that way they can't sneak away and walk right by us. So big thank you. I mean, that really changes everything. The interview's at the top. It's loud, it's windy, they're trying to absorb information. They just went through training. They're about to go 222 feet over a side of a building. There's a lot of emotions there too. And so thank you to the edgers that are up top that are giving us their time, that moment as they take it all in. And then down at the bottom, the interviews, so great, such a nice addition, gives everybody an opportunity to shout people out. And I think it really adds to the fun and the atmosphere of both the live stream and in person here.
And none of this happens without the digital team who is here with a crew of probably 7 or 8 people. Jimmy Smith heading that up and put together the production of this. And if you saw what we're looking at here inside the broadcast booth, it doesn't look any different than the inside of an ESPN truck. And so what you're able to put together here and get the people that are, coordinate this and get us the right shots at the right time, as you see Nicole Johnson coming down, making her way down, and for her first rappel. It just is an incredible production, and we appreciate you. You and I were talking off air at the beginning, Jimmy, about how you try to bring to every project you have the passion for it, and that is clear here with Special Olympics. So we can't thank you and your crew enough for what you do here. You rolled into town yesterday. You roll out of town tomorrow and do a wedding in Cleveland on Saturday. So we're glad that you've still made this one of your priorities.
No, this is very cool, and a big thank you to ShowWorks. I do not own this equipment. I come in and kind of, we execute it, and ShowWorks has such amazing stuff, and they're working with Wawa later today, and that just kind of shows that they have big clients and they treat everyone with, there's a lot of things here, thousands and thousands of dollars of equipment and audio and video that ShowWorks has given to this opportunity, all while balancing, probably a really big opportunity for them and their involvement with larger clients. But Tom and his crew at ShowWorks, incredible. They for me, especially being out of town, to pull in and have my crew come in and run these pieces of equipment. This is very high-end stuff. So although it may not be on par with ESPN, it sure looks like it. There's some really, really high-end stuff here that they have. So if you ever have a corporate event or a need, I don't want to turn this into a ShowWorks commercial, but they are incredible to work with, have really, really, really high-end stuff. And so a big shout out to them and their help bringing this all together. Because the easy way, and what we've seen other people do, and we've been hearing this for almost a decade, is that some people that if they even stream this, it's one camera from 100 feet away, so you can see the full building. And that's fine. That's, low-hanging fruit. That's what you can do. We're bringing you this shot, and I think this shot is the really, it's hard to get. The shot that if you're outside, we're talking about is from the roof. There's just so much more that shows the safety and security in the process of this happening. They're going through training. They're nervous, and the emotion upstairs, the interviews that go on upstairs, and then the shots at the bottom of the activity and the fun. It is a lot, and I think it's exactly what this event deserves. If not, it deserves more.
And the people at ShowWorks bring the same passion. They do a lot of events for us throughout the year. They'll produce the summer games on June 7th and 8th that we've talked about. And so we appreciate their continued commitment, as Jimmy so eloquently put. If you're outside sitting in the bleachers and you haven't noticed it yet, if you look to your right inside the TD bank, there is a giant TV screen which actually shows you the broadcast. And so if you want to see what it looks like when we do go up on the roof, those types of things, you can go over and watch the live stream. And so you really have the best of both worlds. You're here in person, and you can see the live stream, the views that you can't see from the bleachers up on the roof and things like that, as you have McKenna Corbell starting her trip down the side of the building on the right. Nicole Johnson is in the latter part of hers. And we're going to send it up to Joe Allen of WSDW, who is up on the roof. Joe, first of all, welcome to Over the Edge. We appreciate you coming back and being part of this great event and lending us your professional voice. up there on the roof, and I'll let you take it from there.
I appreciate that, John. Thank you. So good to be back this year. And thankfully, the weather held out for us this year, too. I know they were calling for thunderstorms and rain and all kinds of nastiness. But from 17 stories up in Wilmington, it's looking pretty good right now. A lot of people already went over the edge so far. I've got Kyle with me right now. Kyle, how you doing today?
Doing great. A little nervous, not going to lie.
Now, is this your first year, second year? How many times have you done this?
It's my first year.
All right, so you don't even know what awaits you.
No idea.
Well, they've tested out the ropes. I think you're okay so far. Nobody's fallen yet.
I hope not.
So who are you here for?
We're here for Cesar Rodney, and thanks to all the amazing sponsors who hooked us up and able to put this out for Special Olympics. Pretty cool.
All right, fantastic. So you say it's your very first year. What got you involved in something like this? Like, who talked you into doing this today?
A variety of people in our school district kind of coerced some of us, and at first I was like, I don't think that's my game, but I figured we give it a go. It's good for a good cause.
All right, so everybody here is from Cesar Rodney with you today. All right, guys, you excited? All right, here we go. Thank you so much, John.
All righty, thank you, Joe, up there. Joe, let me ask you one real quick question, if you can still hear me. What's the weather like up there wind-wise?
You know what? It's not too bad right now. I mean, there's definitely a breeze up here, but I think it's okay. It's not scary.
That's the most important thing. So we'll look forward to the Cesar Rodney staff members coming down. They are one of 9 different school districts that are represented here in some way, either by a school or by a district. And so 14 people will be going over the edge representing the Cesar Rodney School District. 47 of the 97 people going over today are affiliated with a school, and it looks like we are ready to go outside and officially welcome Nancy Johnson from WSDW, Joe Allen's co-host. And Nancy, we appreciate you volunteering your time and being with us, and we'll turn it out to you.
Well, thank you very much. It's always my honor and pleasure to be here with my feet firmly planted on the ground. Speaking of having your feet firmly planted on the ground, Nicole Johnson, this is your first year?
Yes, it's my first year.
How did it make you feel?
I was nervous, but as soon as I went over, it was amazing.
So, like a bird flying eye level with you didn't rattle you at all?
No. Not at all.
All right, so you are you work at Pfeiffer Middle School in the Cesar Rodney School District, and what was the reason that made you go over the edge?
Well, I always ask my kids to step outside their comfort zone, and I can't ask them to do that if I'm not willing to do it myself. And I'm terrified of heights, so I decided to go over the edge to show them that if I can jump outside of my comfort zone, so can you.
Well, thank you very much for showing such a lovely example to your students. I know, you look a bit relieved.
Yes, very relieved.
Well, thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
All righty, thank you, and thank you, Nancy. And so another person who has gone over, in case you're wondering, Nancy Johnson and Joe Allen have both gone over the edge for Special Olympics Delaware. So when they interview people, they're doing it knowing what it feels like from start to finish. And so they have been part of this great event here. As you are looking right now at, I need to get the name
We got
here. We'll
Stephanie
figure it out.
Cummings
Stephanie
and
Cummings.
Emily Walls are about to go. So there's a question on the chat right now. Are they behind? Sort of.
Yeah.
I mean, this is very fluid day, and so it's really hard to say that Emily is scheduled to go at 10:10, and I'm doing air quotes very, very aggressively right now. That's just how this goes. Some people do take longer. It's an average of X amount of time per person. Some people shorter, some people longer. One rope will get ahead, one rope will get behind. People want to go together, so it kind of can change the order. If there is a solo edger that doesn't have a pair and one rope, I think you understand what's going on here. So we want to make sure everybody gets to edge with who they want to. It may not be at the time that they are quote unquote scheduled. So. But we have some well wishes as Mrs. Steele's class is watching from Welch Elementary, cheering on Miss Walls, Mrs. Cummings, Mr. Payne, and all of the CR staff. So thank you to entire schools, classrooms, businesses, boardrooms that are tuning in, watching. We have nearly 200 people watching this stream right now. So here's where I think as people get towards lunch, the viewership should shoot up here a little bit, but it's been very consistent. I think with you wanting to watch your edger, you tune in and you watch your edger. Maybe the jokes and the fun that we're having, John, and your wonderful voice is keeping people tuned in.
And that
for
might
the full
be.
time.
Tell people how they can reach out to us on social media, Jimmy. I know you're monitoring that.
Yeah,
over there.
so I've got the YouTube chat here in front of me because that's what I have access to. But you can also share your photos and experience behind the scenes throughout the process on X, formerly Twitter, of course, and also on Facebook at SODE. So just make sure you're tagging Special Olympics Delaware's accounts there and potential retweets, shares, and what have you. But the chat I see in front of me, if you want me to say your name and your well wish, it's right here on YouTube where you were watching. That little box on the right side of your video feed right there is a chat, and there it goes like crazy. People starting to tune in and say what they're watching for. So as we get some of these coming in here, I will get to them. Rebecca Hunter, Mrs. Hunter and Mrs. Wallace's class are watching. They're excited to see everyone go over the edge. I guess just a whole day, just taking the day off at school, watching our live stream. This is a big time event. A lot of people watch throughout the day. I'm expecting 5,000, which would be a record just at the pace we're at right now and the number of edgers. That's what this is all about. We create this opportunity for classrooms and full schools and businesses and organizations to tune in and watch the people that they raise money to send over the edge. So the 8th grade hallway at Pfeiffer Middle School is watching. So an entire hallway of school is basically offline right now, just watching us. So a big thank you to everybody as we settle in with Emily Walls and Stephanie Cummings as they go over the edge here in 2024.
It was a big week for schools. In the last couple of weeks, we had more than 2,000 students participate in soccer tournaments and unified sports expositions, which are going stations to stations playing different sports all across the state. In addition to that, we had another 600 to 700 students from different high schools who were volunteers at that event. So lots of ways to get people involved. And so Stephanie Cummings coming down on the right, Emily Walls on the left. As you look at the crowd here, the crowd is growing as the day goes on.
That looks like a class out there right now. So
and it could be. We have had classes come to
Nice.
watch their teachers go over. So that wouldn't be a first. Somebody mentioned, are we running behind schedule? Technically, we're about 17 minutes behind schedule, but what I wouldn't do is if you were scheduled to see somebody go over in, at 10:35 or 10:40, don't leave the live stream because it can catch up pretty quickly. As Jimmy said, it just really depends on the speed as which people come down, and that varies. And so I can tell you, coming up in the next 15 to 20 minutes, is going to be Kyle Hill, Jason Payne, Cheyenne Wolford, Jennifer Wolford, Sky Boris, Ray Failing, Chris Kulak, and Kim Lucas. So those people are scheduled to, on the official time, go over any time in the next 15 or 20 minutes. But again, I wouldn't leave your seat because that time can change.
And let me say this too. This is some of the functionality of YouTube to talk about here. This is a DVR stream. So basically, you can rewind this live stream and watch it in real time. You can also watch the whole thing and scrub through it and find your spot after the fact. But right now, if you were to say, oh no, I wanted to see Emily and Stephanie from the beginning, all you got to do is just take that little play bar and roll back a little bit. You can do that in real time right now. I mean, you can go back and watch from the beginning right now while we're still doing it. You don't have to wait for it to end. So the only thing you can't do is go forward in time. It doesn't work like that. But you can roll back 5 minutes, 5 seconds, whatever you want to do. Just kind of hover over that play, over the video window, and you'll see a little red dot as you hover over the play bar at the bottom. And you can just go back a couple. You can also, as you're hovering over the video window, hit your arrow keys, go forward and backwards. So if you miss something, never fear. We can always rewatch it. Either after the fact or here in real time. But some more shout outs. Amanda Graham says her class is watching, the 4th grade class is working and watching. Sure they are. I doubt that.
I hope they're not taking a test.
But thank you for watching and working. Sure. And then a couple more. Sherry Walsh, shout out to Cheyenne Wolford from your Roads to Success classroom. So proud of you. Kindergarten is happy to see Mr. Payne, who will be coming up here shortly. So looks like Welch Elementary, the whole school is tuned in right now.
And so those are numbers that won't come up on YouTube. You know, if the school has 400
Yeah, right.
people that are
So-
watching it, it's
so
only one person.
Correct. 182 people watching right now. That classroom is one, right? But it may be 15 children. So the viewership here is just it's hard to know when you have watch parties like that.
And again, you're tuned into the 13th annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. 17 stories, 222 feet, 97 people will be rappelling down, just like Stephanie Cummings are and Emily Walls are coming down the side of the building and completing their second rappel for Stephanie and first rappel for Emily Walls. Kyle Hill, another first-timer, will be up next, along with Jason Payne, who will be up for his third rappel. And so you can see the landing has been made there, and we'll wait until Nancy Johnson has the interviews there, and they will send it out to them. Both of them have landed together. That's Stephanie Cummings and Emily Walls. And so that means the next two will be harnessed in up top. If you're watching the live stream, you can see that going on. You heard Joe Allen mention the weather here. This, I can tell you, for the first time in 13 years, there was some concern about the forecast. We've had to delay one time for about 30 minutes for rain, and that doesn't mean necessarily if it starts to sprinkle that we will automatically delay. The Over the Edge crew has protocols for wind, for lightning, for rain, and they have the protocols in place that are followed strictly like the guidelines in the event that that has to happen. But hopefully that will not happen. And it looks like Nancy Johnson has somebody there who has been joined by a couple of smaller people. We'll send it out to you, Nancy.
Oh, thank you. Stephanie Cummings, you have quite the fan base.
Yes, I do. These are my children. Say hi.
Hi. Hi.
Oh, now, are you so proud of your mommy?
Best love of my mama. Yes.
All right, best mama ever, and yes. And so this is your second year doing this. Was it any less, any more exciting, less exciting, more fearful, less fearful? How did you feel?
Well, I did not look down this year, and I felt much better.
So birds flying at eye level with you don't affect you?
No, as long as I don't look down.
Well, I wanted to say thank you so much. You're a fifth grade teacher at Welch Elementary, a supporter of Special Olympics through and through. You know, I just think that what you do to show your children, both your school children and your real children, or all of your children, stepping out of their comfort zone, how wonderful it can be.
Yes, and I want to give a shout out to our fifth grade Welch students. Yay, my little Swifties. Go Sigma.
Well, congratulations. Bye.
Go Swifties. There you go. That's what you're waiting for. The entire chat should be erupting with excitement right now. Back to work now, okay? Jill Brown checking in, watching from Webster Springs, West Virginia, for her brother, Jason Payne, who is ready to roll here shortly as he will go over the edge. Love you, Jay. There from Jill Brown. Rebecca Kaufman, Mrs. Bassett, and Mrs. Kaufman's classes are watching there from Welch as they just got their shout out as Mr. Payne is getting ready to go down as well.
If you're watching a live stream, that's Kyle Hill on your right up on the roof and Jason Payne on the left. Jason has taken the squat, which is the point that people talk about. Is really, it's the point of no return, number one, but it is that once you've done that and you've gotten the confidence, you know, it makes things a little bit easier as you head down the side of the building.
I mean, I was trying to think of the number of years, 8 at least, that we've done this. I've never seen anybody not go. I don't remember anybody getting to any point of this process and not going. We've had people not able to make it for whatever reason or another, but never seen anybody get to the point. At the point of no return, there is no return. But anyway, get locked in and then obviously not be able to go through it. But
it's not like the old Batman show where you could decide halfway you want to go back up.
Yeah, no. It's a one-way ride, everybody.
But But for those people who are, more curious about the technical side, if you're kind of thinking, I'm not sure if I want to do this, et cetera, there are so many safety things put into place. If you start going too fast, the rope locks up so that you will stop. And then it's an easy unlock and you continue. But that's one safety feature. The other safety feature is, and as Jimmy mentioned, we've never seen this happen. If at some point you kind of just froze, they would lower you slowly. And so it's not like they're going to have to call a hook and ladder in to get you down. It's a very safe event, number one, 100% safe. But yet there are also plenty of safety things put in that in the event that's something, that you get nervous while you're coming down and you need some help, the help is there. You also have a walkie-talkie on your shoulder where you can communicate with people both up on the roof and on the ground. So don't let I'm not sure if I, would go too fast. Don't let that worry you. You can't go too fast. They prevent that.
So many safety things. And Welch Elementary has waited long enough. Nancy, you've got another VIP to talk to. Let's send it out to you.
Oh, yeah. You're not. It's a first-time VIP. And I feel like your first time stepping into that VIP status circle is something to brag about, Emily Walls.
Hello, and thank you for having me today.
We were just talking before the cameras were live about how, first of all, your watch says you just had a workout.
So I did have a workout, yes.
Absolutely. This thing, it's like it takes all of your energy and your hands were cramping. I can relate. But the fact is, you went over the edge, you did it, and this is your first year. Are you going to come back?
I think so. It was a pretty incredible experience, for sure.
Well, I see here on your notes here that you have traveled solo around the world.
Yes, so I figured I could do this if I could do that.
I would say so. I would say wine in France, going over the edge. They're kind of the same thing. Exactly. Well, Emily, thank you again, and we hope to see you back next year. And congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Alrighty, Nancy, let me ask you a quick question while I have you on there. You went over the edge, but at first when we approached you and Joe about doing it,
yes.
Joe went.
Yeah.
You had no interest.
Correct.
In fact, we're adamant you were not going to do it.
Correct.
And then you went.
Correct.
And what made you change your mind? I'm asking because I've been trying to get Jimmy Smith to do this for 8 years.
Well, here's the deal. Like, I have a great fear of heights, which I know a lot of the over-the-edgers do. And it's one of those things they want to conquer. I had no interest in conquering it. I'm happy with my feet on the ground. But I'll tell you, we got to talking one day on the air. It was a very organic experience. But something about, like, what's the craziest thing you did for a bet or something? And sure enough, I think it was you, John Busby, who called in the radio station. But no, somebody called in and said, I challenge you, Nancy, to going over the edge. And then people started, I don't want to say it this way, but started offering to pledge money for this wonderful organization. And at that point, I'm like, well, I can't say no, although I really wanted to. But I did it. If I can do it, probably the biggest scaredy cat of all, anybody can do it. And I'm happy to support you and this fabulous organization any way I can with both my feet on the ground.
And that feet on the ground includes running into the ocean.
Correct.
In the middle of and you and Joe in the past couple of years have not only come down on the day of the plunge to be part of the show, so to speak, on the boardwalk, but you go down the week before and jump in the ocean. And the worst weather we had the entire winter was the day you and Joe chose to go into the water.
Oh, yeah. We had it planned, and then we saw Mother Nature had other plans, and we're like, full disclosure, this is going to make for a great video. But then you get there, and the pelting ice and snow and wind and driving rain and the waves and the sub-freezing temperatures, we were like, we are dumb. But no, it's all for a great cause. And if it's a wonderful way to, increase activity on the polar bear plunge and help raise more money and awareness for this fabulous organization, Joe Allen and myself are happy to do it.
Speaking of Joe Allen, can you hear me, Joe, up there? Do you have your headset on?
I can hear you, John.
All right, so let's go back to when you went over the edge. I think the first year we offered you to do so. And
right.
Was it with any hesitancy? I can't remember, to be honest with you.
No, I was excited to do it. The first year was fine. I wasn't scared at all until I got on the roof, and then you start looking down. It was the second year I was a little bit hesitant to do it because I've done it twice now. And quite frankly, I think I'm good. I think twice is enough.
We'll keep you with a mic in your hand up on the roof. And,
right.
You know, one thing we haven't done as we are watching Kyle Hill on the left and Jason Payne on the right come down the building is we haven't talked about the training that goes on up on the roof. I know you've been through it and you're watching it go on. Can you give a quick description to our viewers, including those outside who can look over to the live stream and see it? What exactly happens up on the roof before they come over to get harnessed in?
Well, you get a chance to practice what you're going to do, but on a much smaller scale. They've got a step stool up here that you stand on, and they show you how the ratchet system works that you're using to rappel down the side of the building. And then you actually get to practice it, but just on a much smaller scale. You're going down 1 or 2 steps versus 17 stories. We did have someone earlier, though, I must say, knock over the step stool and then dangle in the air for a moment. So accidents do happen. Fortunately, nobody was hurt, but I guess it's a good thing we do these practice runs before we're doing it for real.
And all of these edgers get a chance to do it at the Rock Gym, the Delaware Rock Gym in Bear, and that's we appreciate those folks. Some of them are here volunteering, the owners and the people that work there, but they open up the Rock Gym on certain nights where anybody going over the edge for Special Olympics Delaware can go there and practice. So thank you for that report up there, Joe, and we've got some more interviews coming up there as people get finished with that training, so we'll be back up to you in a little bit. As you see, I believe that was Kyle Hill and Jason Payne. I believe it was Jason Payne on the right who has landed, and Kyle might still be coming down there on the side of the building there. He is.
So Mr. Payne, a lot of shout outs here on the YouTube channel. Rebecca Hunter, Lynette Short, Amy Miller watching from Bridgeport, West Virginia. Jason Payne with a lot of family members and friends there in wild, wonderful West Virginia. As
Kyle and Jason finishing up. Cheyenne Wolford, Jennifer Wolford on deck, and then Sky Barris and Miss Ray Failing, all members of the 14 people representing the Cesar Rodney School District today. The most of all the districts. Lake Forest will have 12 folks go over. Red Clay 5. Cape Henlopen 5. Colonial 4. North Star Elementary will have 3. They're part of Red Clay, so that actually totals that up to 8. Smyrna Elementary School has 2 people going over. Sussex Tech with 1, and Woodbridge School District with 1 going over as well. If you're listening to this and you're part of a school that's not part of it, you can reach out, and Special Olympics can talk to you about how you might be able to get your school involved in this. What we've learned is it's a wonderful team activity, and when I say team, I mean the entire school, students, parents, colleagues, who all help raise the money for somebody in the school to go over the edge. And then, as Jimmy has talked about, the entire school tunes in. This day and age with technology, everybody can get YouTube in their classroom one way or another. And so people are watching their teachers go over. Imagine what that feels like for the kid who helped raise the money for that to happen, and they actually get to see it happen live.
Yeah, that was the whole premise of this whole, broadcast. I mean, this easily could just happen, in real time and not captured forever or streamed live. But the idea of creating that opportunity for the edger to watch themselves just at a baseline, but also those that help raise money for them and see the organizations come together. It also, creates camaraderie and opportunities for this to spread. I mean, I would imagine there was a lot of people that I saw my friend, I saw my teacher, I saw my boss, whether it be in person or over the stream, that creates and maybe removes some of the stigmas or the hurdles maybe of what does that look like, what does that feel like. The interviews are great. I think that creates a scenario where people are really hearing the process instead of being fully surprised. They see the training. They're hearing Joe Allen talk about it. They're hearing the interviews with Nancy afterward and Mike afterward. They're kind of getting the full gamut of emotions, although be it digitally. They're kind of seeing some of the things happen, and that helps start the conversation. Right. Begin the process of maybe going, I think I can do this.
And getting the emotion when they first land is a lot different than when they get back into school, whether it's immediately, like a couple teachers were doing, or it's tomorrow when they go in. The emotion is going to be different than when they first get off the building there. As you can see, Jason Payne has received his over-the-edge medal along with Kyle Hill, and we are going to send it out to Nancy Johnson.
All right, yeah, I have it's a double whammy here. two fabulous gentlemen from the Caesar Rodney School District. We've got Kyle Hill, district-wide special education resource teacher, and Jason Payne, who's the principal at Welch Elementary. Man, you guys are friends, and now you are more than friends.
He was much faster than me coming down. That's all I'm saying.
We both had full heads of hair when we started.
So now, Jason, this is your second year. Were you instrumental in getting Kyle to do this?
Well, Ray Failing helps with the district coordinating, and she encouraged and coerced several district employees and other staff members to participate. So yeah, it was kind of a group effort.
So a group effort, but a race.
I guess I didn't win, that's for sure.
It's okay. You know how you won? Your feet are on the ground.
I am happy to be on the ground. Yes.
Now, the big question is, would you do it again?
I don't know. Under consideration. We'll see how I feel in a few months.
We'll see how quickly your hair grows back.
Yes, I'm open for that. Open for that.
Congratulations to both of you.
Appreciate it.
All righty, thank you to both. Thank you, Nancy. And up on top there on the right is Cheyenne Wolford. On the left is Jennifer Wolford. Cheyenne is a paraprofessional in the Caesar Rodney School District. Jennifer is the supervisor of student services. As we mentioned, 2 of 14 people going over the edge today for the Christina School District. Jennifer mentions it's the most daring thing she's ever done. And Cheyenne is a fan of roller coasters, and she rides them whenever she can. So this is probably the most daring anything these two have done.
Cheyenne just made a face, if you were watching the live stream, of concern, maybe, of nerves.
But she squatted over.
She did. I mean,
that's
really,
80% of it right there.
Yeah, this is, as we go back up to the top of the building here, we see some of the people that are taking us in down at the base. But we go to the shot up the top of the building. They're talking. You know, this is kind of the last communication with the
hands out. That's
people.
always a
Yeah,
good
that's
sign.
great. That's Jennifer there with her hands out. This is one more. This is how I make this go down. Okay, good. Great.
And there's a great shot of the mechanism. You actually pull on it, and you pull it with your entire hand, and that's changed.
Yeah, you
over
don't
the
pull on
years.
it to stop. You pull on it to go.
To go.
So
right.
you're not having to crank down on it to stop yourself. But this point right here, the one that Cheyenne's about to go through, is, I would imagine, as a non-goer, the part where it's probably 3 feet of a step off, right, from that little lip down to the glass, and you're being pulled away from the building. You don't have to like jump off of it and leap and land, but that little step right there, maybe it's not 3 feet, maybe it's 2, but that's still, you don't see it as you're off the side of the building. You really are trying to keep your eyes up as you settle in. But right from here, you're on as easy of a street as this is.
Yeah, you're stepping down.
Yep.
Is what you're doing.
Yeah,
And
sitting down at the beginning, probably the hardest. That little step that they just took, maybe second.
And these are both first timers. Working their way down. There
you'll
you
see
can
some
see
of the
some more of the training that goes on up top that Joe Allen was just talking about.
I like that guy's hat.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday.
It's nice. It's beekeepers / sun protectant. I love it.
And there are technicians that are in from over the edge. It's a North America-based. I think the headquarters is actually in Canada. They run these events, hundreds of them a year, all over North America. And they bring their technicians in, and then Special Olympics recruits volunteers, not only from the Delaware Rock Gym, but other volunteers, and we appreciate them being here. They're here for 2 days. They were here all day yesterday being trained, and then they're here all day today pulling off what they learned in the training. And so we appreciate the volunteer efforts here of all the volunteers and, of course, the over-the-edge techs who come in from out of state to ensure the safety of this event. And, Jimmy, I've seen both sides of this. I've gone down the side. I've been on the broadcast side, and I've been on the back end where I hear about the training that goes on and all that kinds of stuff. And I can tell you it's as thorough as you would want it to be and as you can imagine if you're going over the edge.
I would love to see, and I know they're locked in and doing their thing, but I would love to see if Joe Allen and Nancy or somebody could come in here from over the edge. I'm assuming there's not somebody that's just roaming.
No.
That's available
Right.
to do. But I'd love to hear from them. Maybe we're doing a lot of speaking for them, I think, over the years.
Right.
We've really never heard from them. And maybe there's a PR person or there's some process they have, but I want to kind of hear from them, maybe some extra behind the scenes of what actually goes into this setup, this building, what's special about it, what's nice about it. Again, because we're saying like, oh man, this is a really nice. I don't know,
Right?
I don't know, but I'm assuming that when you take that kind of investment and effort to make this building a over-the-edge building, what does that mean to the setup? What does that mean to the security? And I don't want to say it's more or less secure than other. I'm assuming everyone is equally secure, but there's definitely an advantage to having a partner in the building of making this a really, really secure place to do this.
Yeah, and one of those places we might eventually be able to make that happen is up on the roof, where one of the techs I know is, but they're busy. And we've always said when we do this broadcast, one thing we are never going to do is interfere with the broadcast or slow it down. But they do have rope checks, and occasionally they do have delays, and we might be able to grab one of the techs up there. Speaking of up on the roof, let's send it up to Joe Allen.
All right, thank you very much, John. Yes, we're up here, 17 stories up in Wilmington. You can see the whole city from up here. We got a group of people who are eagerly waiting to go now. You're Nori?
Nori.
Who are you with, Nori?
Cesar Rodney School District.
Okay, so how many times have you done this so far?
None.
This is your very first year going over the edge. How are you feeling right now?
Little nervous.
Right. So I'm sure when you signed up and you thought, all right, this is going to be kind of scary, you felt that way initially. Now you're up here on the roof looking around. How has that changed for you?
It's a little worse.
Well, you did the practice.
I've only asked for the car keys like 3 times.
Right, trying to make your escape out of here. Well, you did the practice run. Are you feeling more confident after that?
Sure.
Okay, so you're obviously a little bit nervous. That's normal, I think. I did it twice, and both times I was equally terrified. What got you involved in something like this?
I've always taught special education. It's just a great cause. It gives helps so many athletes, that wouldn't have opportunities otherwise if they didn't have Special Olympics Delaware.
Fantastic. Have you done anything else like this in your life? Anything that you would equate to being terrifying like this?
No, I don't even ride roller coasters.
Oh my gosh, this is your very first time. My goodness, right.
Plunge is about the worst thing I've done.
I'll vouch for that. The polar bear plunge is also very scary. So, Nori, thank you so much for being here today. It is for such an excellent cause for Special Olympics Delaware. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All righty, thank you, Joe. Another crew of Cesar Rodney people getting ready to go over 14 total people when it's all said and done, including Cheyenne Wolford on the right and Jennifer Wolford on the left, making their way down. After that, it'll be Sky Boris, Miss Ray Failing, Chris Kulak, Kim Lucas, Jillian Sessler, and Nori White, who you just heard from, will round out the crew of people going down for this 17 stories, 222 feet rappel over the edge to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. Thousands of athletes participating in sports year-round, 16 of them total. Some athletes participate in like 5 or 6, others maybe only 1, but the reality of it is it gets them out and gets them active, which we want, every parent wants for their children, and for our adults who are involved in Special Olympics, it's a great way for them to stay healthy. Whether they do it after work, whether they do it as part of the school day. We have some adults who are in the 18 to 22 programs that do Special Olympics, and so it's just a great organization using sports as the foundation. There's health components to it in terms of health education, healthy athletes programming. We talked about the Unified Champion School program in more than 180 schools around the state, and just a variety of ways that people can become involved in Special Olympics. And one of the things I've seen in my 35 years is how important Special Olympics is in the transition from schools into the community for our adult athletes, to give them that opportunity to continue to socialize, to continue to stay healthy. Really, every child should have that opportunity to make sure that when they leave the school system and go into the community, they have a way to stay active and stay healthy to prolong their life. So all of the money raised in this event, it'll be over $100,000 before the day is over. It's more than $1.5 million in the 12 previous years that have been raised. Stays right here in the state of Delaware to support thousands of athletes who do participate, starting with competition and training, and then the other aspects of the program that take place. So every dime stays here in the state of Delaware. Only state in the country where there is zero cost to participate in Special Olympics. Zero cost for the athletes, no matter what their family, their income situation is. And that includes training places, sites to compete, and when I say sites, first-class sites like the Summer Games at the University of Delaware that's coming up on June 7th and 8th. Equipment that is needed. Our athletes compete with and train with the top equipment that there is. And all of that is made possible not only by the 97 people that are coming down the side of the building today, but the 750 motorcycles that were part of the Ride to the Tide, the 250 trucks that were part of the truck convoy, the more than 4,000 people that jumped in the ocean that you heard Nancy Johnson talking about, the polar bear plunge. And so lots of different ways to raise money for Special Olympics. And a lot of people, it's $5 here, $10 there, whether they're supporting somebody doing a fundraising event or just donating to the organization. You can go to SODE.org, just Google Special Olympics Delaware to get more information about that.
An incredible experience here, as only chance in the state to go 222 feet in the air and come down. In this way, of course. 17 stories here at the Delaware Avenue location of our Over the Edge event every single year, as we have 2 more landings. And coming up next, Sky Boris and Miss Ray Failing will go. Caesar Rodney School District.
And you see them up there on top of the roof. Sky Boris is a longtime supporter of Special Olympics in a lot of ways. So is Miss Ray Failing. Sky is the head coach of the unified sports teams at Caesar Rodney High School. She's the head coach of the unified flag football team, the unified basketball team, and she is also the head coach of the Caesar Rodney School District softball team. So does a lot, always has Special Olympics at the top of her list. And we're going to send it outside to Nancy Johnson.
So, yeah, it's an exciting time here because I believe we have 2 first-timers. 2 first-timers. We have Cheyenne and Jennifer Wolford. I want to know, because Cheyenne said that, Cheyenne, you said that you are a fan of roller coasters. She's still taking her helmet off and things like that. But so I just want to know, like, how this compares to riding a roller coaster. Going over the edge, go over the side of a building or strapped in a car on a track, having fun and screaming.
I'd rather do a roller coaster, but I do plan to do this again next year. It was a lot of fun.
A lot of fun? And what was it that made you want to do something this crazy?
I was kind of talked into it at first because I'm not a fan of heights at all, but I'm glad I did. But I also did it for my students too, so.
Wonderful. And you're in the Caesar Rodney School District, right? Yes. Paraprofessional, and you just want to thank everyone that supported you and all of your wonderful sponsors that have supported your journey here. Wonderful. Now, any relation to Jennifer? I had a feeling that you guys were related. This is your mom, Jennifer. This is your first time too?
Yes. Yeah.
And how did that make you feel?
It was not as scary as I thought it was going to be, so it turned out to be fun.
Because you said the scariest thing you ever did was a zip line, and it wasn't that high.
Yeah. Yeah, so this was obviously higher.
Obviously. Would you do it again?
I actually think I would, yeah.
You guys are crazy, but in the best possible way. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you to the Wolfers, Sky Boris, and Miss Ray Failing on deck. I understand we might have a technician up on the roof. Joe Allen, is that true?
Mark, you ready, sir? Okay, gotcha. He's getting geared up. Yeah, we got a couple raindrops coming down now. We're going to cross our fingers, though, and hope that doesn't turn into a real thing. But we got Mark with us right now. He's gearing up. You're getting ready for the rain. I like that. That's a nice coat. What's this thing on your hat you have here?
It's called a sombrero.
Sombrero on the helmet, I mean. Okay.
It's a company by CMC. They make it specifically for these helmets.
I need to get on Amazon and get one of those. So what's your official title here, Mark?
I am the site safety supervisor for this event. Basically, anything that needs to get done or any of the special rigging or anything like that.
Okay, can you tell, this is quite an extravagant setup that we have here on the roof. Can you tell us a little bit about what's going on?
Yeah, sure. So we have this set up as a signature event, and that's basically what you see here is 2 rope systems, and everything's tied back to the building, so in order for anything really bad to happen, the building has to disappear.
Okay, basically, because there's 2, so there's a backup rope then with the 2 ropes there.
Yes, sir. So you'll see we have 2 colored ropes. The orange one on both lines is our backup, and the colored rope is our main. That's what actually is going to hold the participant the whole time. And if for whatever reason that one disintegrated, the orange one will catch them.
And my understanding is this is set up in such a way that if somebody panics as they're going down and they can't continue going down, you can lower them manually from the ground.
Absolutely. Each system is set up independent, and they'll do their own thing. And if they pull too hard on the one lever, it'll lock, and then we'll have them reset it. But if they can't make it all the way down on their own, I can lower them if need be.
Okay, so this is something you obviously do all the time. You're a professional. Does this level 17 story up, is this intimidating to you at all? Is this scary or not?
I get asked that all the time. So the hardest part is obviously going over the edge. That's why we call it over the edge. And I've been doing this a long time, and I still get a little nervous going over. It's definitely not a natural thing.
I'm standing here with a microphone. I'm going to take the elevator down. I'm still a little nervous on the edge, so I completely get it. Mark, thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Hey, Joe, can I grab him real quick again before he goes away?
Mark, John's got a question for you.
If it's okay. If he needs to go, he needs to go.
Okay.
2 questions. One is, you've worked at other buildings. How does this building compare height-wise to the other buildings
All right,
that
so
you do?
You've worked at other buildings. How does this building compare height-wise?
This is about average. Ideally, anywhere from 200 to 300 feet is perfect, and we're right in the middle of that at about 220. So that's a great building height.
And my follow-up question is maybe talk a little bit about the rain. I know one drop does not mean we go into a delay, but people are probably starting to wonder, since the weather has come up, what exactly the protocols are for weather.
So weather-related, we've got a couple raindrops right now. Hopefully nothing heavy starts here soon, but if it does, what protocol's in order?
Rain or shine, we'll go. As long as I can see the ground, we're going to let it ride. And wind and lightning are our biggest factors that we'll have to stop it for.
Thank you very much.
Super. Thank you, Joe, very much. And thank you to the technicians from Over the Edge. Just doing an incredible job, which helps keep this event as safe as it is. So Sky Boris is on your left, Miss Ray Failing on the right. Sky making her first ever descent. For Ray Failing, it is her 5th descent, both members of the Caesar Rodney School District. I mentioned about Sky Boris and what she does at this school. Miss Ray Failing is the unified cheerleading coach at Caesar Rodney High School, also volunteers for Special Olympics in other ways. Basically, the unified cheerleading coach, the squad is made up of cheerleaders with and without disabilities, just like a unified sport. They actually participated in an event at Delaware State University. They were the cheerleading squad when Special Olympics Delaware's unified team played Howard University's unified team. It was the first ever unified event between 2 HBCU colleges in the country. That happened several weeks ago, and the unified cheerleading team, Miss Ray Failing, made sure they were a big part of that. So that was a wonderful thing doing that. And so we'll look forward to talking to both of them at the bottom. I'm interested especially in Miss Ray Failing. She has flown in an open cockpit biplane. She's been in a hot air balloon ride, and she's zip-lined in Hawaii. Jimmy, I'm not going in an open cockpit biplane, and I'm not going in a hot air balloon either.
No. So, this has got to be lesser. And I'd be surprised. I think some people, the moving on your own and it being a little slower, maybe that. I don't know. I don't want to speak for anybody here, but nope, and this also nope. So the order by which the nopes are, you're right. I'd be interested to hear where this nopage is for them.
So they are making their way slow and steady down. You can see a shot of the crowd there at the bottom. A couple people who have received their Over the Edge medal. We have a handful of Special Olympics athletes who are on hand to hand those out to the edgers as they come to the bottom there. If you're sitting in front of your computer watching and you're here in the Wilmington area, or even if you're just nearby, you want to come down and check it out. We're at the 300 Delaware Avenue building right in Wilmington, and you can come join this crowd here. You can see a reporter out there being interviewed. Back up top, you can see they're waiting for the next crew to come over and be trained. Quite a bunch of apparatus up there, and there are the 2 coming down the side of the building, Sky Boris and Miss Ray Failing. Good time again to thank our sponsors, Brandywine Realty Trust, the host site sponsor here at the 300 Delaware Avenue building, Delaware One Federal Credit Union, and Newcastle County Fire Services. both rope sponsors for the event. The fire services have been sponsors for several years. Delaware One Federal Credit Union here for the first year. Thank them for being part of it. And TD Bank, longtime supporters. They are the landing zone sponsor for us. Their bank is located literally right next to the landing zone. They will have an employee coming on to be interviewed later on today and talk about the experiences that their own employees have had going over the Edge event since it's been here. Supporters of the event include Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics. It's a year-round effort by officers in every police municipality to raise funds and awareness for Special Olympics and be at medal ceremonies to hand out the medals to the athletes. Sheraton Suites Wilmington, right next door, they provided discounted lodging for our Over the Edge staff. And the Delaware Rock Gym and Bear we've mentioned a few times because they provide opportunities for our edgers to practice, especially valuable and important for first-time edgers who go over the edge. We had a Special Olympics athlete, Stephen Turner, from the Newark Dragons, who went over the edge this morning. Just further proof how important this organization is to the people that are involved. They're willing to rappel 17 stories. He raised the $1,100 to do so, and knowing how important this is for him, this organization. As our two edgers are coming to the bottom there. Sky Boris and Miss Ray Failing finishing up. And we'll wait till they get unharnessed and over to talk to Nancy Johnson. Coming up, if you're tuning in wondering, we're about 15 minutes behind schedule. Often we catch up quickly, though, so I wouldn't go anywhere if any of the following people are ones you want to see. Chris Kulak, Kim Lucas, Jillian Sessler, Nori White, Amy Calhoun, and Matthew Jenkins all should be going over the edge in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. You can see the next two are being harnessed up, ready to go. I'm going to assume that's Chris Kulak and Kim Lucas. We're still waiting for the official notification for them to come down. But they will be the next two to go over. And you can see the medal being presented down there at the bottom. And looks like Nancy Johnson is ready. We'll send it out to Nancy.
Yeah, thank you. I've got Sky Boris here from Cesar Romney High School. This is your very first year, right?
Yes.
How do you feel?
Good. That was a lot of fun.
A lot of fun. You've got a very smiles and and what is your name?
Ray Failing.
And I have heard your name dropped several times already this morning. You seem to be the ringleader of getting everybody to kind of do this.
Yeah, we try and put together a good team. So.
And why do you do it?
I do it. I work with students every day that get the benefits of Special Olympics, and they're in my heart and my soul, and I would do anything for them. So this is just a little piece to help out.
And how many years have you done this so far?
This was my 4th rappel.
Will there be a 5th?
Yes.
And what about you?
I'm doing it again.
Next year?
Yes.
Yeah, way to go. Congratulations, guys, and thank you so much for all of your support for Special Olympics at Delaware.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Sky. Thank you, Nancy. Let's go 17 stories up. Joe Allen.
Very much, Sean. Yes, we're up here. I got Amy Calhoun. This is your 3rd year, right?
It's my 3rd year, yes.
It's your first year, though, doing it with Sussex Tech, right?
Yes, I'm Sussex Tech's very first edger.
That's pretty awesome. I graduated from Sussex Tech a long time ago, back in 2003. But anyway, that was my high school. So you need to try to get other people now. Did everyone say no way?
Well, it was kind of a last-minute thing. So next year, I'm definitely not doing this by myself.
Right. So this is year number 3. How are you feeling now that we're up here 17 stories?
It's still scary, but it's good. I mean, it's good, but it's still intimidating.
It never seems to get any easier, right? Like, is there anybody you want to shout out or say thank you to?
I want to thank all of my sponsors that made it possible for me to go over the edge today. I want to shout out the BFM Tech area who took the time to create my shirt today. And then just all of the support back at school. And my son said, Mom, make sure you shout me out. So, hey, to Brooklyn, Kinsley, and Drew, my kids at home, hopefully watching right now.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Amy. We got Matthew. This is also your 3rd year, right, Matt?
Yes.
And how are you feeling today? Are you feeling confident? Are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm comfortable. It doesn't bother me.
Wow. So you're into the thrilling stuff. What other things do you do that you would equate to this?
This is it, actually.
Okay. This is the thing. Year number 3.
It doesn't bother me.
So we'll see you next year for year number 4?
Of course.
Good luck to you today, Matt. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Joe, and thank you, Amy and Matt. Amy Calhoun has been a longtime edger and support her at the Lake Forest School District at Lake Forest Central Elementary, which does an incredible job of getting kids involved with and without disabilities in their Unified Champion School program. Transferred over to Sussex Tech High School, and knowing Amy, she will have more than one other person going with her. She's just that type of person that she gets her passion for the organization is contagious. And so we appreciate her continuing to be involved and look forward to her getting more people involved at Sussex Tech there. You can see Kim Lewis now taking the first steps backwards there on the green rope, puts the arms out. That's one of the photo shoots that people like to get as she makes her way down. And that is Chris Kulak, who has already made that first step over the rim there. So he is on his way down. 17 stories, 222 feet at the 300 Delaware Avenue building. I'm John Busby, a member of the Special Olympics staff, joined by Jimmy Smith, who heads up this production from the digital team, a large crew of people here who are supporting it, camera people, sound people, all types of people, including the ShowWorks folks who set this whole up all day yesterday. I was amazed. I started, it was a bare room when I left, and when I came back in, there's several screens and several shots and computers. Just an amazing production here that goes on.
Yeah, long cable runs, up the building, and back down, audio, video feeds, things outside. ShowWorks is awesome. So yeah, and then there's an audio deck so that we can EQ all the microphones that we got from the interviews to the crowd mic that you're hearing, kind of atmospheric sound, our microphones, directing. We have a PTZ robotic camera we talked about. So our camera operator, the camera you're seeing right now is being operated by Dan Finan, who's using a joystick. Really, it's a kind of like a computer game.
Like my Atari used to be.
Yeah,
Not to age myself.
Well, it very much ages you there. So just kind of how everybody understands the flow of things. The cameras are kind of coming in. Darnell Vaughn is our director right now. He's choosing camera angles, and the camera angles are manned up on the roof. Tommy Tyree. Aaron Finan is the one that's been getting the interviews down at the base. And Dan, her brother, so we got a brother-sister combo here, is the one running the robotic camera you see now. Again, Darnell making all the choices, switching. We got picture-in-picture with interviews. And then downstream all the way, as it's referred to. Oh, boy, that weather. Stay over there, please. It's all being added downstream to where I'm adding some graphics. And when we go to commercial breaks, I'll play them there. But, it's a relatively elaborate setup. We also have communication between all the cameras and directors and things like that. So ShowWorks, unreal support for this broadcast and Special Olympics as a whole. They're also providing the speakers outside and the screen that you see if you're here at the site off to your right inside the bank. That's their screen. There's stuff set up on the 10th floor that all helps Special Olympics structure, organization of this event. There's a lot of AV involved beyond this broadcast. So big shout out to Tom and his crew at ShowWorks for bringing this all together. I am seeing some of our camera operators make some preparatory steps for some potential weather. We are wiping some lenses and putting some bags over things. So it looks like it's beginning to do the thing we've talked about, but not enough rain for anything to change. It looks like the rain is going to be such that they will continue to do so. Really, the rain is, as we heard from the site supervisor, not something, unless he can't see the ground, that they would consider holding up. But obviously, you want the edgers to have a good experience. If the rain is such that they just aren't going to have fun, I think they'll take a small break. But lightning and high winds are the things that will put us in a little bit of a weather break. But right now, just a little refreshing rain, considering an 85-plus degree day yesterday. And today, a much nicer, cooler day with a little bit of rain as Kim and Chris approach the lip and nearly ready to finish their edge.
Both of them having gone over twice, and so a third time for that. Getting toward the end of the Caesar Rodney folks that are there as they head to the landing edge. 17 stories, 222 feet.
catch up on some of the shout-outs here on YouTube. Joseph Calder saying that Miss Ray Failing just wants to give him a heart attack. I mean, if you're getting a heart attack through the computer screen, then can only imagine what they're getting when they're actually doing it. So Stephen Smith says, let's go Butta. I'm assuming the Butta in mention here knows who they are. I don't know whose nickname that is, but Carolyn Newcott says, good luck, Teresa. And Samantha Ashby congratulating Ray and Sky. Chris, a shout out. Love you, babe. I'm watching. Not sure who that was in. Oh, Amy Calhoun is his daughter. So that's who he's shouting out there. And then Matthew Kulak with a took him long enough there mentioned for Chris. And Matthew also saying, guess I'll have to join him next year. So we're getting some people that are expressing their interest on YouTube.
I was just going to say, it's anybody that says it took him long enough better either have already gone over.
Put up or shut up then.
Or signed up for next year.
Show us what you can do, Matthew.
Right. It's like at the plunge. Well, why didn't you go all the way in? Well, do you go all the way in? Oh, I won't plunge.
Absolutely
it's that kind of thing.
No way. And so Amanda also congratulating her husband, Chris Kulak. So, they're if you're going to say things like, oh, you should have, you could have, why didn't you? You have your opportunity. You know where to find them, SODE.org. You know how to do it. And if not, just ask a question to the person that you're chirping, how to go about doing that. But 2 new edgers on the ground, 2 new feats accomplished as Nancy takes over and congratulates our 2 newest edgers.
Yeah, I mean, Chris Kulak, you're a 3rd grade teacher at Stokes Elementary. 2nd year, how does it feel?
Feels amazing. Last year was a little warm, but this year was great, even with a little bit of a sprinkle.
I like how you're focused on the weather conditions.
I do like the weather. Everybody knows that. I am their weather person in the school.
It's just interesting to me. You're going rappelling off the side of a building and you're concerned about the cloud cover and the sprinkles and not, getting to the ground.
I'm not worried about getting to the ground. I trust every one of these people that put everything together, so I know that they did their job right, so I make it down correctly.
And the reason why you do what you do?
Because you want to help other people. It's as simple as that.
Wonderful. Well, congratulations, Chris. Thank you very much. Thank you. And Kim, get on over here, girl. This is your 2nd year too?
Yes.
And how does it compare between this year and last year?
This year I could look around a little bit more and enjoy the view.
You weren't so stressed out?
No.
Well, that's a good thing. And now, would you do it again?
Absolutely.
And what is it about this experience? Because apparently you like to skydive and zip line and whitewater rafting. How does this rank in that?
It's in the top 5.
Top 5. Wonderful. Well, congratulations and thank you so much.
It's in the top 5 of the 5 daring things I've done.
Thank you very much.
Top 1.
Top 1, yeah.
Should be top.
Yeah. No, that's of those 5.
Yeah,
certainly.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Nori White getting ready to go over on the green rope. As you look here, that's the left of your screen, and Jillian Sessler here on the right of your screen. And if you're, when they come over the edge, they'll kind of flip spots. So the blue rope is for Jillian. The green rope is for Nori. So Jillian a little bit further along in the process, beginning the sit down, point of no return. Jillian could still pack it up, but I think she's going to stick with it. Pardon me, I have that backwards.
You do, I was
Nori,
gonna say, yeah.
Nori could still run. Jillian's
on her way.
Yeah, we'll see you over the edge. Great shot there. You get kind of you did get kind of the depth there of how high we truly are up.
The arms out look.
That's the best. $162 people watching right now. Make sure you continue to shout out. Where are you watching from? Who are you watching for? Over 1,200 views so far here in 3 hours, pretty much on the dot that we've been doing this. So,
and those don't count the 400 people in one school.
Any view, any view party where there's more than one set of eyeballs, it's a little skewed. So you got to think it's I don't want to say double, but definitely some sort of multiplication to that number. We know a lot of classrooms, a lot of offices that watch it over the years, and But thank you to all the classrooms, schools, businesses that are supporting their edgers with your eyeballs and your financial donations. $1,100 is, I don't want to say all it takes, but that is the amount of money raised by the baseline. That's the bottom of the financial contribution for each edger. The leading edger right now, we'll see here in a little bit. First-time edger, George Daneman, who's raised almost $8,000. So that's nearly 8 times what he needed to. That's the kind of support that first-time edgers can have and the kind of impact that they can have too.
That's Jillian Sessler on the right. Want to give a shout out to some of her sponsors. We do that whenever we can because we realize a lot of these people rely on sponsors, not only individual sponsors, and we don't get into those lists necessarily because that would take a long time and forever, but some of the companies who have sponsored, usually in somewhat of a significant amounts. For Jillian Sessler, C&M Builders, Dover Skating Center, Mission Nutrition, Katie Bennett State Farm, K4 Custom Wiring, Neil Lito Certified Flooring, Delaware Nora Rehab, TBC Childcare, Master Inferiors, Wyoming Millwork, Meg's Electric Beach Tanning, Pure Wellness, Beyond Speech. The Alexander crew of VAB, the Ohio Sesslers, North Carolina Sesslers, Don Williams, Laura Clark, Katie Rivera, Deanna Rigby, Tara Withkoff, and the Stokes Elementary School staff, as well as her husband, Mark. And so lots of sponsors. You know, some people do this and they just write a check. Other people get individual sponsors. Other people get corporate and individual sponsors like Jillian did right there. And a lot of those sponsors also help support the other CR people that are going over. I'm just looking through the list real quick. Not going to repeat any of them, but Neil Lito Certified Flooring was one of them that I didn't mention before. Delaware Neuro Rehab, Masters Interiors, Beyond Speech, and many supporters. They all help Nori White as well. So lots of ways for people to raise money. As I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, you know, one of the things I did is I put out an email and I said, if you don't want to join me over the edge, the least you could do is help raise money for me, and most people did in that case.
Pay your way out of it. I think that's always, I do that with cutting my grass. Pay your way out of it if you can't do anything else. Also a reminder here on YouTube, share this link with anybody you think needs to watch it. It is archived, so you can go back and watch this at any point if you missed anything or the edger wants to watch it themselves. So post it on your Facebook wall just so that that person can have it. You have the link. This link isn't going anywhere, but just so you have it somewhere. And also, if you're catching somebody midway through and you're like, man, I really want to watch from the beginning, or maybe they did an interview, you can always roll back. You know, as you're on this page, you can hit the arrow keys back and forward, and you can go back. It's kind of like a live DVR. You can roll back and watch any point of the broadcast. And then also put some thumbs up here on this feed to promote it further to YouTube. I know it is probably hitting the people that it really matters the most to, but sharing this link and giving it some thumbs up, liking it here in YouTube will also help promote Special Olympics Delaware's content to others. So, you know, whether it's this event, future events, other videos they put out, support it in all the ways you can. Those are the free ways to do it. So, you know, support this as you can, sharing it and giving it some thumbs up, hearts in the chat to work with the algorithm, if you will, here on YouTube to further promote Special Olympics.
Spread the word about Special Olympics, not only for the athletes that it benefits, but those who want to volunteer. Summer Games is coming up June 7th and 8th at the University of Delaware. Google Special Olympics Delaware. It'll send you right to the website, sode.org. You can sign up to volunteer for that. Or if you want to coach throughout the year, do other things, lots of ways you can become involved in Special Olympics, including, obviously, donation. This event benefits Special Olympics, which provides sports training and competition opportunities for thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the year. For more information how you or someone else can get involved as an athlete or volunteer, visit www.sode.org. As we said, every dollar raised for today's event and all the other fundraising events and all the donations that are made, whether individuals, corporate, or businesses, stay right here in the state of Delaware. Free opportunities for the athletes who participate in Special Olympics. Everything is paid for, training equipment, supplies, training sites, competition sites, meals when they're at the competitions, overnight accommodations at Summer Games. All that money stays right here in the state of Delaware. So it's one of the organizations where you can actually see your donation in action. There's a lot of great organizations out there, But some of them, you give money, it goes to a great cause, and it's used very well, but you really can't see the output. You can come to an event and see our Special Olympics athletes compete and be part of Special Olympics. We're going to send it upstairs. Joe Allen, I believe, has somebody with an interview.
Thank you very much, John. Yes, I've got Cynthia with me now. Cynthia, how are you today?
I'm fabulous. Little scared.
You seem a little bit nervous. You were nervous about doing the interview, but how are you feeling about doing the rappelling?
The rappelling's the easy part.
Okay. How many times have you done this now?
None. This is my first time.
Your very first time. That's incredible. And you roped some other people in here. How'd you do that? How'd you get other people involved?
Just asked.
You said yes?
She begged me, and I was like, okay, fine, I'll do it.
Oh, my goodness. So how did you get involved with this? You said it's your very first year.
It was my 10th year for the plunge, and I missed it this year. I was out of the country, so I decided if I missed the plunge, I guess it's time to step it up and try over the edge.
That's fantastic. Is there anybody you'd like to shout out or say thank you to today?
Well, my tailor, my Miss Brittingham for joining me, for being my partner in crime, our administrators for letting us come and letting our students come, and all of the little ones down there that are cheering us on.
I guess I should have asked, who are you with?
Smyrna Elementary.
Smyrna Elementary. Well, good luck to all of you today. Thank you so much.
Joe, I got you there real quick. What's the weather like right now?
We got a couple raindrops, John, here and there, but nothing real bad. The wind has actually calmed down some, but nothing to worry about yet.
That's good. Good to hear. Thank you very much. And so Joe Allen, of course, with WSTW up on the roof there. And so a couple of raindrops. You heard, if you weren't tuned in, when we talked to the over-the-edge technician about 20 minutes ago, they basically said as long as they can see the bottom where the person is going as they rappel, they will continue in the rain. Fortunately, it's just a few raindrops is what we're hearing, so it's still going to be a good experience for those going
I'm looking
over.
at the forecast here and also the radar right now, and it looked like the heavier of the storm, very relative, heavy, probably not much, but I don't want to speak for the areas that were just hit, but Bear, Glasgow, Delaware City, maybe a little bit of southern Newcastle were the parts that the band hit. So that storm is come and gone. So I'm thinking, with my minimal meteorology experience, that we have missed what the heavier portion of it was. You know, these are the storms that were creating tornadoes in, you know, other parts of the country. So they definitely had some oomph to them,
Right.
you know, later in the day, or rather early in the day yesterday. So a big bullet to have missed here. You know, the event, we were using terminology that we hadn't. You know, you were talking about weather delay graphics and things like that. We've never really spoken about that. So we did the rain dance, and it worked.
Yeah, we saw a lot of 50% on the hourlies, and that way they cover themselves. There's a 50% chance it could rain, 50% chance they
always.
might.
and there's a lot, you know, there's a lot of misconception. That's a coverage area rather than a chance. So a 50% chance that your area gets rain, not a 50% chance that Wilmington total gets rain. So it is a little, you know, confusing about how that all works. And again, a lot of meteorologists, just to cover themselves, just say there's a 50% chance it's going to rain. So.
All right, the last rain report we got was from up on the roof. We're going to go back up to Joe Allen, who's got somebody else to interview. Go ahead, Joe.
We just got done interviewing a second ago here. We had some folks from Smyrna Elementary, and then I had Teresa here. She's like, I wanted to talk to you. I had something I wanted to say. So you're here by yourself today.
I am here for our son Xavier Zimmer, X-Man. Hey, buddy, how are you doing? Enjoy your swimming. Hi to all your classmates. And thank you to all the J.D. Shuckers customers who made this possible today. And Jerry for daring me. Thank you.
All right, there you go. So Jerry's the guy responsible for all of this here. She wanted to get that shout out on the air, so I'm glad we got to do that. Teresa, good luck to you today. Oh, one more.
And to my lovely sister Carol, happy 65th birthday today. Have a great
Joe,
one.
I'm going to ask her one thing. Joe, can I ask her one question? As a Special Olympics parent, what has this organization, how has it made a difference in your child's life and your family's life?
As a Special Olympics parent, how has Special Olympics made a difference in your child's life and in your life?
Oh, it has been simply amazing. Xavier has been involved in Special Olympics since about 5 or 6 years old, starting with young athletes all the way up to multiple sports. It has opened up him socially, and especially with his speech and language and fine motor skills, gross motor skills. This is a kid who was told maybe he would possibly never walk or talk, and he is a stud. So if you ever get a chance to watch any of these Special Olympic sports or competitions or even practices, look for X-Man, and you will never forget him. You won't.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
All righty. Thank you. We might have to record that as a PSA.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about, we're talking about some children that are being told sports is, or what are you talking about sports?
Right.
They may never talk in any way, and then the sports is a long shot.
Yeah.
And so incredible opportunities that your money, your eyeballs, your attention, your just knowing about Special Olympics is doing. So just even being able to talk about it with others, and you may expose a family to who just moved, right? Let's say they moved from Pennsylvania or across the country. They may not know of the structure of the Special Olympics Delaware, and just talking about it. Wait, really? There's that kind of support? It's free?
Right. Yeah.
And so you may change a life through those kind of things. So talk about it. You don't have to just donate. You don't have to volunteer. Please do. But talking about it, sharing this link, exposing anybody to any of these things does wonders, is life-changing.
Nori White on your left, Jillian Sessler on your right, making their way down. Both are first-time rappellers from the Caesar Rodney School District. Slight drizzle outside from what we understand, but nothing that is going to delay the event. And for those of you just tuning in, wondering who is coming up, we are about 20 minutes behind schedule or so, and that happens, and then we can catch up real quick, so not a big deal. But coming up shortly will be Amy Calhoun, Matthew Jenkins, George Daneman, Teresa Zimmer, Cindy Atkinson, Taylor Brittingham, Ben Ashby, and Ryan Blakeman. So if you're tuned in, wondering if you missed those people, you did not. The two people that are going over were scheduled to go over right around 11:10 or so, and so we are a few minutes behind schedule. But again, don't go anywhere and think, oh, I've got plenty of time. Those names I rattled off could go quickly, depending. All depends on the speed of the people coming down. There's never any pressure to go faster than they want to. It's all about enjoying the experience. The entire 17 stories, 222 feet for an event that in 12 years has raised $1.5 million and certainly will make a six-figure profit today when it is all said and done as these folks continue to land there. That was Jillian Sessler making her first rappel. If you're here on site, put your hands together for her. And not far behind her is Nori White, also completing her first rappel. Those of you watching this final story, the volunteers at the bottom, and by story I mean the story height of the building, this first story, the volunteers pull the ropes so that the edgers are pulled away from that, what we call the final lip that you go over before you land in the landing zone, sponsored by TD Bank. Again, your rope sponsors are Del One Federal Credit Union and Newcastle County Fire Service.
A little horizontal re-entry there.
Coming down for the finish. Let's put your hands together for Nori White and Jillian Sessler.
Good work.
Finishing their first rappels down the side of the building.
And they tell you to sit back like that. I don't know if you're supposed to fully lie down while in midair, but
it's whatever works.
They want you to sit down.
Whatever works, and that worked. So we will hear from both of them with WSTW's Nancy Johnson in just a couple minutes. Amy Calhoun and Matthew Jenkins scheduled to be next on the ropes. Don't forget to share your thoughts on social media. You can do it on YouTube, obviously, if you're watching on YouTube, but you can also do it on Twitter or Facebook at SO Delaware. At SO Delaware is the Special Olympics webpage. But if you want to comment right on the air, YouTube is the way to go while you're watching it. And if you're outside and you haven't realized it yet, if you look to your right, if you're sitting in the bleachers, you'll see a big TV screen in the window of the TD Bank building. That is the live stream. So what you can see there is shots of the roof that you don't get to see if you're here live and in person, but it's like being the best of both worlds. You are here live and in person, but yet you can see angles that you wouldn't be able to see unless you were home watching the YouTube. And of course, with cell phones, you can watch it on that as well, where you will benefit from the sound directly on your phone. So we are approaching, it's 11:40, and numbers 32 and 33, Amy Calhoun is going to be on the right, looking up at the building on the blue rope, and Matthew Jenkins will be on the green rope, which will be to your left if you're looking up at the building. And we are ready to go outside to WSDW's Nancy Johnson.
Yeah, now here we are. I have Nori White. You made it, girl. You came down, you rappelled off the edge, and now you're back on the ground. How do you feel?
A little sick to my stomach.
But you know what? You did it. You faced a fear, and you did something pretty magnificent for Special Olympics of Delaware.
Yes, it's a great cause.
It is a great cause. I've done it once myself, and I had the fear of the universe inside, but I did it, and I'm very proud of you for doing it. This is your first time?
Yes.
And who are you here supporting?
The Caesarani School District.
And this is all your teammates?
Caesarani School District.
One.
14 strong.
14 strong, and you made it. You did it. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good luck to everybody.
All righty, thank you, Nancy. And another successful edger going over the event. And up top there, you can see Matthew Jenkins, who is on your right. He'll be on your left if you're looking up at the building. And then there is also Amy Calhoun, who is out of the picture now, but was on your left, and she will be on the right coming down. She is the interview we just had on the roof from Sussex Tech High School. Special education teacher there, longtime supporter as a teacher at Lake Forest Central Elementary. A bunch of those teachers are going to be going over later today. You can see Matt Jenkins inching his way down there. And so we've got Matt on the left, Amy on the right, as you see it. There they are, arms wide out for Amy. That's a veteran. She's doing it for the 4th time. Matthew Jenkins also doing it for the 4th time. And made his first step over that lip, and Amy will follow suit. And if you're just tuning in, I'm John Busby, a member of the Special Olympics staff, joined by Jimmy Smith, the executive producer of this broadcast and owner and president of the digital team. He's here with quite a few of his crew members that are on different parts of the broadcast. And we appreciate their help in putting this together as well as
we have Dan and Aaron Finan. Related, right? I know. Okay. We also have Darnell Vaughn and Tommy Tyree. Tommy back for a second. Dan and Tommy back for second years. And Aaron and Darnell here for the first time. But obviously very much in the audiovisual space, live event space. Worked with Darnell at an event earlier in February for SL24. So very, although younger, it's fun to give them these opportunities, very experienced in what they're doing today. So some new equipment to them, including the robotic camera, which is the angle that you're seeing right now, that being controlled by a joystick. But the rest of this stuff, easy for them to walk in and nail.
And so Amy Calhoun on the right there coming down. And then the one on the left again is Matthew Jenkins. Both of these folks are heading to the TD Bank landing zone. We're looking forward to hearing from Lisa Kirkwood, who is the Senior Vice President for TD Bank, Delmar region. She's scheduled to come on the broadcast here around 12 noon, and we'll talk to her about TD Bank's involvement. They've been involved from the beginning of this event, since their bank, one of their branches, is literally at the bottom and attached to the 300 Delaware Avenue building. They've done various things over the years to support this event, and we appreciate their continued support of it and look forward to talking to Lisa To answer the same question we've asked a lot of the folks is, why do you do this and why do you keep doing it? 49% of the people going over the edge today have done it before. One of the highest, if not the highest, repeat edger rates in the country, we are told. And 47 of them, of the 97, are affiliated with a school. So that's almost half of the folks doing this are involved in it because of their efforts as a unified champion school and their willingness and desire to raise money for Special Olympics because they've seen the impact the organization makes in their schools. And of course, that impact continues and rolls over into the community where 16 sports are offered, some that you may not believe are offered, including skiing, Nordic skiing, and snowshoeing. And so kind of unique sports for the state of Delaware, but yet they make it happen, and competitions take place in surrounding states where they actually have ski resorts to make that happen. And as you can see, Matthew Jenkins, if you're outside, put your hands together for him. He's making his fourth descent and has successfully done that. His niece has participated in Special Olympics, so he realizes the value of it. And not far behind him will be Amy Calhoun from that. After this, it will be George Daneman and Teresa Zimmer. George Daneman raised the most funds, at least as of May 7th, nearly $8,000. That's well above the $1,100 required to be part of this event. All righty, we are ready to send it outside to Nancy Johnson.
Hello, Matthew Jenkins. This is your third year?
It is, yes.
How does it feel? Now, I feel like you just like zip, zappity doo doo doo. You came right down the building.
It's easy.
It's easy.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me for some reason.
Well, that makes me happy. I guess that's why you chose to come back for the third time.
Yep.
And what is it that got you involved with Special Olympics of Delaware and Over the Edge specifically?
Yeah, so my sister has a daughter who has Down syndrome, who's benefited from Special Olympics. This year I did the rappel in honor of my sister as well because she passed away in March. To benefit my niece and in honor of my sister.
I'm sorry for your loss, but let's give a hand for Matthew Jenkins. And it's something that you just said. It just makes it so important that we all keep in mind that it's great to do wonderful things for our community that support these kinds of organizations, but it's families like yours where this organization really means something, and it's because it's doing fabulous things for these individuals that might not have that opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great organization.
All right. Well, thank you and congratulations.
Thanks.
Alrighty, thank you very much. A nice group there, group shot of his family. And we are going to send it up to Joe Allen, 17 stories above his co-host, Nancy Johnson.
17 stories up looking over Wilmington. I can see the Delaware Memorial Bridge behind me. I don't think it's shot on camera, but it's in clear view behind us here. I've got Kimberly Corbett. You're with Lewis Elementary. You're the principal there, right?
Yes, I'm the principal.
So if you're here, who's running the school right now?
Assistant principal, Mr. Rodriguez.
Okay, I just imagine kids running around shirtless going crazy. That's not the case.
I'm in charge. Nope, he knows what to do.
So how did you get involved with Special Olympics in this event?
We saw an assembly that came to our district, and my team came back to me and said they really wanted to do it last year, and so this is our second year.
Are you a thrill seeker? Do you do anything else that's like this?
I did the polar bear plunge, but not too much more thrill things.
Well, this is your second year going over the edge, correct? So what makes you more nervous, getting ready to run into the Atlantic Ocean when it's icy or go 17 stories down off the side of a building?
The ocean.
Yeah, no, I would have to agree with you. I've done this twice. I've gone over the edge, and then every year we do, Nancy Johnson and myself, run out and do the plunge, and it is terrifying every single year.
Cold. It's so cold, yeah.
Is there anybody?
Do this.
Is there anybody you'd like to shout out or say hi to or thank you to?
I'd just like to thank Lewis Elementary School and all the kids and say, hey, here we are. They're all back there watching.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much, and good luck to you today.
Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you, Joe, and thank you, Lewis Elementary, for being part of this great event. Lewis Elementary got its first exposure to Special Olympics Delaware last fall, not this past fall, but the fall before, fall 2022, when they competed in the district's first ever unified bocce event. Every single school in the district was part of it, and since then, they have all stayed involved, and they have increased their involvement with events like this. There are several people who are part of Lewis Elementary, as the principal mentioned, who are going to be part of this. And so we'll look forward to watching them go over the edge for the first time. Let's send it outside to Nancy Johnson.
All right, and I have Amy Calhoun, who is a 3-time rappeller. How does it feel?
It feels good to be down here.
I can, but you know, this is your third time. How is it different than your first time?
So I think the first time you have so much adrenaline that you're not really thinking too much. Now you're like, okay, I know what to expect. I had to go back and come up and readjust this time. Like, it's still scary up there.
Well, you've done it, and it's all for a wonderful cause. You're a special education teacher at Sussex Tech High School. And it says here that you love adventure, and obviously you try anything once, but you were doing this 3 times, so obviously this must feel kind of good.
I love it. I love the calls, and I'll come back every year that I can.
Well, thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All righty, thank you, Nancy, and thank you to another successful person who has landed looking up both on the live stream and outside. That's Teresa Zimmer on the right, who works at J.D. Shuckers in Lewis. She's the parent who you just heard Joe Allen interview up on the roof of Xavier. And to her left is George Danneman, and George is the highest fundraiser this year, raising nearly $8,000. And I thought to myself when I read that, boy, he must be a big long-time supporter and really geared up for this, et cetera, et cetera. And the reality of it is he found this event, he says, and I quote, online during a late-night Google rabbit hole. And so the power of social media, we can never underestimate that. And so, as Jimmy mentioned earlier in the broadcast, please share the information about this event. If you're participating in it, if you're supporting somebody, or if you are just watching, it is an opportunity to spread the word about Special Olympics. You just never know when it might make a difference, and it might trigger somebody to get involved either as a fundraiser, as George did, or as a coach, or even as a parent. Believe it or not, there are some parents that don't realize Special Olympics exists for their child who has a disability. And so the more we spread the word about it and we utilize events like this to increase the awareness, the more likely somebody is going to get involved and somebody is going to use that opportunity to make a difference in somebody's lives. So George Danneman on the left, Teresa Zimmer on the right. As you watch the crowd here, that does, as it usually does, gets bigger as we approach the lunchtime hour. Many city employees come over to watch it. And so we expect that crowd to just continue to grow here over the next couple hours, similar to our crowd that is online. So George Danneman on the left, Teresa Zimmer on the right. You are watching the 13th annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. We'll look forward to hearing from her once she gets ungeared. There's George Daneman. Let's give him a big round of applause. George going over that final lip. His first time for Teresa Zimmer also, hopefully not the last. You see the TD Bank landing zone there. Always a sense of relief when you get into the landing zone successfully. And Paula, one of the Special Olympics athletes from Sussex Riptide, hands the medal to Teresa Zimmer. And Sasha Hudson is underneath the tent with Paula. They were numbers 34 and 35 out of 97 people that will go over the edge today. So a little more than a third of the way through. And back up on the roof there, Cynthia Atkinson is on your left, Taylor Brittingham on your right, getting geared up and ready to go. Cindy, this is her second time, and Taylor Brittingham, no, it's her first time, excuse me, and Taylor Brittingham's first time as well. And we are going to go outside to Nancy Johnson.
All right, thank you, John. I have George Daneman. You're a big-time lure, and you do all sorts of great things. And as John was saying before you went over the edge, you found this event during a late-night Google rabbit hole.
That would be correct. Sometimes I have trouble sleeping, and I just Google around and found this event by Special Olympics, and it seemed like something I should do.
I'm glad that you did, for sure. Now, you enjoy things like this, don't you?
I did 20-some years ago, but it was time for a return.
And how did it feel? This is your first time rappelling.
It felt great. I mean, it's really neat to be downtown Wilmington, see some of the buildings I used to work. It was really exciting.
Awesome, and you know that you're doing something exciting for yourself, but something even more important for Special Olympics at Delaware.
Yeah, I mean, it's terrific that Delaware is the only state where all the Special Olympics athletes participate free of charge.
It really is something special, and so you can feel good about rappelling down the side of the building. Now, what's up for the rest of your afternoon?
I think lunch, and then a night out.
Well, congratulations, and thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nancy, and thank you, George, for all the money that you have raised for Special Olympics Delaware. In your efforts, looking up on the building is Cindy Atkinson to the right, Taylor Brittingham on the left. Cindy is a school teacher from Smyrna Elementary School, and her colleague, Taylor Brittingham, also teaches at Smyrna Elementary School. Cindy Atkinson has been a longtime supporter of the Polar Bear Plunge. She puts together a team every year in the Smyrna School District, and she has raised, or helped raise, and her team has helped raise more than $100,000 for the Polar Bear Plunge and Special Olympics Delaware. And as you heard George mention, all the money for the plunge, for Over the Edge, stays right here in the state of Delaware. 100% of it stays so that the athletes can participate completely free, including training equipment, supplies, sites, et cetera, everything they need to be successful. Did want to give Price Automotive family a shout out for their large contribution to Cindy's Over the Edge pledge here. So Cindy is on your right, Taylor is on your left. taking part in the 13th annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. 17 stories down the side of the Brandywine Realty Trust building. They have been the host site sponsor here at 300 Delaware Avenue building from the beginning. Our rope sponsors are Del One Federal Credit Union and Newcastle County Fire Service. The landing zone sponsor, the Edgers' favorite place to be, is TD Bank. Also want to thank our supporters, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheraton Suites Wilmington, and the Delaware Rock Gym in Bear. You're watching Cindy Atkinson and Taylor Brittingham go over the edge here as part of the 13th annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. Cindy Atkinson and Taylor Brittingham have landed. Ben Ashby and Ryan Blakeman scheduled to come up next, along with Kim Corbridge, Devin Reber, Catherine Gibson, Stacy Painter, if you're tuned in to Over the Edge. As Cynthia and Taylor get the gear off, and they will get their medal from a couple Special Olympics athletes. And we are ready to send it out to Nancy Johnson, who is with Taylor Brittingham. Nancy, it's all yours.
All right. I have, I think, 2 first-timers. There's Cynthia Atkinson, but right next to me is Taylor Brittingham. That's Smyrna Elementary. How did it feel?
I feel great. That was so much fun.
So much fun. You look like you were like a rock star coming down.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now, the big question is, would you do something like this again?
Absolutely. We were talking about going skydiving next weekend.
Skydiving, man, you are very adventurous and quick on the adventure feet.
Oh, yeah. I love adventure. I love it.
And was it for the thrill? Was it for Special Olympics of Delaware, or a combination of both is the reason why you did it?
It was kind of for a combination of everything. It was her saying we're doing it, and I was like, all right, let's go.
Right. Oh, well, congratulations. You did it. And this is your first time too, Cynthia, right?
Yes, my first time.
And you both have very big smiles on your face.
Look at our crew. Look at our cheering team.
Well, I'm glad that you guys are smiling. You did great, and you're doing some great things for our community.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you, Cindy, and thank you, Taylor. Longtime supporters of Special Olympics. As we mentioned, she probably didn't hear it because she was up around the 12th floor. Cindy has been responsible for raising more than $100,000 over the past nearly decade, putting together a polar bear plunge team for Special Olympics Delaware.
So many special people, just families, long-term involvements, and just so many things that make this thing go. Always blown away by the amount of money, the length and tenure of support. It's incredible. Ryan Blakeman on the green rope, getting ready to go over the edge, as well as Ben Ashby, if you are tuning in to see those two.
They are both from Lewis Elementary. Ben Ashby in particular, I worked with getting his team started. We mentioned the Cape Henlopen School District starting with a bocce tournament a couple years ago, and several schools have stayed involved in a variety of ways. And Ben is responsible for Lewis Elementary continuing to be involved, as you see him there on the right, a physical education teacher down at Lewis Elementary who came to that bocce event and told me when he left that he would make sure his team and his school stayed involved. And not only is that obviously on the soccer field and the bocce courts, but also on the side of a building as well. So that is Ben Ashby coming down the side of the building there. So Ben on the right, Ryan Blakeman on the left. Alrighty, as we are watching Ben Ashby to the right, Brian Blakeman to the left, Ryan Blakeman, it is my pleasure to introduce Sean Green from WDEL, and Sean has gone over the edge. He has been part of the broadcast here in a variety of ways, but this year he has agreed to co-host, or actually host by himself for the next 2 hours, so that I get a little bit of a break so I don't lose my voice at 4 o'clock when we still have an hour left of the broadcast.
Look, I did all 3 state football championships last year for 9 hours. You can't do 10 hours of this every year.
Well, in that case, Sean, I'll see you tomorrow.
But my traffic watch bosses might not be happy
that's
about
right.
that.
Sean is with us until a little bit after 2 when he's got to do the traffic watch for the so everybody knows how to get out of here safe and sound
Well,
and without
yesterday
anything.
on 202, I think a lot of us can appreciate how important traffic is. But
I heard about that.
But
so.
you look at what these fine people are doing, and as you mentioned, I did this back in 2011, and the fear that some people have, the excitement that some people have, the nervousness that a lot of people have, it's such an amazing thing that all of these rappellers are doing today, and obviously raising the money for Special Olympics is so important. But this is a bucket list or a challenge for a lot of people as we see someone working their way down to the bottom right now.
Alrighty, so I'm gonna turn it over to Sean. We've got to have a changeover outside in the next 20 minutes or so. Joe Allen from WSDW is up on the roof. He's with us for another 20 minutes or so, and so I'm going to personally thank him when he gets off the roof, but on the air want to thank him as well for being us. Nancy Johnson is out front for another 15 or 20 minutes or so, and Matt Janis is going to jump in from there and take over. Matt is the voice of the University of Delaware women's basketball team, and also does several TV broadcasts regionally and nationally for both football and basketball. And so a well-traveled announcer, but started right here in Delaware, graduate of Middletown High School. And so we'll look forward to hearing from him as well, but want to thank Nancy Johnson publicly, and we'll, of course, thank her once the changeover is made. So I'm John Busby. I'm going to sign off for a couple hours and turn it over to Sean Green, who will make sure you continue to enjoy the live stream here of the Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware.
And as we flip things over, Ben Ashby just made his way down towards the ground after going over the edge, and he'll be joined down on the ground with my colleague from WSTW, Nancy Johnson.
Thank you, Sean Green. All right, so Ben, this is your second year doing this, right?
Yes, it is.
You came down pretty fast. Was it a race between you and your friend Ryan?
No, actually, I thought I was going to go a lot slower, but at least this year I felt like I could trust the rope, and I just let myself hang, and we went for it.
At any point, did you make eye contact with a bird?
No, I did not. No birds were saw. I did slam into the building one time, and I was like, oh.
Did you wave to people on the way down?
No, I actually didn't see anybody.
They saw you. They saw you. So what is it that made you come back to do this a second time?
All of my coworkers, really. After last time, I was still scared and freaked out. Without them pushing me to come back, I probably wouldn't have done it. So thank you to them.
Well, thank you to you, and congratulations on your second successful rappel.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Congratulations.
And that was Ben Ashby, one of the 5 teachers from Lewis Elementary School who made the long trek up from Sussex County to take part in this event that, again, benefits Special Olympics Delaware, which provides sports training and competition opportunities for thousands of members here in Delaware. And we've got another person who's just made his way down, also from Lewis Elementary, Ryan Blakeman. He's with Nancy Johnson.
All right, so Ben, your friend, said that he rappelled faster than you.
Yes, he did. He was gone. We were supposed to wait for each other, but he was like, hey.
But you work at Lewis Elementary.
Yes, that's correct.
And what do you do there?
So I'm a 3rd grade special education teacher.
Wonderful. And this is your second time. So you guys have both had experience. Yeah. So the race was on. You lost. I'm sorry about that. But what does it mean to you to do something like this for such a fantastic organization like Special Olympics of Delaware?
So I've been supporting Special Olympics Delaware with the polar plunge every year as well. I think I've 22 years in that. So it's really good because it transfers over into the kids. So it's really nice to do something for them. It helps the kids out, and that's what we're here for.
That's right. We're all here for the kids. And thank you so much for your participation. Will you be back next year?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. And who's going to win this time?
I'm going to win. I got him at dodgeball, though, last time. It's fine.
Well, congratulations and thank you.
hours. So we'll see how the race goes next year. Up on the blue rope, we have Kim Corbridge, and on the green rope, we have Devin Reber. These are second timers from Lewis Elementary.
So we continue with the 5 people from Lewis Elementary that are taking part in this Over the Edge challenge. Again, if you're just joining us, 17 stories down this 300 Delaware Avenue building. It's about 186 feet or so. I did it back in 2011. It takes you about 5 minutes. Some people do it a little faster. Some people do it a little slower. The real secret sauce to all of this is that you can do it as fast or as slow as you'd like, as we see someone going across right now.
Yeah, so Devin there on your left, Kim on your right. As they head down, you saw the mechanical apparatus there as she was pulling down on that. Devin, that is. It by default is not letting you down. You may think that you pull that to stop yourself. It's actually the opposite. You pull that to go. So, you're not going to just all of a sudden fall to the building or down the building. So that's probably calming, I guess. I know that there's a lot of people that talk about hand cramps, and you've done it, and Sean, I will not, so I can't speak about it. But it is a little tension. You've got to pull a little bit. Push.
Yeah, my dad used to have one of those hand grip things in his living room, and that would have been a great thing to practice with, or realize I needed to practice with that before going over the edge. Because you're right, there's tension in it. They have things super secure, because obviously keeping someone from dropping 186 feet is going to take a little more pressure than you might think. And and the other secret of that is, you can squeeze it and go down, but if you go too fast, it locks,
right,
and then you're stuck.
So,
and then they have to loosen it from both ends before you can go again. So too fast is also not good.
Yeah, it's too furious, if you will. The checks and balances here are incredible. I mean, one of the safer things. We have a lot of people talking about jumping out of planes, and I'd rather do that, and hot air balloons. No, sir, no, ma'am. This, if you're going to do something, which again, still not going to do, is one of the safer things that you can do. And we had somebody earlier mention, because you've done both, that polar bear plunge is a no, but this is a yes.
See, I'm surprised by that, because the plunge, it's 7 seconds. You're in, you're out, you're dried off, and you're off the beach by 1:10. Like,
sure,
you're going to have your Thrasher's French fries. Like this, you're up at the top, you're getting the apparatus put on.
Sure.
The nerves are everything, and it's a giant party down in Lewis as well. Where this is, it's great. We saw some of the Lewis Elementary students are here cheering on, and we should talk about who's going down right now. Kim Corbridge, who's on the right, is the principal at Lewis Elementary in the Cape Henlopen School District, and said she got involved when she saw a district assembly where the event was showcased. So
that's the power.
That was a heck of a sell job there.
Yeah, we had another guy, the George Denneman, who's raised the most money, just found it online, just talking about it. Look at the power of just talking about it and what that turns into. So you're letting families know that it exists, and you're helping support their significant others, their sons, daughters, nieces, nephews, whatever it may be, get the most out of the opportunities that are available to them. So we have Devin and Kim coming from down south, too. Again, Delaware, man. Delaware does special things, and I don't know, and I don't want to speak for you, but sometimes I think maybe Delawareans, I spent my 5.5 years here, maybe take for granted how special things are here. Things that you may not won't work. It's too big of a state. Other states like Ohio, where I can speak personally, there's something about this that just works, and the support is so incredible.
You run into everybody. The fact it's 4,500 athletes, and they all go together here, and as we watch Kim get closer to the ground here, this principal, second time going down and clearly experienced, did a fantastic job on this rappel, though looks like the lip may have gotten her a little bit in the final stretch. Here is about a 10-foot outcrop just before the end of the building as Kim gets ready to go down, and they're going to have her go all the way to the ground, so they won't stop her until basically, well, actually she did land on her feet there.
Yeah, normally it's booties on the ground.
Yeah. But an excellent landing there for Kim, who also has done the polar bear plunge, and said that she wanted to thank the parents and the PTA of Lewis Elementary for supporting her. And now we look at the other rope, and there's Devin Reber making her way down to the ground from Lewis Elementary, and this is her second time as well. So Lewis Elementary representing extremely strongly here at the 2024 Over the Edge benefiting Special Olympics Delaware. And We'll have the opportunity to talk to both Kim and Devin here in just a moment or so as they finish up being disconnected from the ropes with our fine crew here who 100% safety record, and they do events all over the country. I've talked to people who've worked with them in Kalamazoo and in Madison, and they just go around, and this is just an event a week for them. They'll be somewhere else next week, and they just do a fantastic job of keeping everybody safe, and such a unique experience because you think about jumping into freezing cold water. That happens in a lot of places.
Yeah.
The polar bear plunge has become such a big thing, and 5K races are kind of ubiquitous nowadays.
right.
But going over the side of a building, that's not necessarily the first thing that you would think of as a something you would do to raise money.
Right. It's bake sales. It's selling magazines, but it's not often going 222 feet down to the bottom, where we'll always find Nancy Johnson as she gets ready for an interview here.
All right. Well, this is a very special person. She's the principal at Lewis Elementary School. Kim Corbridge, you've got quite the fan base over there. How does it feel?
Good. Felt good.
Felt good?
Yeah.
All right. Now, this is, I see here, your second year.
Yes.
What made you do it the first time?
My team saw this and wanted to do it and came to me and asked. So I said, sure, if I can be part of it, we'll do it.
That's so wonderful. It was just like that. They asked and you said, sure.
Yeah, I usually do.
That's so wonderful. So now, will you be doing it again next year?
Yep, we'll do it again next year. Maybe we'll add. Last year it was 4 of us. This year it's 5 of us. Our last one's coming down now soon. And so hopefully next year it'll be 6.
Wonderful. Yeah, come on over. This is Devin Reber, who also is at Lewis Elementary. And this is your second year as well.
Yes, it is.
So what made you come back?
It was so fun. So fun.
The gleam in your eyes indicates that you're not lying.
I'm not. It was a great time. It was even better the second time.
Well, I'm glad you said that. Now, what would you say to anybody that's kind of considering this? You know, they want to support the event, maybe they want to do it. What would you say to them to get them to go over the edge?
Just do it. You're not going to regret it.
Yep, just do it.
Just do it. All right, there you go. And they're just going to do it year after year. And so can you, of course, support this wonderful organization called Special Olympics of Delaware. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we head from the ground up to the roof where we join Nancy's partner on WSTW, Joe Allen.
I thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yep, we're up here on the 17th floor. Raindrops holding off right now. The weather's actually not too bad. The wind has died down a little bit. We got our next group here getting ready to go over the edge. Melissa, everyone voted that you were the ringleader up here. You got the group together. Who are you with?
I'm here with my team from Lake Forest Central Elementary, my team of 4 with Cassie, Ashley, and Katie and myself.
Do we have any first-timers here? Has everyone been before? You're the first-timer. Your name is Catherine, and okay, so you're both first-timers. So Ashley and Catherine are doing it for the first time. How are you feeling today?
A little nervous, not going to lie, but I'm okay.
Are you more nervous now that you're up on the roof, or has it gotten better for you?
I'm calmer.
Okay, this has calmed you down, really, seeing that.
It did, but I'm ready to go.
What about you? How are you feeling right now?
Up and down, nervous and excited, more excited than nervous.
Okay, you did the practice run, though. Since you've done that, are you feeling a little more confident about it?
Yeah, my heart rate's not too high.
All right, so is there anybody you'd like to shout out?
Yes, I'd like to thank my sponsors, my dad with Conveyors and Plastics, LRK Dental, the Phoenix Group Realty, and the Meridian Bank Primo team.
Fantastic. Cassie Cannon is here today. This is year number 2 for you. You should know that I date Cassie. We go together, so hopefully this isn't too awkward for you. How are you feeling? Year number 2.
I'm good, excited.
Anybody you'd like to shout out or say thank you to?
The sponsors and all my kids at Lake and all my kids at Milford districts.
All right, fantastic. And how about you? I'm going down the line here. Everyone, who would you like to thank?
Without my sponsors, this wouldn't be possible. So thanks to BW Electric and Emil L. Durham and Sons, and shout out to C153.
All right, fantastic. And last but not least, Melissa, the ringleader here. Who would you like to shout out?
Definitely all my sponsors. I've had some that have come back over the years, like Blue Hen Construction. I'm very grateful for them, as well as all the others. My kids back in C153 and my girl Titalia. This is for you.
All right, fantastic. Ladies, good luck to all of you today.
And we thank the teachers from Lake Forest Elementary for being out here today. And we've got two more rappellers going over the edge.
Green rope is Stacy Painter, and blue rope is Catherine Gibbs. And whoa, the crowd goes wild. Stacy apparently traveling I think I can faintly hear you. Come on, get a little louder. I can faintly hear you out there. Look at the power I have, Sean.
I was just saying, do you normally have that effect with students and teachers?
Never. I take the opportunities when I get them, and this is one of them. So we got Gibbs on the right, Painter on the left, and they're off.
And then Gibbs well off, and already about halfway down is Catherine Gibbs from Lewis Elementary School. So we wrap up the Lewis Elementary portion here, and this is her first time going down. So we had the experienced duo just a moment ago in Kim and Devin. Now Catherine going over for the first time. So looking like a seasoned pro the way she's going floor by floor there. And yeah, each one of those window panels you see is basically a whole nother floor as they're going down. So just a sense for how quickly she's working her way towards the 17-story plummet.
Yeah, it's totally plummet. Careful. We got to. There's some words we got to avoid. Fall and plummet are two of them. But yeah, obviously this is easy street right now. As making our way down, we can't even keep up with both of them.
Yeah, Stacy Painter, who's on the other rope, for the third grade reading teacher from Phyllis Wheatley Elementary School.
Getting the money's worth.
Yeah, is up there as there. We'll hopefully get to her in just a second here, but we're keeping our eyes on Catherine as she's making her way here, that final little outcrop that we've been talking about, the lip, as you go in. And then here's the touchdown.
Here we go.
Again, they're going to see if she'll go feet or if she will go backside. There's really two ways to go about doing this. Both are completely safe. But I will tell you, this is one of the best feelings you can have, is when those feet hit terra firma and your 17-story descent is done.
Feet to butt. There we go.
There you go. That
perfectly
is
done.
textbook.
Give it up.
That is a 9.5 from the Russian judge right there. Maybe even a 10.5.
So the experience at a little different pace there, as and left her partner in the dust there up to, or the rappelling partner in the dust. So
well, let's talk a little bit about Stacy Painter. She is a supporter of the students in her school that participate in Special Olympics. She heard about this through a teacher friend that asked her teenage daughters to volunteer for Special Olympics, and that's such a big part of what Special Olympics Delaware is all about. There's over 4,500 athletes, and it really comes down to the volunteers that are willing to help the athletes. The summer games are coming up in a couple of weeks at the University of Delaware. There's basketball, there's bowling, all sorts of sports over the course of the year, and it's really the volunteers and so often the teenagers that help the athletes who often are their peers be able to participate in sports. That's such a wonderful thing. And Stacy, I'm not even sure if this is the end of the rope for her. She's gone skydiving for her 40th birthday this past August. So there's someone who likes heights.
Yeah, and maybe was just taking it in then. Definitely not a fear thing. If she turns around, gets a wave in. There we go.
She is milking every bit of this, and why not? Her first time going over the edge, and looks like she's having a good time. Looks like is she posing there right now? She's holding as we now scroll down, and we join the voice of the University of Delaware women's basketball team we'll talk to for the first time this afternoon. Matt Janis, great to see you.
Good to hear from you too. Sean, helps if you turn the microphone on. I am here with Catherine Gibbs, who has been cheered on by the rest of Lewis Elementary's team that made its way down. There are some advantages to going last. I know this was your first time though. How stressful was it waiting for the chance to go over the edge?
It wasn't too bad. I got to see Coach A freak out a little bit up top, and I was like, that's not what I'm going to do. But getting to see them look over the edge, and they went down fine, and then hearing them cheer for me while I was up there was a great experience.
That was fantastic. Jimmy Smith back in our studio was whipping them up, making them get the noise going. How cool was that? How much did that help you on the way down?
It helped out a lot, yeah.
What was it like? Was it everything you thought it would be?
It was actually a lot more fun than what I thought it was going to be. Once I got down to a certain level and heard everybody, saw my husband down here, I was like, all right, let's just keep going and fly down here, fly down the building.
Now, the most important question, the $1 million question, you're going to do it again next year?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I don't think I have a choice at this point.
We love to hear it. We can't wait to see you back. Thank you so much for doing it.
Thank you.
$1 million question, $1,100 answer, as that's what these edgers have raised to be a part of this. $1,100 and more. George Danneman, who went about 20 minutes ago, raising over $8,000, the most by a single edger this year. Incredible $1.5 million raised. This event only in its time, the now 12 years doing
2011,
it.
2011,
yeah, so now, the 13 years doing it. So $1.5 million add on whatever this is going to be equals incredible opportunities for the athletes.
No, and again, every athlete that participates in Special Olympics Delaware, and this isn't the thing across the country, it's free. The athletes do not pay for the experiences. Once you get there, you have everything taken care of, and that's just a wonderful luxury for parents, and especially when you think about when you're raising children who may have some disabilities, there's a lot of costs. Just day to day, to have something be free that is fun and a chance for them to be around their peers and just have fun. You don't get that opportunity very
and you're
often.
hearing things like they may never walk, they may never speak, and then these opportunities where they're athletes and they're leading a team and they're getting these incredible skills. It's unbelievable, and we'll head down to another one of those supporters who just came back down to earth. She's standing by with Matt Janis.
All right, thanks a lot, Jimmy. We have Stacy Painter. You celebrated your 40th birthday by going skydiving. I celebrated my 40th birthday by not leaving the house. You're a little bit more of a daredevil than me. What was this like compared to skydiving?
It's a little slower. But other than that, it was just as exciting.
So were you pretty calm up there, consequently? I mean, you're in free fall, jumping out of a plane. As you said, it was a little bit more of a methodical process down.
Yeah, so you're strapped to somebody when you skydive, so you just trust them. But this, you gotta trust yourself. So it's a little bit different. I'm a little shaky now, but I wasn't shaky up there or going down, so I don't know what's up with that, but.
You looked like a very seasoned pro on the way down. You also had a big cheering section that was rooting you on. Could you hear them, and how much did that help?
I could hear them, and I tried to holler back at them. I don't know if they heard me.
Is that the highest you've ever had a conversation with anybody from that up on the way down on the building?
Absolutely.
You going to do it again next year?
Very possibly, yeah. If I can raise the money, absolutely.
Well, that's what we love to hear. We certainly will hope to see you back, and thank you so much for doing it and your support of Special Olympics.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Matt. And again, we thank Lewis Elementary and Phyllis Wheatley Elementary School for being out here today in the Lake Forest School District. This is their time to shine right now. In fact, 12 people going over the edge today from Lake Forest. The only district with more is Cesar Rodney with 14. But, Lake Forest, the home of the Spartans, has been very popular in a lot of the DIAA Unified State Championships for high school sports. So it's no surprise that they would be a big part here, even though it's down in Felton and somewhat southern Kent County. We've talked about how this is a statewide event, and Lewis from Sussex, and now it's Lake Forest from Kent County making that trek up here to the big city in Wilmington and getting a chance to see the city of Wilmington in a way that maybe only those who fly over the city get a chance to see, and that is one of Delaware's best skylines.
Yeah, and Delaware being the flat state it is, you can see quite far, almost tip to tip, here from on top, 222 feet on top of 300 Delaware Avenue. As Katie Hancock gets ready on the green rope, and Melissa Dalgowitz gets ready on the blue rope. And so a couple more members of school districts. The school involvement is incredible. I think it's a natural fit, telling and teaching your students and putting your money where your mouth is, that you can do anything, you can overcome things, you can support things, and this is an organization to support. That says and speaks wonders and volumes of the power and the hold that Special Olympics has on this community, the state. And so the teachers, the superintendents, the administrative professionals, all those people that are just showing up for this event and showing out and getting their fears aside is super powerful. And so every hour as we have new viewers, we're going to keep saying these things because that's the important message. Overcome these fears. I have an extreme fear of this, and I'm helping out in a different way. But doing this and overcoming this for the athletes and for your family members and just people maybe you just know is very powerful, and kudos to Delaware.
Indeed, and you look at the two people going across here. It's going to be Melissa Dagowitz, who's a special education teacher at Lake Forest Elementary, and she is a coach and a volunteer. So we just talked about how coaches and volunteers are so important here to Special Olympics Delaware, because all of the money that's raised here from going over the edge, from the plunge, from the Reindeer Run 5K that takes place in December, from the plane pull, from the bridge run at the Delaware Memorial Bridge coming up later on this year, that money all goes right back to the athletes, to the fact that they don't have to pay to be on a bowling team, to go run track, to swim, as they'll do at the Summer Games. Bocce is so popular in the Special Olympics Delaware community, and now we get a chance here to see someone go through the process that lasts a little bit. They tell you to push off that feet, and that first step is such a key one, and we see a brilliant job there as they do the true over the edge and begin that descent 17 stories down the 300 Delaware Avenue building here in Wilmington, one of the tallest buildings in Wilmington, and for that matter, the state of Delaware. And that view up at the top, we were just talking about it. You can see Rockford Tower, where the Wilmington Flower Market is taking part this weekend, another massive event here in Newcastle County. And this has become one of the big hallmark events in the state of Delaware, as well as this has got a tradition that goes back to 2011 at this point, 13 years ago. The first, I think it was 37 people went over, and now we're talking over 90.
Yeah. The growth, you're driving by and you just see people going down the side of the building. What was that thing? A little Google search, ta-da, you're on it, right? And all the conversation and the chatter and the way people are finding this event is really it's fun to see as this continues to grow and expand. And boy, there's no other experience like this in the state of Delaware. You cannot do this anywhere else. This is the building, this is the time, this is the place, this is the organization. So if you want to rappel down the side of a building, over the edge for Special Olympics Delaware, the second Thursday in May is your only way to do it.
And you can find a link on Special Olympics Delaware's website already for next year, as the fundraising is already beginning. $1,250 will be the entry next year to go over the edge. So as we get set to watch this next pair go down, we got Melissa Degowitz, again, the special education teacher at Lake Forest Central Elementary, said that she's supported Special Olympics through her school's unified sports program. So we were just talking about how high schools and elementary schools actually compete in statewide competitions. And in terms of her daredevilness, well, Melissa has been rock climbing a time or two and enjoyed zip lining, but this is one of her favorite rushes as she goes across for a third time. And she's joined by a newbie, Katie Hancock, the paraprofessional at Lake Forest Central Elementary as well. She thanks Heather Hitchens for getting her involved in this, and she's calling this the most daring activity she's ever participated in. She says it's out of her comfort zone, but says that Special Olympics is something near and dear to her heart, and she would certainly see that at Lake Forest Central Elementary and paraprofessionals. They've got such a great program for Special Olympics athletes in their education system, and certainly proud to have both of these representatives from Lake Forest Central today. And we're seeing the slower approach here from Melissa and Katie. The last few pairings have been a lot quicker, but hey, you get to the bottom the same way and you get a chance to enjoy the view. And one thing I can say, having done this before, is we can't see through that glass from the shot that we're seeing here. You can see through that glass as you're going down, and somebody's at that desk at that window, and some of them do have a sense of humor and will wave at you.
Yeah, you're seeing some big-time meetings going on as you head on down. You get to the 10th floor, you're seeing the administrative level of this event. That's where a lot of the check-in, or rather, that is where the check-in is happening. Some safety, first step safety measures. There's some food, but it's the spot where Special Olympics and Over the Edge administrative staff have set up to kind of run things out of the midway point of this building. And then you'll swing on by a little meeting, or somebody's having lunch there, and you just roll on down the side of the building. They're used to it at this point. This is not year one, so shoot them a wave. And then the other cool thing I would imagine, because we actually saw a pretty cool shot of it earlier, we saw the reflection of a plane flying over top, and the plane you see in the reflection of the windows is that although you can't necessarily turn around completely, you can turn a little bit. You're seeing the building in a mirror almost.
Yeah,
or rather, the cityscape behind you in a mirror.
Yeah, it's almost like the panoramic view of your camera. You can have that 180, maybe slightly behind you, maybe a 200-degree angle to your right and to your left. So you can get a very good view of Wilmington without turning around and getting twisted, because these harnesses won't let you get twisted, as we sometimes see people get stuck with the pace. These two are they're going at a very reasonable...
Money's worth. Get your money's worth.
We're running a few minutes late. These were the pairing that was supposed to go at 12:20, so we're about 20 minutes behind right now. Cassie Cannon is set to go along with Ashley Hastings. And then Heather Hitchens and Justina Rumdat are we're in the 12:40 pairing, so about 20 minutes delayed. It could be about 1 o'clock before they go, but we'll be with you either way here as we're watching right now Melissa Dagowitz and Katie Hancock go over the edge about halfway down the 17-story descent here of the 300 Delaware Avenue building on Delaware Avenue in Wilmington, Delaware for Over the Edge, benefiting Special Olympics Delaware.
And we've talked a couple times about, support. There's financial support. There's doing it. There's sharing this link, right? Sharing it to people, exposing them to Special Olympics, what it's all about, this event. Maybe they do it next year. Maybe they didn't know Special Olympics existed. There's liking the stream to tell YouTube that this is a valuable thing to share to others, right? They're subscribing to their channel so you can see future efforts, feature stories about athletes, any of their event recaps. There's a lot of ways you can do things that cost you nothing, that really, really are valuable to Special Olympics. So think about sharing this link, liking the stream, simple things. Tell the algorithm on YouTube that this is valuable and other people should see it. And definitely share with friends and family and let them know what this is all about. And maybe you know a family that just moved to the area and is in need of these kind of opportunities for one of their loved ones. This is definitely that. And so make sure that you let them know about this and Special Olympics Delaware.
And we also want to give a shout out to the students in classroom 153 at Lake Forest Central. 11 students in the classroom are watching Miss Hancock make her way down on her descent here at the 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington with Over the Edge as we get close to seeing another edger work towards the edge. And we're going to be joined really quickly after Melissa and Katie make their way to the bottom by Lisa Kirkwood, who's the Senior Vice President of the TD Bank. And another edger has made her way to the ground. And we see the safety personnel, the safety crew does such a fantastic job of keeping everyone safe on 100% avenue, 100% safety rate. And it's all because of the fine professionals who make their way around the country and hold these events every week. And Delaware is just another stop that they do along the way. And there's safety at the top, there's safety at the bottom. Safety is the number one thing with us here at Over the Edge. As two more make their way to the top. And now I am joined here by Lisa Kirkwood, who's the Senior Vice President of TD Bank. And Lisa, it's certainly a special day. We're glad to have you here.
Well, thank you very much. I'm happy to be here.
So how did TD Bank get involved in this, and why has this become so important to the company?
Well, TD Bank has a strong commitment to diversity, equality, and inclusion. And it's even been demonstrated through our corporate culture and our 6 pillars, one of them being diverse abilities. We're honored to work with such a uniquely talented group of people and have been recognized as the leading employer for the National Organization on Disability for the 5th consecutive year. Through the years, we work to support and include people of all backgrounds. There's always more than needs at the time, and we love doing it by making sure that everyone has the tools to succeed in an accessible, inclusive space. Special Olympics was an ongoing partner that TD Bank was honored to connect with and support. We made our local connection in Delaware 10 plus years ago, and we kept the relationship blooming since then.
Lisa Kirkwood of TD Bank, the Senior Vice President. Why is community service so important to TD Bank?
Just to reiterate what I just said.
Okay. You gave me both answers there.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, several of your employees have gone over the edge over the years. What's the feedback you've heard from them about this experience?
They all talk about what an exciting moment it is, and that it's really a lifelong memory. Many of them have had their families here to watch them descend. The team's been here to watch them descend. We've had over a dozen folks come over the edge over the last 10 plus years. And we actually have 2 coming over this afternoon, which is great.
Would you do it?
I have some issues that prevent me from doing it, but I would love to if I could. So I support any way I can through donations and being here.
And that's certainly so important. The money is what's the important thing, of course, not
Right.
necessarily just going over. And what's the atmosphere like today in and around the branch? Of course, is right outside where we are right now. It's got to be a different day for TD Bank than say your standard Thursday in Wilmington.
Absolutely. The team is buzzing. They're engaged with the community that's watching, which is great. I know it was very touching to see the school kids support their teachers coming down the building today. I don't know if we've ever seen that before, but it really touched everybody, and they're all talking about it, which is great.
You've got long field trips. We're talking about Lake Forest Central and Lewis Elementary. I mean, it's just a wonderful thing, and you look at this, and what's the energy like? I mean, you see this yourself, and you said you don't have the opportunity to do this, but being involved and seeing these kind of things, how important is this really to the community in your mind?
Oh, it's very important. We all live and work here, and we want to make it the best place we can for everyone, all our individuals that work here, and this is a great way to support all that.
Well, Lisa Kirkwood, the Senior Vice President of TD Bank, we certainly thank you guys for your support, and we're glad that you guys create such a great hosting spot for us and allow us to be out here and be able to raise such important money for Special Olympics Delaware.
Well, thank you. We're honored to be here.
All right, we're going to go back, hopefully go back outside where two of our last over the edgers just finished out, and there's Matt Janis.
All right, thanks a lot, Sean. We are here with Kate Hancock and Melissa Daglowicz as they just made their climb down. So we've got a veteran and we've got a rookie. Let's start with the veteran. I love the way you talked yourself into doing this for the first time a couple years ago. You asked your special education students to do hard stuff all the time. Has it gotten easier, though, for you over the years to do this?
It has. Once you kind of learn what's going to happen and you have an idea of what to expect, it makes it a little bit easier. Just like we give our kids that information up front, what we're looking for to help them through it.
Has it changed over the years, though, your first thought when you look over that building?
No, as soon as I got up there the first year, I kind of wondered what I was doing, and then I kind of peeked over, and I was like, oh, this is pretty awesome, and I've been ready ever since.
That's fantastic. You made it look very simple on your way down. As did you, though, Kate, your first time doing it. You said that you had never done anything like this before. How hard was it to psych yourself up for it, and what was it like?
They had to talk me over a little bit. It was extremely nervous, but it's amazing when you get over the edge part.
Now, you guys still have one more coming down from your school, right? Who's still up there?
We have a group of 10 that's coming behind us. So we have 12 people from Lake Forest School District that we built our team this year, and it's the highest numbers we've had.
Now, when you're trying to put together a team like that, are you looking to recruit people like Kate that are willing to try it for the first time? How hard is that?
We have some that have returned for a few years now, and then our fearless leader, Ms. Hitchens, does a great job at trying to kind of talk some others into it, those first-year veterans.
Well, I heard you talking Kate into it after she got down to the ground. What was the verdict? You think you'll do it again?
Absolutely.
That's what we love to hear. Thank you so much for everything that you guys do, and congratulations on getting back to the ground safely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks, Matt. And now the next pair making their way down on the right. So we look at this is going to be Cassie Cannon, a physical therapist and assistant at Lake Forest in the Milford School District. And on the left, Ashley Hastings, the occupational therapy assistant at Lake Forest. So again, two more in the Lake Forest School District making their way down. Here, Over the Edge 2024, benefiting Special Olympics Delaware. And as we just heard from the two teachers that were just down a moment ago, 12 people representing Lake Forest School District. So a proud day for the district in Kent County.
And Sean, what do you think the next, I'll use the word industry category, could be? What do you see this being a natural fit for? Obviously, schools, it's very much really in force here. What do you think the next potential could be? Is it? I would love to see more businesses and more things like that. But what else is a natural fit?
I'd like to see sports teams have a fundraiser for have your coach or your manager go over the top. He or she's been ordering you around all year. We're going to get you back, and you've got to go over the top while we're watching you do it. I think that's such a logical thing. And we talk about teamwork, and everyone it takes to get over the edge, the people at the top, the people at the bottom, all the volunteers that we have, it's a very challenging thing to do. It's here's so much about nerves, and I think it'd be a great role model thing for a coach or a manager to be the person going over the edge.
It definitely does have a sports kind of angle to it. Yeah, the overcoming fears and being bigger than the task at hand, or whatever sort of rah-rah sports thing you want to put to it. Sports is a good one. That's a really good natural fit. But there's not necessarily a physical element to it, right? I mean, anybody.
It's mostly mostly mental.
100%, absolutely mental, and
but there is still a physical side to this. We were talking earlier about the hand grips they're needing in terms of the mechanics of going down. It's not just you're just sliding down like if you're on a fire pole or something.
Sure.
You're controlling your descent. You squeeze a lever and it has you go down a little bit more. You can squeeze really hard and let you go down a little faster, but for some people, faster is nervous. So some go slow, some go fast, and we got a bit of a race here. As it looks like Cassie Cannon is jumped ahead a little bit, about a floor lead as they make their way down to the bottom half of the building.
And they get that smoothness from that squeeze. You get into that groove of what's comfortable, and you lose your feet off the side of the building.
You see the wiggly feet there. That's that's the thing is. It looks like from this angle they're mostly going straight down, but there's just a little bit of wind today, so you're going in and out a little bit. Not a whole lot, but there's not a lot of space between you and that building. Maybe a foot, maybe two. Right. So, you stick that foot out in something resembling the L, the iron. Was it the Iron Cross? I think it is in men's gymnastics. And
unfamiliar,
your feet are on the
Sean. That's a heck of a reference. I love that. That's what you bring. It's only what you bring, Sean Green.
Yeah,
you bring the
clearly I'm a former gymnast. That's why I'm not on camera. But again, Ashley Hastings, occupational therapy assistant from the Lake Forest School District on the left, she has jumped ahead. She joined the OTE team, and that got a little dicey there for half a second. She has gone cliff jumping in Belize, so making us look really bad that, I jump in the freezing cold water. She goes to Belize, and at the last second, Cassie Cannon says, I want to win this race. So now she is at the bottom, and she is going to get the help there. She puts her feet on the ground, and will go all the way to the backside, a nice smooth landing.
Cassie wins the race that it wasn't. Good job to her.
And Ashley Hastings got caught up a little bit in that safety mechanism we were told just before the bottom, so she's in a holding pattern there right near that outer lip. She's about a floor and a half, maybe 15 feet up at this point. They'll get that unloosed, and she'll be able to make her final descent here to the ground as, again, the occupational therapy assistant. She has a lot of people she wanted to thank, including Callaway Farms, LRX Dental, Meridian Bank Mortgage. She's got a lot of support helping her go over the edge and raise such valuable funds for Special Olympics Delaware, and all this money going back to the programs and athletes that compete in the summer games. It'll be next month at the University of Delaware. They'll have fall activities as well. Bocce, there's softball, there's bowling, there's even occupational horse riding that my godson has had the opportunity to take a part of, as he is a Special Olympics athlete and also does basketball as well. And it's just so important. It's something that brings a smile to his face. And that's what people doing what we're seeing here from Ashley as she makes her way to the ground. That's what her 17-story descent just did, was raise money to help those athletes participate. And now they will, after completing the safety check at the bottom, they will get their medals from a Special Olympics athlete. And then you can see Matt Janis is standing by to talk to our two latest edgers as they've worked their way down. Again, the next group that is set to take part, we're expecting Heather Hitchens and Justina Rumdat to head across, and then Miss O, Cassie O'Flaherty, and Kimberly Thompson are coming up there a little late, as we're about 10 or 15 minutes behind schedule. That's fine. Weather is good enough that we are rolling along here on this Thursday afternoon here at the Over the Edge, benefiting Special Olympics Delaware at the 300 building in Wilmington on Delaware Avenue.
So giving the helmet back.
Yeah,
Little wave.
That's not a keepsake.
Nope, it's not for you. Got to give that one back. Get your medal. And for some people, this is the more terrifying of the things you do today. a live interview for everyone to see with the one and only Matt Janis.
All right, thanks a lot, Jimmy. We are here with Cassie Cannon, who is a physical therapist at the Lake Forest School District, also at the Milford School Districts. How physical was that descent for you today?
It was pretty physical.
Was it as easy as maybe you had anticipated, or what was kind of your overall thoughts? I know you've done it before, but in terms of going through it versus what it actually was.
I feel so sore, like I just worked out. So more than I expected.
What was the motivation? Is it the athletes that you work with bringing you out here today?
Absolutely, yes.
What is it about those young men and women that wanted you to do something that is very much outside of your comfort zone?
Because I want them to do things that are outside their comfort zone.
That's what this is all about. You going to do it again?
For sure.
All right, we love it. Thank you so much for doing this and for your support.
Thank you.
All right, that is Cassie Cannon. And we are going to welcome in Ashley Hastings here as well. As Ashley made her way as down, we go from a physical therapist, come stand right here so we can see you on camera, to an occupational therapist. And what was that like for you today?
I went through spells of being nervous and excited, but I'm happy I did it.
What made it change on the way down? Was there something in your mind that clicked that made you feel more comfortable?
It's mainly figuring out using both of your hands together at the same time and just kind of finding your pace.
So now that you've gone through it, what would be the biggest piece of advice you would give for a potential first-timer moving forward?
Don't listen to anyone's experiences and do it yourself, because I feel like that can scare you more.
You are part of the big group that's out here. Did you hear them cheering you on, and how much did that help you get to the bottom?
Yes, when I could hear them, I said, oh, okay, I'm almost there.
You got to love that. Thank you so much, Ashley, and congratulations for making it down. Thanks for your support.
Thank you, and I just want all of my students that I've ever worked with to know that I do this for them.
That is absolutely special. Ashley Hastings representing what this is all about. Back to you guys.
Let's hear from that team supporting her again. When she heard you, that gave her the energy. Cheer it up for her one more time.
Yeah, and that's what this is all about. It really is. I mean, as we take a look here at the crowd and the supporters, I mean, those are students that made their way up from Kent County to see their teacher do something big in Newcastle County. And, you know, what a special day, and hopefully something that they'll remember. And those students that we're seeing there are going to be a big part of her remembering a special day in her life.
Yeah, incredible, the support. We hear a lot about how, I don't know at what point, what floor, what footage you are off the ground that you start to hear people. I, again, don't know. But I'm assuming it's somewhere towards the bottom.
Yes,
also depends on when.
It's not at the top, I'll tell you that.
Not at the top, and it's not at the midway point. But once you start hearing that, I think the energy really kind of comes together, and you really start to feel the sense of accomplishment and the pride you should have, as we are halfway here with our two newest edgers. On the blue rope is Heather Hitchens. The green rope is Justina Ramdat, as we hit edgers 48 and 49 here at 300 Delaware Avenue. That is our halfway point. Been on the air for about 4 hours and 30 minutes. And 177 of you watching right now. The chat has gotten a little slow, so make sure you check in wherever you're watching from, whoever you're supporting. Make sure you shout them out, as 1,700 people have tuned in here throughout our 4.5 hours. So make sure you share this link, send it to everybody, and make sure you have it so you can go back and watch it. If you're somebody in one of the Edgers lives and you need to send it to them so they can watch it later, make sure you do that. This link will stay up forever, or at least as long as Google is a company, which I assume will be forever. So make sure you save this link. You can go back and watch it at any time.
Well, we continue with the Lake Forest representatives here. We mentioned Heather Hitchens from Lake Forest Central Elementary, her third time going over the edge, and she's the ringleader of this. She's the director for their district in Special Olympics. This is the third time she's done it for Lake Forest, and we've talked about some of the daredevil nature of the people willing to go over the edge. Well, Heather's going whitewater rafting, and I can speak to somebody who's done some Class 3 rapids on the Ohio Pile in western Pennsylvania. I was scared pretty solid, so I could think it's a pretty similar fear level.
I don't know. Whitewater rafting seems to be something I would do. Scuba diving, things with water, I think I'm okay with. Cliff diving in water, something somebody had done previously. I still can't even visualize what that is a no. I think that would be a no.
That's the 30 feet high dive during the Olympics, but instead of into a pool, you're doing it into water that you hope there's not a rock at the bottom of.
Okay, so I envisioned it as you were in water and then you dove deeper into water. No?
No.
So you're out of water and then you jump into deep water.
No. You're on the side. You're on the Wile E. Coyote cliff, and then you jump into the water that's underneath.
Okay, so I took the underwater part pretty literally as where you started, not where you finished. So yeah, I don't know. I would really worry about a really detrimental belly flop to something like that. That would really hurt. But
well, they land as a pencil, so the straight up and down, similar to what we're seeing.
I feel like I would maybe lose a little bit of my control. Matt, do you have anything to add to this? What's the craziest thing you've ever done, or whatever you consider? Because if I remember correctly, this is a no-go for you, right?
I'm not into this stuff. I got to be blatantly honest with you. I love the Special Olympics. I love coming here and watching people that conquer what is one of my abject fears, but there is no chance whatsoever. I won't even do the interviews on the top of the building. There's no shot you're getting me up there. I was sitting there listening to you guys go back and forth about this, and I just feel like you're living a very different life than I am. I like to be on land, solid land, down on the ground. I really don't like to be up in the air. I don't like to be on the water if it's too deep unless I'm in a boat that someone else is driving. I don't know. You guys are just much more adventurous than me, I think is the best way to describe it.
I wouldn't say that I am. I mean, I get seasick, so boats are out. I do like marine life, so I think I would go to their house and hang out with them, but I don't know that I'd want them to be too angry and have too many teeth. And I will not do this, Matt, 100%. I am on the same sea level as you are right now, just behind this window, and this is where I will stay.
I did this the first year in 2011, and it took John Busby from Special Olympics 4 months to talk me into doing this, because he convinced me that going into freezing cold water in February is the same thing as rappelling off the side of a 17-story building.
Man.
He was wrong.
He is.
But I am beyond proud that I did something like this, because I have, kind of like Matt, that fear of heights, but there's something to accomplish something that's outside your comfort zone. And I got to admit, that view from the top is pretty neat. You don't get a chance to see that. If you drive just through the city, you don't get a true appreciation for just how big and sprawling Delaware can be until you're up there. But
Sean, you could just go to the 17th floor.
You can't just walk
down
onto the roof of a building, my friend.
Well, today you can.
There's a security guard there.
Okay, there's some steps you have to go through. I'm skipping some of the steps here. You don't just walk to the top of buildings, but okay, fine. Hey,
hold on, guys. Let me just give you an idea of how scared of heights I am. I'm going up to New York City tonight for a Billy Joel concert at Madison Square Garden.
big
I
brag.
spent hours trying to find tickets that are not up top because I can't even sit at the top of Madison Square Garden in an air-conditioned arena. I can't do heights. That's why I am in awe of these people. I love talking to people that come out here and are scared of heights and are still willing to do this. That's a different type of bravery in my mind, as maybe the representative of all the wusses out there that can speak our piece and explain just how difficult this is to some of the world looking from the outside in. They just can't even wrap their heads around the idea of going up there and doing this.
Well, just remember, the whole secret of this is you don't necessarily have to do it. If you can convince somebody else to do it, you can then raise money for them. The check still counts, and Special Olympics still gets them money for programs. So there's a way for the Matt Janices of the world to still help us, even though he's not going to go up 17 stories.
And I took you up on that, and I was very involved a couple years ago helping my sister raise the money. And you know what? Yep, I was very willing to send my sister out there on top of the roof and let her move her way down because she's the brave one in the family, and I just cheered her on from down here on the ground.
Hey, Matt, your fear of heights and your propensity to spend on Billy Joel tickets, do they seem to match up, or what?
It's at least how I explain to my wife when she sees the credit card bill how much the tickets cost. That's what I go with.
But I'm afraid of heights. We need to be down in the bottom.
Well, he is the Rocket Man. What are you going to do?
That's Elton John there, Sean Green.
Oh, no! Oh, he's the piano man, my friend.
Piano man, there you go. See, and I work for radio stations. Yeah, that's why they have me on the news side, folks. But we get back to our two edgers here, and Justina Rumdad, who's on the left from the Lake Forest School District, she's going over for the first time. We mentioned she's gone zip lining before, and she wanted to thank the Texas Roadhouse in Camden for helping to support her ability to go over the edge today. She has worked with many of the students at the Lake Forest School District who are part of Special Olympics Delaware and taking part in the programs from the various sports. And we've mentioned the summer games coming up next month at the University in Delaware. And by the way, those are free. So if you want to come out and really be inspired and see athletes having a great time, you can go pay $150 to go see the Phillies or the Orioles, or you can go to the University of Delaware and see softball players. You can see bocce players.
See, love of the game is really what you could see.
Yeah, I mean, with 14, Red Clay has 5, along with Lewis Elementary. We just saw them. They've got 5 people today. Southern Elementary with 4, North Star Elementary with 3, Smyrna Elementary with 2, and then Sussex Tech and Woodbridge each with 1. As we continue to watch Heather and Justina work their way down. Again, if you're just joining us, you might be wondering if you missed Cassie O'Flaherty or Kimberly Thompson. They were supposed to go at 12:50. They have not gone yet. They are at the top getting their safety briefing, so you haven't missed them. Trista Jester and Stephanie Pisapia was also supposed to have gone over at this point. They're on deck, so you're going to have, I'll wait for them, and then Michelle Ullman and Megan Hicks. We're set to go at 1:10. We're running about 20 minutes behind right now, so hopefully before 1:30 we'll get everybody across, but we'll be here with you as we watch Heather and Justina continue their way down, and there at the top you get a chance to see Cassie and Kimberly getting their final safety briefings at the top, as they will be next up once Heather and Justina work their way to the bottom. As I see the ventilation there, I think that's about 6 stories up or so, so they're both doing pretty well. They almost seem to be working as a team on their way down. It's a totally different rope system on the right and the left, but they're not straying very far from each other as we get a little chance to see how far up they are as the camera wisely zooms out. Here, a fine production here by Jimmy Smith, and we should also shout you out, Jimmy. You moved away a long time ago now, but what keeps you coming back from Ohio every year?
The relationships I made. I mean, that time in my life, and I don't want to turn this into about me, but I started in 2011 at the University of Delaware. My first job out of grad school, never been here. It was just at a moment in my life where, meeting people and the open arms that I was given, the opportunities I was given when I was there. Moved away in 2016 after my father passed away suddenly, and my daughter was actually born the next month. So it moved me back home to Cleveland, Ohio, which is where I'm from. And the relationships with people, I stayed in touch with people. John Busby, other entities and organizations around the state, and they were like, hey, can you come back and do that? Because I did this same broadcast with my Hens All Access students, which are, Hens All Access is the multimedia arm of the University of Delaware, and this was, college students that were doing this for, for money and for opportunities. And John was like, you guys are so great, you need to continue to do this, just, speaking about this example. And I was like, well, John, I live in Cleveland now, I don't have any of that equipment anymore, and then enter Showworks, and he's like, we can get the equipment, I want you to come back. And I was like, then absolutely. I mean, there's so many really strong relationships and great people, and this great state. And my daughter was born here. We bought our first home. I was married in Ohio because if I wanted to be near my family, but when I got married, I lived here. And so a lot of really important things in my life happened, and a lot of really important people. So, it's 6.5 hours. That's nothing. I'll do that without stopping. Getting here is no big deal. And I love doing it. And so every opportunity I have to come back and give back and, capture these moments for these people and for these organizations, I absolutely do. So thank you for that moment, but it's a no-brainer, Sean.
And we're certainly glad that you think the Pennsylvania Turnpike's no big deal, and you're able to get back
Actually,
here.
avoid the Pennsylvania Turnpike.
I
do.
You take the world's greatest highway, 60. You don't even take 68.
No, I don't think it's not worth it. The money paid on the Pennsylvania Turnpike and the time saved, not worth it. I'd rather go through State College, Lancaster, and do that. That's just kind of the way I always did it. And it very much is my trip home and to and from Delaware.
Well, speaking of trip homes, Justina Rumdat on the left and Heather Hitchens on the right are making their way towards that little outcrop there as we reach the final 3 stories on the descent. 17 stories it took them to go from the top here to the bottom at the 300 building. And look at this, coordinated going down. They've got the same shirt on, and they may even touch down at the exact same time. So it looks like Justina Rumdat will slightly win the non-race to the bottom. An excellent touchdown. It's the safety crew is there with Justina, and now Heather Hitchens on the right, both from Lake Forest School District. We're glad to have them here today as they both make their way down, and you can hear the applause in the background as the students are out here supporting their teachers and administrators on a wonderful Thursday afternoon, raising money for Special Olympics Delaware in the Over the Edge, which started back in 2011 and rolls strong. And we hope some of the people who are watching this today and being inspired come out and do this next year. There's the opportunity to sign up. $1,250 gets you on the top of that building next year, or someone you love on the top of that building, and send them down to raise such important money for Special Olympics.
Like a high leverage pie throwing contest or dunk booth, right? Like you got to put them up on the roof. They got to find their way back down. That's kind of what you're doing here.
And dunking would be the perfect practice. You do the small plunge of a half story, and then you go 17. It's a logical
work your way up.
Yeah. So as we look here at the top now, and we'll see Cassie O'Flaherty and Kimberly Thompson as they finish their last safety checks at the top. And yes, your back is away from the roof as you work your way off. And
that's one of the parts I just can't fathom. You're facing one direction, then you got to spin around. No, sir.
You know, when you're at about a 45-degree angle or so, and your feet are still on that ledge, and they tell you to push off, that wasn't easy. That was for me when I did this 13 years ago. That was the hardest part. I wish I had a photo. I wish I had this camera up here looking at that, and I can't.
I'm so sorry. You told that story, and I was
hoping
like,
I had the right colored pants on that day because.
You told the story about how when you did it, we didn't. You were year one, I guess.
I was
right?
year one, yeah.
And so we hadn't done that. We did this year two, and so you just missed the high quality production that this is. And so the footage of you doing this is very terrible, right?
No, it's grainy, but I'll tell you what's not grainy. Down on the ground, Matt Janis.
Good transition.
All right, thanks a lot. We're with another first-timer, Justina Rumdat. Walk us through what you thought it was going to be versus what it actually was.
It is hard. It was great. It was exhilarating and so worth it.
Could you hear the support down here on the ground? They were cheering for you. They were trying to support you. They were trying to will you down. How much did that help?
A lot, actually. I heard it with my partner that I was next to, so it was a lot of great support from everyone.
Well, one of the things we always ask the first-timers, on top of was it what you thought it would be, but would you come back and do it again? We sure hope that the answer is yes. What are you thinking right away?
Ooh, yes, I would.
That's what we love. That's why we ask you in public, too. Congratulations on making it down. Thank you so much for your support of Special Olympics. We're going to welcome in Heather Hitchens now as well. She is the director of the district. You are the anchor that brought this big group out here, the support from the school district and everybody that has banded together to raise, obviously, the funds for this good cause, but then also to be out here supporting each other. What does that tell you about how special that district is?
It tells us that our community believes in what we're doing. It believes in all of our students and that everyone matters. So our inclusion opportunities are important to us. My team has been incredible. The district has been incredible. Our administration kisses a pig every year for us to be here. So we're just very thankful for that community at home.
Well, I know that you are kind of old hat at this, but does it ever get easier? What was your thought when you went over the edge for the first time today?
It definitely doesn't get easier, but my hair didn't get stuck. So it's a win this year.
That is a huge moral victory. I know when you were talking about the support that you received, one of the people that you went out of your way to thank was your father and the impact that he had on this. Talk about what that means to you.
So my dad is a part of a lot of the local lodges, and he made sure that they really believe in Special Olympics and advocated for us. We were able to go to those lodges and present about Special Olympics. So we appreciate his support, and that has gone across the state for all of the lodges. So we're very grateful for them.
Well, we are grateful for you for all the support and all the help that you've done in getting the word out, and we hope to see you again next year.
All right, I'll be here.
All right, guys, back to you guys.
And that's what we like to hear. We won't repeat customers. And we've got two new first-timers going across in this batch, Jimmy.
And Cassio Flaherty is up on the green rope. That's the left as you're looking at it now. And Kimberly Thompson on the right. That's the blue rope. Each of the ropes sponsored here today for the first time. The green rope, Del Ones. And on the right is the Newcastle County Fire Department. There on the right, that's the blue rope that Kimberly Thompson is on. As we continue our run of Lake Forest School District members, as they came out in full force this year. They have 12 members going over the edge today.
And 2 more that are definitely associated with athletes who take part in Special Olympics. Cassio Flaherty, known as Miss O around the building, an academic intervention paraprofessional at the Lake Forest North Elementary School. She heard about Over the Edge through work, and she said that this is her first daredevil activity ever. She says daring activities aren't her usual go-to, but she's up for a challenge to show her support. I'll tell you what, this is, if you're not a daredevil, this is quite the impressive first thing to do. Is, again, she's already done to me the hardest part, which is take that first bit over the edge. Now you're in that system, 100% safety record with this organization. So this is where I truly felt most secure when I was on that building going down. Was I scared? Yes. But I felt secure, and that just goes down to the lessons you'll get at the top. They get a 1-story training rappel, so you get a chance to sense that sensation with somebody right next to you. And you know, the guide, the advice that they give are so important, and hopefully they helped Miss O out on her way going down.
A lot of things that make you feel comfortable. The process up, the attention to detail, the over-the-edge staff, the check-in process, the training, just how serious everyone takes this. You know, you may be like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, that, you know, there's a lot of anxiety you have, but really when you sit back and look at it, there's a lot of people paying a lot of attention to everything you do, and the checks and the balances from structural equipment to the training really should start to calm you at some point. I, again, don't know when that would be, maybe when you land, but when you really step back and look at it, you see, man, there's a lot of safety mechanisms, checks and balances that go into something like this. So that probably starts to rest your ease or ease your worries. Maybe around now, I would say, for both of them, as they start to make their way down. On the flip side, Kimberly Thompson, she's cliff dived twice, 35-foot and 25-foot cliffs in Jamaica. And she has a special place in Special Olympics heart, as she's the special education coordinator at Lake Forest North Elementary, a coach, and has supported many Special Olympics activities throughout the school year. Just a big advocate down there at Lake Forest.
No, and we see it every year at the Polar Bear Plunge. Lake Forest is one of the school districts that they take up a good piece of the beach. If there's almost, I think it's about 4,500 plungers every year, Lake Forest has got a couple hundred of that. So you're talking, what, 5% of the amount of plungers doing
and
that
for a
every
school. This is not just
yeah.
a school thing. That's one school, a thing open to everyone. To be 5% of that, you know, one of the more well-known things in Delaware is very, very impressive, and something that Lake Forest should take great pride in.
No, and here we get a chance now with this wide shot to see just how big a 17-story building that's over 200 feet is. You know, this isn't just going down the side of your house. You know,
I have trouble from my feet looking up at it. You know, just with my regular eyeballs, sometimes I get used to this angle because we look at it all day and it's just part of the whatever, and it's through a screen. But when you go out there and look up, you know, it really is imposing. And I remember year one when we did a site visit, we looked at it. It's the only time I've been to the roof. I just couldn't. I could not put my hands on the edge and look over straight down. I would see at 45-degree angle, probably downward towards the street, and it's just it overcomes you, and so it takes over your senses, and it's really a daunting thing. So to stay focused and have the motor skills and the ability to just continue to go and go at a good clip, not necessarily the fastest, but a nice and steady clip, is super impressive, and especially for first-timers and third-timers, fourth-timers. And these two, remember, we have a first-timer who's never done anything, maybe more than take an aggressive step down some stairs, and we have a first-timer as well in this event, but somebody who's cliff dived, so they obviously have a propensity for drastic things. So, but you see they're going together, they're going at the same pace, probably helping each other out. But that, again, what this is all about is working through this together, overcoming this fear.
Yeah, and you can absolutely hear each other. It's not that far apart. The two of them are about 5, 6, maybe 7
there's
feet
a wave.
apart. Oh, we got a wave
She
there.
was waving, so Cassie was waving to, I'm assuming, the 10th floor, or maybe a very important business meeting.
Yeah, I would still like the perspective from the person who has that office that can see that rope all day, and you got that big call with maybe a client you're trying to make $1 million transaction, because that's just how things work in Wilmington, and all of a sudden here's somebody in a pink shirt doing her best Batman from the 1960s impression, except they're not doing the sidewards camera angle. They're legitimately going down a rope and doing a fine job here again. On the left is Cassie O'Flaherty, the academic intervention paraprofessional at Lake Forest North, and the special education coordinators on the right, and that's Kimberly Thompson, and they're both doing a fine job working down. Coming up next will be Trista Jester and Stephanie Pisapia, and then behind them will be Michelle Allman and Megan Hicks. As again, we are running about 25 minutes behind right now, but that's fine as we get our look there at Trista and Stephanie getting their training ready. They'll be next up once Kimberly and Miss O make their way towards the bottom. And we see that great just a moment ago, and they're about 5 or 6 stories from the bottom as they wrap up the 17-story descent over 200 feet here in Wilmington on a kind of chilly compared to yesterday, but still cloudy and a little bit of mist. Not the worst day you could ever have for this. It's a nice day to chance to see Delaware's biggest city in a very unique way.
Yeah, yesterday, felt like you were 2 feet off the sun. 88 degrees, 89 degrees as I was driving in yesterday, and so today a breath of fresh air. But obviously, if you're not used to it quite yet, a colder day, but way more enjoyable than I would imagine yesterday would have been. In that intense heat. So a couple shout outs here on YouTube. Anita shouting out the Lake Forest staff. You're so amazing. Lauren McDonald. I love Lake Forest so much. I'm so happy I work in such an amazing district. So a district employee as well, sharing the love with her Lake Forest staff. Nakia McNair as well, cheering on Thompson and O'Flaherty. Stephen, so proud of you, Cassie. Lindsay, Tyree. Go Lake and go Stephanie. One of the many Tyrees.
And we're actually going to go up now to the top of the roof where the assistant principal of Southern Elementary School, Ari Dickaloo, is standing by. And Ari, here, as you get ready to go down, what's it like up there? What's the view like?
View's fantastic. Really can't say more things about the view. It's a nice fake bright day. We got the clouds, but you're still squinting. It's nice to see Wilmington from this angle. Beautiful city.
Why are you out here today?
I'm out here with 2 of our fantastic teachers, Kate Bolton and Steph Alexander, and my principal, Rich Bryson. We have 120 or more athletes that participate every year in Special Olympics, and it is truly some of my favorite parts of the year. Those days are fantastic. So happy I could be here today, and also big props to them for piloting the fundraising in our school.
I've been told that you don't do crazy things. So why this?
I can't tell you how little crazy we're talking here. Like, sometimes I like to switch things up, do Wegmans instead of ShopRite. That's the kind of life I'm living. So I'm doing this because peer pressure is alive and well in Southern Elementary.
What do you want your students to learn from you doing this?
That learning comes at the edge of uncomfortable.
Ooh, I love it.
Well, Ari, we're going to let you get through the final safety training.
Let you get to the edge of uncomfortable here.
Best of luck.
Much appreciated. Thanks so much for setting this up.
All right, as we see the last 2 edgers having just finished up, Cassie O'Flaherty along with Kimberly Thompson, as they are getting their final harnesses off. And then we will get set to see Trista Jester and Stephanie Pisapia make their way down as more Lake Forest representatives. We still have 4 more to go. Trista and Stephanie, they'll be followed by Michelle Allman and Megan Hicks, also from Lake Forest School District, as we're so glad to have 12 people from Lake Forest School District join us today here at the 2024 Over the Edge, benefiting Special Olympics Delaware, which has raised over $1.5 million since 2011. This is going to likely be another 6-figure event, and really on the short list besides the polar bear plunge, which raises over $1 million every year. This is one of the big fundraisers for Special Olympics to help keep those programs free for the 4,500 athletes here in the state of Delaware who compete locally. And we might add, some have gone on to compete in the national games, some have gone on to compete in the world games. And when I say compete, some of them have won medals. And speaking of medals, Matt Janis is down with a medal winner down on the ground.
We are standing by with Kim Thompson, who is here with us, first timer, and you are somebody that is not objectable to doing some daredevil things. You did some cliff diving, right? That was your biggest, take one step forward for me here. You did cliff diving before, that was your biggest daredevil coming into this?
Yes.
How does this compare to that?
It's a lot more nerve-wracking. It's a little higher up, but it was fun.
180 feet is a little bit higher up than 35 feet, but at least you were connected to the ground the entire time. And speaking of connected to the ground, this big group of people that you came out here and did this with, at what point could you hear them and how much did they help?
I heard them all the way, and they were a good encouragement.
Will you be back doing this again?
Yes, absolutely.
That is the answer that we like to hear. Congratulations for doing it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kim Thompson with us, and now we're going to be joined by her coworker Cassidy O'Flaherty. Everybody calls you Miss O at school. You are not nearly as much as a daredevil. It's your first time doing this as well. You filled out the questionnaire and said, I don't do anything daredevil. You're my kind of person, for the record, except for that you went up to the top of a building and rappelled down 180 feet. For somebody that's not used to doing those kind of stuff, what was the process talking you into it, and what was it like?
So it was great. I would do anything to support Special Olympics. My great coworkers helped talk me through it and got me down here. So,
where were they more helpful in getting you excited and in the right frame of mind to go do it, or as you're actually coming down the building, as you could hear the support they were giving you?
for sure as I was coming down. I wasn't nervous until this morning, so for sure coming down.
Everybody has a different first thought when they actually start the process of rappelling down the building over the edge, as we have it so accurately named here. What was yours?
Can you repeat that?
What was your first thought as you started over the edge of the building?
What have I signed myself up for? Yes.
And then when you got back down on the ground, I saw you give a big sigh of relief. Were you ever happier to have your feet firmly planted on the ground than you were at that moment?
No. It was great. I would definitely be back next year.
That's what we love to hear. Thank you so much for stepping outside of your comfort zone.
Thank you.
Miss O, back to you guys.
I was terrified. I was very scared, but I'll be back next year.
Adrenaline is a powerful drug, my friend. It is the best.
You guys are saying some things straight off of the rope there. I don't know. We'll see if you do it again next year.
And we have two more going over the edge right now. Trista Jester and Stephanie Pisapia have just made their way across. And they are now making their way. They're getting their feet off the side of the building and starting their way down. And we'll get you which one is on which rope here in just a moment.
A lot of shout-outs for Southern Sharks on the YouTube channel, so keep that going as you'll see some of yours come up here shortly, including Kate Bolton. So stay tuned for that. On the blue rope is Trista Jester. That's the right of your screen right now. And on the left is Stephanie Pisapia. She is on the green as they head down here. So a couple more. Lake Forest Elementary School staff members.
Yep, both from Lake Forest South Elementary, in fact. Lake Forest does the north and south thing. They don't name their schools after people like we see a lot here in Newcastle County. Trista defines herself as a supporter of Special Olympics, although she did over the edge last year. Both of these rappellers were here last year. Trista wanted to thank Carl Deputy and Sons Builders for helping support her in raising the money required to go over the edge, while for Stephanie, she's a coach and a supporter for South's Unified team, so she's part of the DIAA events that take place every year. She wanted to thank Heather Hitchens and the other district staff. She also does the polar bear plunge every year, so like me jumping into that wonderfully warm 35-degree ocean water every February in Lewis and Rehoboth, and we certainly hope you'll be out there for the Lewis Polar Bear Plunge coming up on, well, it used to be Super Bowl Sunday. Now it's the first, well, it's always been the first Sunday in February, but now the Super Bowl has been moved away, so no excuse for anyone to not be out there. It's the day between the conference finals and the Super Bowl. Stephanie wanted to thank Wolf and Associates and Takeover Lacrosse for sponsoring her, along with the entire Lake Forest team, for helping her raise enough funds. Because, again, it's $1,100 to do this. So it's no small feat, and that takes just the determination of people like Trista and Stephanie to raise that money, to raise those funds for the athletes that they are around, to be able to participate in events like the Summer Games taking place next month at the University of Delaware. There's also bowling events throughout the year. Horse riding is a popular sport, along with bocce and a basketball. There's events all year round. Over 4,500 athletes throughout Delaware get a chance to participate, and the best part of it is they get to do it for free, but they only get to do it because of people like Trista and Stephanie, who raise money for the athletes, doing things like Over the Edge. We'll have the Reindeer Run 5K coming up in December. There's also the plane pull that takes place later in the year, and there's a bridge run for law enforcement at the Delaware Memorial Bridge. So Special Olympics, they really do find creative ways to raise money, and I don't know if there's anything more creative than what Trista and Stephanie are doing right now, going down the side of a 17-story building here at the 300 Delaware Avenue complex in Wilmington to raise this money.
And you talked about it before, polar bear plunge. You can jump into a lot of bodies of water when it's cold. Great. Lake Erie up in Cleveland is where they go into, but it's a small space. Lake Erie doesn't have a lot of beaches and a lot of clean beaches and a lot of wide spaces to go. So it's kind of like a line change. I've seen it before. You go in 10 at a time, 10 in, 10 out. Okay, next 10, 10 in, 10 out. It's not in mass like it is when you have the Atlantic Ocean involved and the wonderful beaches down there, Rehoboth, Lewis, Dewey, all of those down there. So, and then, this is an extremely rare opportunity and the one of a kind in the state. So, if you want to rappel down the side of the building in the state of in the state of Delaware, it is the second Thursday in May with Special Olympics and Over the Edge here at 300 Delaware Avenue.
Indeed, a tradition that goes back to 2011. As Stephanie Pisapia on the left has made her way. She's about 5 stories from the bottom. Trista Jester is a little further behind here, so the race going the way to do Stephanie at the moment, but both are doing an outstanding job of making their way towards the ground and completing. Again, it cannot be understated. 17 stories, over 200 feet. If you are someone who doesn't like heights, if you have any sort of nerves, this is something that will test that. And we see it time after time, the relief, the happiness, the joy, the sense of accomplishment, the adrenaline that comes into an event like this. Really hard to duplicate, and what a unique experience. What a way to teach lessons to, for Stephanie here, as she's almost at the bottom, a school counselor. She gets to go back and tell her students, look, you can do hard things. Look at me do a hard thing today. And that lesson's invaluable.
Yeah, it really gives you the authority to say things like that, that you can make tough things look easy or just basically overcome them. As to the ground we go there as Stephanie makes her landing. Trista shortly behind. But just this process, this 10, 15 minutes, whatever it is exhilarating. And, you have talked about it multiple times, didn't want to, didn't love it. Okay, fine, forced to. Okay, and then the sense of accomplishment, the way you talk about it, almost 10 years later is like, one of the bigger things you've done. And I don't want to speak for you, but one of the big things you've overcome in your life.
No, it is. It is a sense of accomplishment. And the wonderful thing about social media, we have that scrapbook every year. And about this time every year, I'm reminded of that photo of me on the practice building. And it's like, I did this. Like the guy who...
Are you sure?
Yeah, like I look down off the a high diving board and go, what? I got to do what? And to do this and to see that ground, to see Delaware Avenue, it looks like a bunch of Legos and matchboxes from the top, and then all of a sudden at the bottom you're right back in the heart of Delaware's largest city, a city of 75,000 people, and how many more business people just going through a routine Thursday watching you as you're just walking around trying to go between meetings and wondering what all of the hubbub about. But the hubbub's about Special Olympics Delaware today and getting that message across as Stephanie gets her medal from Sasha Hudson, a Special Olympics athlete and a broadcaster, I might mention, with our sister station down in Forever Media Milford. And he has been so involved in Special Olympics, and I love that Orioles cap as well. As we need more Orioles fans in this state. But I'll tell you, we got a Blue Hens fan down at the ground, and that is the voice of Delaware women's basketball, Matt Janis.
That is true. Go Blue Hens. Trista Jester with us as well. Go Trista. What a job you did coming down. Second time doing this. Was it easier the second time around as opposed to the first time?
Yeah, because I knew what to expect. So.
Well, walk us through, for those of us that are maybe a little too scared to do it, what do you expect when you're going over that edge for the first time?
It's mostly your upper body, your arms that you're using. It's not so much of our legs, and a lot of people have a misunderstanding that they think they're using their legs more than their arms.
Looks like you're using your full body up there to me, at least for us. Is it hard, or do they, with the way they train you, make it relatively simple?
They make it super simple.
Well, that's certainly good to hear. You've done 2 already. You got a third up your sleeve next year?
I hope so.
We love to hear it. Thank you so much for the support and for coming out to do this.
Thank you.
Trista Jester, and now we will welcome in Stephanie, who's in her second time going through this. You look relatively calm. When you hit the ground, you let out a big sigh, and you look smooth coming down. What was it like for you?
Just as scary as the first time.
So what was the thing that you feared most? Is it the heights? Is it coming down a building from 180 feet, or is it the whole package?
It's the coming down and trying to keep a steady pace and not jerked around.
Did it get any easier, at least, in terms of controlling it the second time around?
Yes,
Is this something that we're going to see you do a third time through?
probably.
I like probably. I'll take probably. I'm not going to try to push anything more than that right now. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you.
Stephanie and Trista, back to you guys.
Probably just means you have 12 months to break down. That's how
the
I
reluctance
hear, that's how
was
I hear
high
that.
there. I will say, but probably is not no.
That's not a no. You can work with that. That is negotiable. Speaking of negotiating, Michelle Allman and Megan Hicks are beginning their descent, and as we've talked so many times, the real hard part is right there, that push off the ledge as they work their way down and get some smiling faces from below. You get a chance to see it. 2 of your co-workers here, as we have 2 more from Lake Forest. Michelle and Megan are both working their way down. Michelle on the left here as we look at that shot is the supervisor of special programs for the Lake Forest School District. This is her maiden voyage down the side of the building. And Megan Hicks on the right is a special education coordinator at Lake Forest South and also a coach of Special Olympics athletes. So Megan's doing a lot of really great things to help out that program. And again, with 12 people at Lake Forest School District, they will continue to be big influences. And speaking of big influences, we're going to go up from just outside the roof to the roof at the 300 building, where we have Rose Furio and Amy Zook at the top. And Rose and Amy, hopefully you can hear me. Amy, you're involved in Special Olympics Delaware, a 14-year polar bear, so someone who's done it nearly as many times as me. What are you doing on the top of a building?
Well, I joined the board of directors last year, and I figured that since I'm embracing this whole, being more involved with Special Olympics, that doing Over the Edge was a part of this process, and I really wanted to have the full experience to embrace it and share it with my friends and my family, and Rose was the one who jumped in and said, yes, I'd love to join you on this adventure.
So Rose, take me through what inspired you, what made this be something you wanted to do with the variety of activities that Special Olympics does for fundraisers?
What inspired you to do this along with the variety of activities that Special Olympics does as fundraisers?
I joined Amy Zook to do Over the Edge because what better way to spend a Thursday afternoon than rappelling down 222 feet? Why not, right? But again, it's to support the kids with Delaware Special Olympics, and it's just an awesome event and great to be here.
Yes.
Amy, you look around, we see a giant building right behind you as we've got this shot framed up right now. And can you describe what that view is like compared to what you saw down on the ground about 20 minutes ago?
Well, it was about 17 stories lower. It's still a great view. I am not going to look down once I get over it, but I do plan on, and Rose plans on, just soaking up the scenery as we go down and just enjoying every minute of the adventure.
So, Rose, same question. The game plan is to keep even with the eye level, or you're going to be looking down and taking everything in?
Is the game plan to take everything in and look eye level, or are you going to look down out? What's your view going to be?
Oh, my view is going to be amazing. I'm going to take everything in. I'm going to soak it all in. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. And you know what? The weather held off. It's a great day. It's a great day to be here. And it's a great event to share with Amy, and happy to be here. So we're going to have a bird's eye view going down.
Well, Rose and Amy, we're going to let you finish up your safety training, and we'll see you at the bottom in a few minutes.
Thank you.
So we thank Rose and Amy, and as we continue keeping our eyes on the two rappellers who are over the edge right now, that's Michelle Allman to the left, a supervisor of special programs for the Lake Forest School District, and on the right, Megan Hicks is a special education coordinator at Lake Forest South Elementary School, and I can hear some fans outside our broadcast booth here at the 300 building along Delaware Avenue, and both of them are moving down at a pretty quick pace right now.
Yeah, once you find your groove, you get into it and you take it in, and then you feel so much more in control of the process. Michelle and Megan, just as the Lake Forest pairs have gone, they're teeter-tottering their way down and kind of exchanging who's in first and second. Again, not a race, no prize to be won for first place. Get your money's worth, take a look around. Once you get comfortable, you start exploring and maybe expanding your horizons literally and figuratively up there, and take it all in, because it is a potentially once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be up that high. And then it's definitely a one-of-a-kind opportunity to be up that high and supporting such a great organization at the same time. So,
well, speaking of spreading horizons, Michelle, here's her litany of daredevil things she's done. A scuba diver, she swam with sharks, she's gone whitewater rafting in Switzerland and West Virginia. There's a combination. She's rappelled down a 100-foot waterfall in Belize. Makes Wilmington almost, boy, this is nothing to her.
Jeez.
And I've traveled to 40 different countries around the world. So Michelle I think she might be more trained than some of the experts here.
absolutely. And then Megan's like, I did this last year. This is what I did. It's my fun. Belize, West Virginia, Switzerland, whatever.
We take all types here at Over the Edge. And Megan was behind there, but she says, I want the ground right now, and does a fine job of squeezing that button and touching the ground there with the 2 feet, does the backside touch. And now here's Michelle Allman completing her first descent of the 300 Delaware Avenue building, hopefully not her last, as she has done a fantastic job. And they both wanted to thank their family and friends and the team at Lake Forest for helping them raise the money. And we're talking 12 different people from Lake Forest School District at $1,100 to do this. So Lake Forest has raised over $12,000.
Incredible. Lake Forest, give yourself a round of applause out there.
Yeah, that is wonderful.
Good work. Lake Forest 12 edgers are back onto planet Earth successfully, and just an incredible accomplishment. The second most for a school district this year, behind the 14 from Cesar Rodney. Great participation, as 47 of the edgers are affiliated with a school. That is nearly half of the total edgers this year come from a school district in a form or fashion. So the school districts getting the message and realizing how very important this is and stepping up.
Nope. And we see it, as somebody who covers high school sports, we see it with the Unified Championships on the DIAA level, not just the Special Olympics summer games, the basketball, the winter games. The schools just get so involved, and it's great when it's the schools, as we see Sasha handing out one of the medalists right there. I mean, you certainly deserve a medal if you've gone down a 17-story building. You deserve a little piece of jewelry to take home with you back to Kent County. And now you get a medal, and then you get a chance to talk with our Matt Janis.
All right, thanks a lot, Sean. We are standing by with perhaps the bravest first-time rappeller that has made her way down back to Earth and is all smiles. I guess you'd expect nothing less from the Daredevil. The question, I think, on everybody's mind, what's the difference between rappelling down a building and rappelling down a waterfall?
Well, there's a lot more to look at when you're in a tropical area. And I didn't want to look down. But no, it was fun. Plus, I'm a lot older and wiser, so
Well, you're wiser, and you're still doing stuff like this. You're definitely braver.
so it's scarier.
What was it like to have the support? You guys have such a big group out here. It is so cool to see the way you are supporting each other and obviously supporting Special Olympics. Could you hear them the whole time?
Yeah, I could hear him the whole time. Yeah, we have a really amazing team, and I actually just found out that I was going to be joining the team a couple days ago because they had raised so much money that they were able to take another person. So I'm very fortunate that they asked me to come. So I'm super proud to be a part of the Lake Forest School District and our Special Olympics team.
Did you run through your resume of daredevil things that you've done? Is that how you got the late invite?
No, I kept on telling them that I would do it, but I don't have time or that I can't raise the money, so they did it for me.
I'm going to add those to my list of excuses moving forward. Thank you so much, Michelle. We really appreciate it. Hopefully we'll see you do it again next year.
It was fun. Thank you.
All right, we will welcome in her co-worker, Megan Hicks, here as well. You are a veteran to this process, second time doing it, but as we always like to ask people, what was the biggest difference between the first time you did it and now second time? Was it any easier?
I do think it was easier, and I think I went faster this time.
You guys did. Were you having a race up there? I know you want to do it safely. I know they tell you to take your time, but you guys look like seasoned pros coming down that building.
We weren't racing. We were just ready to be done.
Is that the motivation? Get back down to earth as quick as possible?
Yes, get to the ground.
Was there a part about it, though, that was especially rewarding on top of the charity element, but the view of the city? Was there anything that you enjoyed from being up on top of that building?
Yeah, I felt more comfortable this time, so I was able to look around more than I did last year.
So you were able to look around. Did you look down at all? That's the big question.
I looked down before I started, so I could see what was going on down here. It was good.
See, I would not look down before I started. I like your strategy, though. It seemed like you were all smiles on the way down. Was it good, and will you be back for year 3?
Definitely.
All right, we love to hear it, and we thank you guys for all your support.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
And we certainly love the repeat customers. And now it's time for Southern Elementary School's time to shine, as that's Katie Bolton on the left, the special education teacher at Southern Elementary and the program director at Southern Elementary. And then on the right is Richard Bryson. And these are two first-time over-the-edgers, so we're certainly glad that they are joining us today and raising the money for Special Olympics. And they're both off to a fine start, as they're already about 2 or 3 stories down.
So Southern was getting a lot of support there on YouTube about 10 minutes ago, around the time when they thought they would have started. And again, we're slightly behind, but these things will be made up in no time. So make sure you're always tuning in around their regularly scheduled time. And again, you can go back, you can rewatch this broadcast, so don't feel like you're missing anything here. But all the Southern chat, here's the shark emojis. Let's go Southern. A lot of chatter around Southern's involvement here this year, as they have their 4 representatives, probably the next 2 groups of 2, including an assistant principal and another special education teacher. So, obviously the message sent and received there at Southern Elementary.
Indeed, and certainly a district, I believe they're in the Colonial School District, and relatively nearby, and William Penn has certainly been a big part of Special Olympics DIAA unified events, and the Colonial School District a big part of what helps keep Special Olympics going, and certainly showing why these funds that are being raised today, $1,100 for each edger to go over the side of this building and to raise that money, and it's all going to a great cause, those 4,500 athletes. And quickly want to let you know, if you are just joining us, so that again, Richard Bryson and Katie Bolton are up there now. Stephanie Alexander and Ari Dinkaloo are next. They were supposed to go at 1:30, so we're about 20 minutes behind. The 1:40 pairing of Greg Johnson and Jonathan Packard will follow them. And then Micaiah Brown and Paul Jungling, who were supposed to go off right about now, well, they are 3 pairs behind, so maybe about 2:15, 2:20. But, of course, stay with us. If they end up going a little earlier, we'll be ready to go when they go over. So those are the names that we are waiting for, as right now we are watching Richard Bryson go very quickly down. I think he just did a 2-story descent right there.
He's got it.
Again, if you squeeze that grip really tightly, it will let you go, but if you go too fast, it'll catch you. So that's part of the risk reward there. If you're trying to get down a little quick and you try to go too quick, the safety coordinators will not let you do that, as safety is, of course, the most important thing here at Over the Edge. But both Richard and Kate doing a fantastic job as they are quickly working their way down the 300 Delaware Avenue building.
And while the sharks are in the water, literally in this chat right now, Southern is just exploding with activity over here in the chat. Make sure you're saving this link, sharing it, liking it here on YouTube, giving it a thumbs up, subscribing to Special Olympics Delaware's channel right here on YouTube so you get further messaging, stories, and other things involving Special Olympics, just to make the most of your time here on this channel and support them in the best way possible. But while all of you Southern fans are here, make sure you throw it a like, give it a share, text it around, email it around, and obviously save it, because you can rewatch this over and over and over again.
And I want to quickly give one apology there. It's Mike Asia Brown, who is the name of the edger who was going over at 150. I likely said something else by mistake. Not that my name isn't said Scene Green many times as well. So I'm used to
live to Scene Green with traffic. Scene?
Yeah, that's about right. But we get set to hear shortly from Kate and also from Richard as they were getting their final safety checks, and then they'll get their medals at the bottom. And then up at the top, as we switch to that, we'll see Stephanie Alexander and Ari Dinkaloo as they've gone through their training. Now they're getting the last hookups on the harness and begin that really exciting first little bit over the edge coming up shortly. So that's where we stand right now, is Southern Elementary, the 4 representatives, 2 on the ground and 2 at the top of the building at the moment.
So Southern, thank you for your time here watching today. Over 200 people live right now watching us carry Over the Edge 2024.
And I've got to say to the Southern Elementary, a lot of energy in that chat right now. I want to see you guys in February on that beach in Rehoboth.
Whoa.
Yeah, I want to see you guys at the Polar Bear Plunge. Come on out here.
The gauntlet's been thrown down.
That's what I'm
Green.
saying right now. Yeah, Scene Greeny is going. Yeah, come on out. Jump in the freezing cold water.
All right, we're standing by with Katie Bolton here, and you make it your first time down the building. What was going through your mind when you started that process? Everybody's got a different thought process the first time they go over the edge.
I didn't want to get stuck.
You didn't. You were very smooth. Was it the teaching up top?
I think the practice beforehand at rock climbing was a big help.
How much does that transition over into going down a building with the rock climbing background? We see a lot of people talk about going rock climbing. Obviously, it's a little bit different, though, here inside the city.
I think it just gives you the opportunity to learn how to use the equipment.
And as you do this for your first year, you seem pretty happy with your performance. Is there going to be a year number 2 for you?
I hope so. We are representing our school this year, so I think the plan is to try to have another team participate and keep it going.
So you're going to try to build it out. It does seem like that you guys were pretty excited this year. And is it harder to be the first one coming down with representing Southern Elementary?
I took one for the team.
Well, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks, Matt. As again we go back up to the top and we see Stephanie Alexander and Ari Dinkaloo. Ari is the assistant principal at Southern Elementary, and Stephanie is a special education teacher. And as we get set to go here again, the trick here is you stand up on that ledge and then you lean back a little bit and you go down to almost about an L shape, about 45 degrees, and then you push off with that feet. And that is when you truly go over the edge. 17 stories, over 200 feet above Delaware Avenue here in Wilmington. As looks like Ari just began his descent. And we'll see Stephanie do the same here in just a second. We wait for that push off the wall. There it is. And now they are both over the edge, and they begin their descent down, as we'll get a chance to see just that camera's at the bottom, folks. So again, you think about the zoom, and we feels like they're maybe a little bit closer to the top than you think, or to the bottom than you think, but no, that's 17 stories up.
22-foot adjustment we just made between camera 1 and camera 2 you just saw right there.
That is technology at its finest.
And that camera, just we haven't talked about this in a while, that is what's called a PTZ camera. It's a robotic camera being operated by the gentleman to your left, Darnell Vaughn, who's basically doing it like a video game. He's got a joystick. He can make adjustments. He can move the camera, all while, I don't know, how far is that, Darnell? 50 feet, 75 feet away from it, outside, right? So he is not near it. He's merely punching the controls. So a nice addition there from Showworks this year. Great equipment they have that really have brought this thing to life over the years. So Darnell is on our PTZ camera. Tommy Tyree has just slid over here to the director's chair where he's calling the shots, which angles. And Aaron and Dan Finan are the other camera operators right now. Aaron on the roof. She's done all the jobs throughout the day. Aaron is on the roof. Dan is also out there. He is on the landing camera now. So he's the one who's been capturing the emotions and interviews with Matt Janis here for the last little bit. So the staff here today, awesome. Young kids getting some really cool opportunities to get some great experience, and all work at their respective schools, and professionally in the area. So these are, although younger guys, these are legit people that are going to be in the industry doing some big time things here pretty soon.
Well, let's talk about the two edgers that are going across here, Stephanie Alexander and Ari Dinkaloo. We mentioned Stephanie, a special education teacher at Southern Elementary. She's an aunt and teacher of Special Olympics athletes. And then we talk about the coaches and the volunteers required to make the programs work, the 4,500 athletes of Special Olympics who get a chance to participate for free, all because of the money raised by Over the Edge, the Polar Bear Plunge, the Reindeer Run, all the different events that Special Olympics Delaware holds every year. He said when he was, for Stephanie, she said when she was at the Special Olympics Leadership Conference, she decided it was a great idea to raise money for Special Olympics and all of her athletes at Southern Elementary, and she was expecting a great adventure. So she's in the midst of that right now, and she wanted to thank her unstoppable nephew, Maddox, who is hopefully watching this right now and watching Stephanie and watching his aunt go down the side of the 300 building here in Wilmington. As for Ari Dinkaloo, he said his coworkers peer pressured him into doing it, saying that he's not someone who does crazy things, no swimming with sharks or wrestling with alligators. He's more of an apple a day kind of thing, everything in moderation. Well, I guess moderation is a 17-story building. If we wanted to make it challenging, we'd have sent him down the Empire State Building.
Yeah, as long as you do it in moderation, it's in moderation, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can do the Empire State Building, then maybe the Sears Tower. Is that the next one you go down?
I guess you're ending up in Dubai at some point as you work your way up.
How tall is that building out there? But
too tall, I think.
Yeah, but as much quicker than the last pairing that we've seen here is we've got. Checking to see who that is who has jumped ahead there and is already past the outcrop.
That's Ari. That's on the right there.
Well, I think the craziest thing he's ever done is speed rappelled down the side of the building.
We're upgrading your resume as we speak here, Ari.
I know that our good friend Usain Bolt is retired, but I don't know if Usain could have gone that quickly.
Friend of the program, Usain Bolt. I think, right? No?
Yeah.
He's probably watched this before.
He speed watches it. So Ari is now on the ground. There's Stephanie making her final descent to Wilmington International, if you will. Again, the aunt and teacher of Special Olympics athletes, and now, boy, what a lesson she's going to be able to show and explain to her athletes that, hey, look what I just did as she touches the ground. And in just a moment, as she gets a picture taken there, we'll get a chance to talk to both Stephanie and Ari. And again, next up at the top will be Greg Johnson and Jonathan Packard. And then Micaiah Brown and Paul Jungling are on deck. So those are the next four that will be going across here, as we're still running about 20 minutes behind or so. But if you're just joining us for some of the other names, Rose Furio and Amy Zook, they were supposed to be going off right now. They're 3 back right now, so hopefully in the next half hour we start to get them ready to go, as there's our first look at Greg Johnson and Jonathan Packard at the top. Greg Johnson is the principal at Ritchie Elementary School of the Red Clay School District, while Jonathan Packard is representing the Delaware State Police. So an interesting combination, and we've had a lot of teammates going down from the same school. Now we get a chance to see a police officer and a school principal go at the same time. We're glad to see one of the 5 Red Clay representatives today in Greg Johnson get set to go over the edge shortly. And we wait on the ground as the final safety checks for Richard Bryson and Kate Bolton are wrapping up, and then they will be in conversation with Matt Janis down at the bottom here shortly. And you'll see here as we're looking now at the harnesses here at the top, all the workers are strapped in. So it's not just the edgers that are harnessed. Everybody who's up there, from the camera people to the safety technicians, are all strapped in so they don't have their own over-the-edge moment. So that's part of the safety as we know go down to the floor and Matt Janis.
All right, we are standing by with a very happy Ari and Stephanie. Let's start with Ari, the assistant principal at Southern Elementary School. I think you gave the answer of the day on top. You said your biggest decisions were Wegmans or ShopRite. You aren't into big adventures like this. What was this adventure like?
It was an experience for sure. Just trying to like convince your body that was going to be okay was really tough. But once we started, she was right next to me, giving me some encouraging words like slow down. I said I was going to beat you, please slow down. So it was really good.
You were even until about, 2/3 of the way down the building. And then all of a sudden, what you do, the rope-a-dope on her, and then all of a sudden go fast?
It's called fight or flight. I think that's what they talk about. So I think flight took over for a little bit there.
So when you're being peer pressured into doing this, what was the biggest selling point and what won you over? Most importantly, will you be back?
That is a really good question. I'll have my representation reach out to you about the answer to coming back. But I will say, I think the best people in our lives force us to do things that are just going to make us better and make us do something different. And so while I was very uncomfortable with it, knowing that they were there to support me and wanting me to push myself made a big difference.
You are a very polished, very politically savvy kind of guy. So I'm going to keep you on the hot seat. You got to come back next year. Come on.
Listen, as an assistant principal, you do need to know how to give those answers sometimes. So I'm going to stick with my representation. We'll reach out to yours at an appropriate time, and we'll work through this. But I really appreciate you asking. Really happy you asked.
As long as you can tell John Busby, I really tried. I tried to put the hard sell on. Let's go to Stephanie for a second, because I want to know, you're sitting in that conference. On your way to the conference, did it ever occur to you that you were going to end up rappelling down a building as a result of going to that thing?
Oh, no. I had always done like the polar bear plunge and everything like that, but me and Kate were sitting there and I was like, wait, that would be really cool. And she goes, would you do it? And, yeah, I would. She goes, all right, then we're doing it. And then we convinced the other two to join us along. So it worked out well. I think we conquered some fears and it worked well.
Well, now, you know him a lot better than I do, but I just spent a good solid 2 minutes trying to convince him to come back next year. What was the thing that allowed you to talk him into doing it this year?
That I don't think they were going to let us do it alone. I think that they wanted to face that fear as well, and that they wanted to show the representation too. So I think that's a big piece.
You talked about coming into this, your inspiration was your nephew, Maddox. What makes him so special to you?
Oh, he is the light of our family. He is been doing Special Olympics for a while, and it's just nice to see him shine, which is fantastic.
Well, you guys certainly get what this event is all about. Thank you so much, and we better see you here next year.
I understand. I get it. Yes.
All right, back to you guys.
Hey, Southern, give it up for your Sharks one more time.
Now we move on to the next pairing here, and Jonathan Packard on the right representing the Delaware State Police. And how about this? Prior to his career in law enforcement, he worked in the water tank inspection industry. So he climbed and inspected water tanks and towers in the region. So I guess he's used to going up. I mean, I guess you got to go down too.
Eventually.
But this feels like this would be something close to job related for him.
This sounds like a normal Tuesday or Thursday in this case for Jonathan. So, yeah, rappelling heights. Obviously the apparatus and the movement and the flow of it may be a little bit different, but seems to be letting Greg, who is in his first year edging, keep nice pace with him. Maybe they became friends and said, hey, Greg said to Jonathan, can you help me out here? Can you help me get through this very terrifying thing?
Well, how about a shout out to Ritchie Elementary, where Greg is the proud principal in the Red Clay Consolidated School District. He wanted to give a shout out to the students in rooms 101 and 103 who participated in Special Olympics, as well as their student community partners, the teachers and paraprofessionals. Special thanks to Miss M, Dr. Storm, and Miss Garcia, who organized all of the students to get to the Special Olympics today. And thank you to all who donated for him to go over the edge. So he wanted to give hello to all the Ritchie Rabbits who are watching in school today. Boy, big fan of the Rabbits there at Ritchie Elementary, and we're glad you're with us here at the 2024 Special Olympics Delaware Over the Edge, benefiting Special Olympics Delaware here at the 300 building in Wilmington, Delaware. And Again, Jonathan Packard to the right, Greg Johnson to the left, and both are making pretty good time down as they both have the pretty much straight vertical form there, a little bit of a forward lean. That's kind of how it works as they get a chance to see into the building. And yes, this is a working office building in Wilmington. Besides the 10th floor, which is where our volunteers are, there are workers in the rest of those buildings as they are already just about to the bottom of their 17-story descent.
So some shout-outs here for our guys on the ropes right now. Red Clay Beginner Band sending support to Principal Greg Johnson and fellow trumpet player John Packard. So that's shout-outs for both of them there. And Erica saying, go Mr. Johnson. Cook Cardinals cheering for you in B211. And Dawn Williams with a woohoo. Go Richie, Mr. Johnson. And then also woohoo rooms 101 and 103 at Richie are watching and tuning in.
And there's Principal Johnson just touched the bottom as he gets his safety briefing at the bottom. They'll disconnect him from the ropes, and then he'll have a chance to catch up with Matt Janis and hopefully get a chance to send a message to those students watching in rooms 101, 103. What a great way to end a school day, to see your principal you just raised money for go down the side of the building.
Yeah, I mean, the anticipation of the day may have kept work pretty low, a rather inefficient day at school today with all the excitement and the build-up and, oh, you remember Mr. Johnson's going down today. And so, yeah, I'm so glad that we were allowed or able to end the school day for a lot of schools, or start the school day, or be the midpoint of the day with the excitement of watching their teachers, their other professionals, their principals, superintendents, whatever it was throughout the day go down. Was so cool. So thank you to all the schools that tuned in, made us part of the day, supported your Edger, raised the money, all the sponsors that brought that together. Very cool opportunity to bring this activity, this event into your schools every single day.
And I'll say this, like I said, to Southern Elementary, to Ritchie Elementary, I'll see you in February at the Polar Bear Plunge. And for the final time today, as we say our thanks and go back downstairs to Matt Janis.
All right, thanks a lot, Sean. We are with Jonathan Packard, who worked for the Delaware State Police, making the rappel down. You were in the water tank inspection unit. Can you explain to us what that is?
Well, so it's not an actual unit within the Delaware State Police. It's the family business that I was in prior to getting on with the state police.
Okay, now it makes a little bit more sense. Nevertheless, you've been in some tight spaces, a lot more space up there coming down that building. More importantly, a lot more space between your feet and the floor. What was that like as you went over the edge?
It's amazing. Every year, this is now my second year, I'll continue to keep coming back. What a better way to get a good perspective of the city.
The overcast skies probably made it a little bit easier than the bright sunshine of years past. Did you look around? Did you look down? Did you look over the city? Or were you one of those people that just focused on task at hand?
No, absolutely. I took a second to look around, stopped at 10, waved to everybody up at the staging area. So, yeah, great opportunity to look around.
All right, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, Jonathan Packard here. We're going to welcome in Greg Johnson as well. Thank you so much to Jonathan for what he did. Greg, you are a principal at Ritchie Elementary School. So this is how my life has changed over the last 30 years. My last 3 interviews have been with an assistant principal, a police officer, and a principal. Those were the 3 types of people I spent my entire childhood trying to avoid talking to. But we're awful happy to have you back on the ground here. And what was it like for you coming down that building?
It was a lot of fun. It was a lot quicker than I expected, but it was a good thrill.
You guys made really good time down. Was it something where you just kind of got into a groove, or was it, I want to get back to the ground?
A couple of my students told me they wanted me to have the fastest time, so I wanted to get going down quick.
You certainly are somebody that seems to care about your students. If you're doing something like this to support them, what does it mean to be a pillar in a community and to be able to do something like this on a stage to help such a great cause?
So this was the first year Ritchie Elementary participated in the Special Olympics, and they competed at the Kirkwood Soccer Club this school year. And so I was doing it for room 101 and 103, and our community partners that came out and helped with our students. It was a lot of fun. So that was why I did it. I did it for them, and I can't wait to do it again.
That's what we like to hear. So we can sign you up already? You're good to go next year?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, and I survived my trip to the principal's office?
Kind of.
Oh, man, all right. We'll take that. Thank you so much for doing this, and we hope to see you next year.
All right, thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Matt, we're going to hold you there for just a second. We first want to let you know that's Paul Jungling, who's heading down over the edge right now, a parent of a Special Olympics athlete. And Matt, as we get ready to say goodbye to you, what's your takeaway from the last 2 hours and talking to these people who have gone down 17 stories?
You know, the ironic part about this for me is while I wouldn't do it in a million years, I won't even go up to the top and interview people on the roof. It is one of the most rewarding days of the year for me because you talk to people, some of them are daredevils, and I really appreciate those type of people because obviously I'm not one of them. Some of them are just as scared as I am, and yet they face their fears and they come down and do it. And it's just really special to see how much people care about these kids and about these athletes and this program and the opportunity to make sure that they're getting all the opportunities that they deserve and then a chance to face your fear and get an adrenaline rush to do it. Plus today, I learned that it is a little bit harder to rappel down a waterfall than it is down a city building, and I would have never thought that. So you learn something every day.
That's certainly the important things of life.
Sing us a song, Piano Man.
I'm still trying to get over Sean Green thinking that Billy Joel was the Rocket Man. I'm going to have to let him hear about that for a while.
Hey, enjoy that show, and I hope you got to send me a picture where those $8,000 tickets got you on the floor.
Whoa. Let's not talk about price. There's no need to get involved in that.
Whoa. Matt, thank you so much. You're the best.
Thanks, guys.
As we continue to take a look here at Paul Jungling, a parent of a Special Olympics athlete, his fourth time going down. He skied in the Rockies, and he hasn't missed a year in the Rockies since the early 80s, which, I don't know about you, Jimmy, I was barely alive at that point.
No, not for very long. Hey, do you think I sang Piano Man bad enough that YouTube's not going to be like, hey, easy there?
I think
you
you're
think
off there, but I'll tell you what wasn't bad, and that's the landing there of Paul Jungling, who just made his way down. I've been banned from singing from several radio stations, so I'm not even going to try. Because
in the tri-state
I'll get the
area.
artist wrong anyway. So
don't be asking Scene Green to sing for you. He won't.
No,
Very
karaoke. Yeah, no, that's not a thing I do.
Oh, there's our guy Nick Alessandrini getting ready. Nick, put that headset on. What are you doing? You got an interview going on here in like.
I'm
2
up.
minutes
We're up
or
and
so.
running now. I got big shoes to fill taking over for Matt Janis.
We go from one sports broadcaster to another because this is very much a sporting event. But you here in a short few seconds get to talk to four-time edger Paul Jungling. But welcome, Nick Alessandrini. So glad to have you. Thank you for making us part of your day.
Oh, thanks for having me. Thrilled to be back. Year number 2 for me. A little bit different, right? I was all the way up there last year, but happy to be right
Better
here this
or
year.
worse?
You know what? We'll find out, I guess, as the interviews progress through the day. I'm feeling good here early. I did enjoy it up there, though, for the most part last year, but hey, we're gonna make it great down here this year.
As we watch the next edger get set to go over the top here, the over the edge, I guess we should say. Use the name of the event. That's going to be Ray Coletti of Special Olympics, a member of the staff. He said, quote, "They talked me into it," in order to get him over
Quote,
the edge.
they twisted my arm.
Skydiving, and he wanted to thank everyone who donated. So he's a first-time edger, and he is just working his way down. I liked his form at the start. Did the spread eagle with the wide wings. A lot of people have been staying kind of straight up. He went for the full-out arms extended technique to make that first step, and now he's into the more traditional 45-degree angles. We go back downstairs to Nick Alessandrini.
And welcome down here on the floor. I'm now joined by Paul Jungling. Paul, time number 4 here today. How did this time maybe be different from the last 3 times that you went over the edge?
Well, the other 3 I was coming down with my daughter. Today I was all alone, all lonely up there.
Well, thrilled to have you back here doing it. Now, I see on here that you've been doing something since the early 80s. You haven't missed a year doing it. Talk a little bit about that and how that compares to maybe going over the edge.
Would that be skiing out in the Rockies?
I think that's it. So you haven't missed a year of skiing out in the Rockies since the early 80s. Talk about a little bit about that, how you started doing that, and how that compares to what you just did up there over the edge.
Well, the edges that we go over out there aren't quite as high, but we're not on ropes.
That's true. So a little bit different then. So the first time, do you remember the first time you went skiing back in the 80s and the first time you went over the edge? Kind of run us through those emotions of being the first time at doing maybe both of those.
Yeah, both. A little bit of adrenaline, no doubt about it.
Well, we are thrilled to have you back here. 4th time, Paul. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Looking great in that medal, and we'll see you next year.
Absolutely.
All right, time number 5 coming in 2025 for Paul Jungling. Thanks again, Paul. Great to see you for another year.
And we thank Nick as we see Ray Coletti make his way down. I'm going to make my departure here as John Busby will take back over. And, again, I hope everyone who's listening to this, watching this, Polar Bear Plunge will be my 22nd coming up in February. I hope to see everyone down in Rehoboth Beach. And don't forget the Special Olympics Summer Games coming up in June. I know my godson will be a part of that. And I'm looking forward to seeing everybody at that event.
Mr. Delaware, thank you so much for coming today. Your involvement with high school athletics in general, just the betterment of the state, it does not go unnoticed. So thank you so much for spending a couple hours here and giving the man behind you, John Busby, a chance to eat food and breathe for a couple hours. But just even that, thank you so much for your effort, intensity, and attention to detail here for the last couple hours.
As someone who did the Broad Street run on Sunday, sometimes you need that energy boost, and that's what John hopefully got. And we'll get set to see the next Edgers, and hopefully see you next year, Jimmy.
I'll be back for sure, as long as you'll keep having me as we settle into a little bit of a split edge here, as Ray Coletti is about 3/4 of the way down. And then on the green rope will be number 65. That's Amy Zook from Chesapeake Utilities. Her first time doing it this year. Also, a board member joined the board of directors in 23, talking about its importance. 14 years doing the Polar Bear Plunge. First and probably only over the edge opportunity for her. I guess doing it once is all it takes. As Amy goes over the edge, I welcome back the master of ceremonies, the one, the only, John Busby.
Alrighty, thank you, and I want to thank you, Sean Green, doing this 8 or 9 years, and first time I've had an opportunity to have a couple hours off to refresh and recharge, and knowing bringing on a pro like Sean, I did it with complete confidence, knowing he would not only do a great job, but that he would enjoy it. And he like all of our announcers today, Jimmy, they bring a passion like yourself. You do this first and foremost because of the cause, and the fact that we're able to bring talented people in to be part of it is just a bonus here. So we are looking forward to the last third of the Over the Edgers going over the edge today. And Ray Coletti is one of them, a colleague of mine. He's been a great addition to the staff. He is here. His fiance is watching, as well as his future sister-in-law, who actually plays bocce for us in Special Olympics. She'll be part of the Summer Games on June 7th and 8th at the University of Delaware. If you're interested in being part of that, you can Google the website, Special Olympics Delaware, SODE.org, and sign up to be a volunteer for the Summer Games or any other opportunity throughout the year. But Ray Coletti has come in, and he is in charge of graphics and pictures. So a lot of the things you see online and on social media are compliments of him and his talents. And so he was excited to go over the edge, a little bit nervous, like everybody is the first time, but willing to do it.
Yeah, the peer pressure, the push to do it seems to be a very powerful statement from a lot of people today, whether it be on the board of directors for Special Olympics or just a teacher at a school district talking about I was pressured to do it, I was suggested to do it. Obviously doing it with peers and friends and family, whatever it may be, makes it so much more enjoyable. Talking about that, speaking about that, Sarah Jungling here on YouTube heard her dad's cry of loneliness as Paul Jungling did it by himself, has done it with his daughters or one or the other throughout the years. Mostly Sarah says next year we'll do it together again. So it'll be good to see Sarah back on the ropes next year in 2025.
With Ray Coletti outside is Nick Alessandrini. Take it away, Nick.
Thanks, John. Down here now with Ray Coletti. Ray, John, some fantastic things to say about you on your way down. We just talked a little bit before we went on the air. I said, how was it? And you said?
It's pretty scary.
It's pretty scary. So run us through those emotions from the point where you were up there. Maybe did you take a look over? What were you kind of feeling as you were getting ready to go up there? And then once you actually were off the roof and down the wall, what'd you feel?
Well, I knew if I turned around, I'd never hear the end of it from my coworkers. So I decided to just go with it. And that was it. Once I got over the edge, it was fun.
It looked good coming down there. And then it says on here for the reason you did it, you talked about your coworkers, and it says they talked you into it.
Oh, yeah, they definitely talked me into it. Yeah.
So what they had to say to get you going up there and get you to do it?
They said when you're the new guy, you got to go.
Well, you did a fantastic job for being the new guy going down there. Fantastic medal. Any words of encouragement for everyone, maybe the rest of the day or somebody that's getting ready to go over the edge?
Just do it. It feels good when it's over.
Hey, there you go. Just do it. Ray Coletti. Ray, thank you so much. Send it back to you guys, John.
Alrighty, thank you, Nick. What Ray didn't get told is that he has to do it again until somebody else volunteers to do it from the staff. So, good job, Ray. Nick, you interview a lot of big people in your career along the University of Delaware sideline and in the tunnel and stuff like that. But Ray's a big, muscular guy, and if he can do it, anybody can do it. So, congratulations to Ray getting over the edge to benefit Special Olympics Delaware.
Yeah, on a little bit of a run of first-timers here between Rose and Amy Ray. Dan McCarthy, the president and CEO of Del One Federal Credit Union, to come. We also have first-timers Chandler Elliott Faley, who's a lawyer at Richards, Layton, and Finger, the law firm. So also Emma Hawthorne from M&T Bank, a little run of first-timers to come. And then we'll have some repeat visitors as well. So if you're waiting to see people in the 2:30, 2:40 hour, we're catching up pretty good right now, but we're probably about 10 still behind. That's just how the day goes.
Yeah, Ray was scheduled to go over 2:10, and he was done at 2:15, 2:16. So we are catching up pretty well.
Yeah, and we have some that got here a little bit later, and they'll be going with different groups. So we're going to have to reach back a couple of edgers and have some members from TD Bank come on down the ropes as well. So a heck of a day, a lot of great involvement. I actually asked this question to Sean Green. What do you think the next industry group of people organization is? It seems like school districts have received the message. What do you think the next group of people will be?
Yeah, that's hard to say. You'd like to think companies. You would like to think, we are the corporate headquarters of the country, if not the, and so it would be interesting to see if somebody rallied the companies. We typically have support from the company from the different companies that actually sponsor the event. But it would be interesting to see if we were able to get, even if we just got 15 companies that are here in the state of Delaware, and again, they are huge companies that have a lot of people involved in them, that they could get 2 people a year. That would take. We'd have to go to a third rope if that were to happen. All right, I understand we have an interview up on the roof. We can head up onto the roof. All right, we're going to hold off on going up on the roof here.
I'm hearing it's Emma Hawthorne.
Emma Hawthorne.
Yeah, so just there's some logistical things up there. Oh, yeah, we're working on that. We got a thumbs up. It looks like we're nearly ready, so we'll send it upstairs. Oh, we're giving headsets. They still need to hear. All right, so anyway, sticking to what we got here in front of us is Amy and Rose here on the ropes. According to what I have, they went up together. Amy Zook and Rose Furio coming down together as well. And I believe we're set. John, if you want to cue it up top to our interview.
All right, heading up onto the roof. It's all yours. We are excited to have Emma Hawthorne with us from M&T Bank. And Emma, I believe this is your first time. Is that correct?
Yes, this is my first time.
And how do you feel right now?
I'm very excited. This is going to be fun.
Have you talked to anybody who's done this before?
There are a couple people in our group that we walked up with who've done it before. So,
what made you decide to do this year for the first time?
Well, Chandler and I are both part of Delaware Real Estate Women, the board that we serve on, and we wanted to do a charitable event this year. I love the Special Olympics. My oldest brother, Rafe, participates in Special Olympics in Pennsylvania. So he does bowling and bocce, and we thought it would be nice to do a Special Olympics event.
That is wonderful. We appreciate you coming out and doing this, and we look forward to watching you go down and then talking to you again once you get into the landing zone.
Thank you.
All right, good luck to Emma, who will be heading down for the first time. And back on the side of the building there, you can see Rose Furio on the right and Amy Zook on the left. And they are making their way down, both of them for the first time.
So about 5 hours into our broadcast here, about 2,000 viewers to this point, as we just crossed over 2,000. So make sure you're sharing this link, subscribing to Special Olympics Delaware here on YouTube. While you're here, just hit subscribe. Very simple. That way you're showing support to the organization, their future videos. Obviously, that's the name of the game here on YouTube. Likes, shares, and of course the big subscribe button is a great way to support Special Olympics Delaware for free. So if you're just looking for a way to be involved, just spreading the word is very powerful. We've seen throughout the day some people that just found this event on Google and signed up for it. So that simply you can be involved and help and make an impact. So share the link, and then obviously you can go back and rewatch this, share it with the Edgers so they have it and they can watch it later.
Alrighty. We are going to go up on the roof.
So continuing to watch Amy and Rose make their way down here in neon green, yellow tennis ball colored shirts. So Amy on the left there, Rose on the right as they finish up. Getting over that lip right now, being pulled away from the building by the over the edge support staff at the bottom. And where Nick Alessandrini will interview them here shortly.
Already, I'm going to go up to Dan McCarthy. Dan, can you hear me okay? It's John Busby down in the production room.
Hey, John. Yep, I'm here.
Great. And you are going over for the first time. What's going through your mind right now?
That I'm honored on behalf of all the awesome team at Del One to do this. I'm currently thinking this is a little friggin' crazy. But I'm also super excited. Special Olympics is near and dear to Del One. And on behalf of all of our teammates, we're excited to be part of this day.
And you are the official rope sponsor for the event. We've mentioned that several times, so it's great to have a representative going up there, not only a representative, but the president and CEO of the company. What has been any of your experience with Special Olympics, whether it's just been watching an event, having to get to know somebody, that makes this such an important thing for you?
Yeah, the past 2 years we've had a chance to get much closer with Special Olympics. We've been to luncheons and we've sponsored events at the Olympic Games down in UD. And it's been really amazing, and it's so inspiring to see what we're able to do for the athletes. And after we learned that every athlete for Special Olympics never has to pay a cent, we wanted to double down and get that much more involved. So we're super excited to be here and hopefully make this 1 year of many in the future.
All righty. Well, we appreciate you being part of this. We wish you best of luck going over the edge for the first time and look forward to talking to you when you get to the bottom. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
So Dan McCarthy, President and CEO of Del One, one of the rope sponsors. And he will be coming down shortly.
Awesome. Thank you so
Queuing
much.
up here.
Yeah, I know. It's awful, isn't it? All the wires.
Yep, it's good. Cool.
All right. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Queuing up on the ropes right now, Bob LaRue and Terry Lynn Falkenberg, a second timer and third timer respectively.
Wow.
Alrighty, let's go outside to Nick Alessandrini. He's got a couple of edgers.
Thanks, John. I'm here with Amy and Rose going over the edge. Well, how was it?
Fantastic. Awesome.
There are no words. I mean, really, that first step was it, but going down, it was incredible, incredible. We'll definitely be back next year.
And I will say, last year I was on the roof doing the interviews before you went down. A little bit of a different, I guess, mood once you get down here for the interviews. So what was kind of the thought process going in? Were you nervous at all before you got up there? Then how'd you feel once you got up there and saw how high you were?
Oh, there were definitely nerves in play, but this morning I said I'm going to let the excitement win over the feeling of fear. And just being up there, everything is safe, everything is great, and we're doing it, and we can, and it's the least we can do. And just to be able to show up and support such a great organization and be part of such a great organization, it's amazing.
It certainly is. Any words of encouragement for anyone that's got some stuff planned for the rest of the day when they're going over the edge? Any words?
Going over the edge is awesome. I highly recommend it. No fear, and don't let your fears limit you. So over the edge was an awesome experience. Thank you, Delaware Special Olympics.
There you go, Amy and Rose dominating over the edge this year. Thank you so much, guys. We'll send it back to John.
All righty. Thank you very much. And thank you for Rose and Amy going over the edge, both for the first time. They completed it. Someone who has gone over once already, back for a second time, is up on the left side of the building, and that is Bob LaRue. Bob's scheduled to go over at 2:40. He's actually 10 minutes ahead of schedule. We do have a couple people that got stuck in traffic and will be arriving late, so the schedule will even out already. But if you're just tuning in, Bob LaRue is on the left side. On the right side up there is Terry Lynn Falkenberg, who is president of the Long Neck AmVets Post 22 Ladies Auxiliary. So she is the president of Long Neck AmVets. Coming down with Bob LaRue. Terry Lynn has done it 2 times. This is her 3rd. So a couple of veterans up there right now. Still waiting for a couple others to come down. Emma Hawthorne is yet to come down, and Chandler Elliott Field will be down also. If you're tuning in, waiting for them, wondering if you missed them. They have not come down yet.
Well past halfway here at this point. Dan McCarthy also to go. We heard from him up top, the Del One Federal Credit Union president and CEO, rope sponsor of our green rope, the one that Bob is on there to the left, and the blue rope sponsored by Newcastle County Fire. That's the blue rope on the right that Terry Lynn is on as they make their way onto the glass portion of the trip down.
For those of you just tuning in, this building is 17 stories, 222 feet high. This is the 13th annual event. It's raised more than $1.5 million for Special Olympics Delaware. Every dime of that stays right here in the state to allow thousands of athletes to participate in Special Olympics completely free of charge. Whether it's training facilities, competition facilities, supplies, uniforms, it's all completely free thanks to fundraisers like this one. This will raise more than $100,000 when it's all said and done. Not too late to donate to your favorite edger. Their fundraising websites are live, and you can certainly donate to them. Or if you just want to make a general donation, you can do that at SODE.org. Just click the donate button on there.
And I believe I heard Sean mention this, and I don't think I heard you mention it, but registration for 25 for Over the Edge is open on the site. Is that correct?
That I can't verify. It typically is, so it might be. But if it's not yet, it will be tomorrow or the next day for sure.
So if you're feeling the itch, we can either go do something about. I'm gonna check it right now.
Feeling a little edgy, maybe might be the way to go with that.
Well done.
But seriously, if you do want more information about Special Olympics, whether it's this fundraiser or any of the other 6 or 7 major fundraisers that we do, SODE.org would be part where you would find that information. And so, again, you're seeing Bob LaRue on the left, Terry Lynn Falkenberg on the right, making their descent. Terry Lynn for the 3rd time, Bob LaRue for the 2nd time. Bob's a U.S. Army veteran, commander of the Long Neck AmVets Post 22. His grandson, Colton McLaughlin, is an athlete. And so he is going over the edge in honor of him. And Connor Watson is a nephew of Terry Lynn Falkenberg, and that is exactly why she is going over the edge as well. So you can see there on the left, Bob LaRue is making his way down. Can see if you're watching the live stream, you can see the shadows of the buildings across the street. That's kind of a cool thing.
We've
Weather
seen some
has
really
held up.
cool. Sorry, John. To interrupt. Some really cool shots of planes flying straight over top. Crystal clear reflection of them in the air. Some really cool, kind of maybe disorienting scenes there of just seeing a plane really fly off the reflection. Realizing that's still hundreds, thousands of feet in the air. So gives a nice scope of how high you are in the air too.
In just a second, we are going to be going up to the roof to interview Kathy Savosky. All right, Kathy Savosky, this is John Busby downstairs. Can you hear me okay?
Hi.
How are you? You're the third vice president of the Long Neck AMVETS Post 22. This is your first rappel. How are you feeling right now?
Excited and nervous at the same time.
Now, I imagine Bob and Terry Lynn convinced you to come do this today. What was it when they asked you about it? What was your first reaction?
They didn't really convince me. I said that if they needed a fill-in that I would be willing to do it, and they said join the team. So I said, okay, I'll do it.
Alrighty, well, we are thrilled that you are doing it. We don't want to keep you. We want you to get yourself mentally prepared up there, ready to go. But I will ask you to hand your headset off, and the microphone as well.
Joseph Hayes.
Joseph, hi, how are you? John Busby from downstairs. Are you excited to be going over the edge today?
Yeah, this is my 7th time.
Oh, 7th time, so you're a long-time veteran.
Yeah, I could say that.
Does it get any easier?
A little bit, yeah.
What is different this year compared to last year?
I sort of brought a little friend with me from Monsters University. He'll be hanging out on my hat.
And it says here that you're a volunteer soccer ref for Special Olympics. Do I have that correct?
Yep, that's me.
Alrighty. What have you learned watching the soccer players for Special Olympics?
Well, one of the things is that regular games that I ref, a lot of the players don't really cooperate with the opposing team, but in Special Olympics, they do that all the time.
And so that's one of the cool things. I guess sportsmanship is the best way to describe that. Sportsmanship, would that be the correct way to describe that?
Yeah, that's the best way. I mean, when the other team scores a goal, everybody claps for them. So.
Alrighty, well, we're going to let you go. Get ready, so we don't want to hold you up. Best of luck, and we'll talk to you when you get on the ground.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Alrighty, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty, let's introduce Nick Alessandrini outside.
Hey, thanks, John. I'm here with Bob LaRue. Bob, this is your 2nd time heading over the edge, correct?
It is. This is my 2nd time.
So kind of run us through, how was it your first time last year, and maybe now being up there for your 2nd time, what was the difference?
Well, last year we didn't go over the edge. The year before we did. And it was great both times. I'm kind of a little bit of an adrenaline junkie, so it's worth the money.
I saw you maybe with some style points on the way down there. So kind of walk us through kind of what it felt to be back here another year, seeing this crowd out here and doing it for such a great cause. I know you've got some people close to you coming up here as well behind you. What's it like to get a group together and come out and go over the edge?
Well, I wish I could have got a couple more people to come with us. And I tried to get some veterans. The veterans were too scared, so I had to go to the Women's Auxiliary, and I got the president of the Women's Auxiliary and the 3rd vice president of the Women's Auxiliary to go with me, and they were happy.
That's right, they did it, and we're going to talk to them in just a moment down here as they are getting ready to receive their medals as well. Bob, any words of encouragement to anybody that's thinking about going over the edge?
I would do it. If anybody just has an inclination of doing it, I would say go for it. Let your freak flag fly.
Absolutely, I agree with Bob. Bob, thank you so much for your service and then, of course, for going over the edge.
So this is Dan McCarthy on the rope, the green rope. The Del One Federal Credit Union president and CEO on his sponsored rope.
And coming down on the other rope will be Micaiah Brown.
Hey, Nick, real quick before we get to that interview, I saw you cover your head. I can see the raindrops. I'm not feeling them, though. But what's that weather like outside right now? Nick, give me a little weather update.
Starting to come down a little bit harder now out here at Over the Edge. I'm sitting here now with Tara Lynn, and the rain just starting to get us a little bit. Did you feel any rain when you were up there before you went down?
Just a little bit. It wasn't much, but it's a beautiful day actually to be doing this because I have done it in pouring down rain.
Oh, well, even better. Then it's just a small drizzle out here, starting to pick up a little bit, but nothing that's going to stop anything yet, guys, out here.
Alrighty, so the weather, for those of you that just tuning in, sprinkling rain showers does not necessarily mean that we halt anything. There are protocols that are taken into consideration by the over-the-edge technicians that are here, the 3 of them that come in from the North American office, and so they will make any decisions about any weather postponements that might happen. The good news is it doesn't appear to be any lightning or heavy winds involved, which would be increase the chances that there might be a postponement of that. And so we will continue as we are going. Dan McCarthy's on the rope with Micaiah Brown as well. Alrighty, we are ready to toss it out to the landing zone. Nick Alessandrini.
Nick sitting out here on the landing zone with Dan McCarthy. Dan, the president and CEO of Delaware One Federal Credit Union. Well, how was it going over the edge here on a Thursday afternoon? A little bit of rain while you were up there as well. Yeah. Walk us through it.
It was, first of all, I'm appreciative of Del One being able to be part of the Special Olympics. This is really special to us. It's one of our favorite charities. So thank you for being part of it. That was some crazy shit, but I am happy to have done it and friggin' thrilled it's done. Yeah.
So walk us through, you're getting up there, going through a little bit of the training, getting suited up there. You're about to head over the edge. What was going through your mind? Walk us through some of those emotions there as you were about to get started.
Yeah, I was thinking about the chances we've had to interact with Special Olympic athletes and thinking, that I was thinking small by being selfish and scared. So I said, hey, let's just lean into this. Those guys do that. Let me do this. And I sure as hell will not look down. So that's what my thoughts were.
Any words of encouragement to anyone that's thinking about doing it or maybe actually doing it again later today? What would you say to those people that are maybe on the fence?
Yeah, it's a special thing to be vulnerable, put yourself out there. I'd encourage anybody to do it. And just have a six-pack in the car for afterwards. That'd probably be my words. So.
Dan McCarthy. Dan, thank you so much. No rain, no problem for Dan as he headed over the edge here today, John.
Alrighty, thank you, Nick. If you're looking up right now, on the right is Micaiah Brown, and on the left is Chandler Elliott Field. The cheer from the crowd for Micaiah are her TD Bank colleagues. And Micaiah is taking a couple of the small steps downward. And if you're just tuning in, the lineup has been juggled slightly. And so it's Chandler Elliott Field is on the left, and on the right again is Micaiah Brown. If you're just tuning in, Emma Hawthorne has not gone down yet. Joey Hayes has not gone down yet. Kathy Savosky has not gone down yet, and Tara Schlief has not gone down yet. If you're just tuning in, wondering about if you've missed somebody, the answer is probably no. We are back running pretty much. We're actually a little bit ahead of schedule, but also had a couple people who have gone who weren't scheduled to go yet, just because sometimes the order gets juggled up on the roof for one reason or another. And so we're pretty much right on schedule at this point as you watch Micaiah Brown make her way down. It is Micaiah's first time going over the edge, and the same for Chandler Elliott Field. So we've got two first-timers who are going over. And again, a 17-story building, 222 feet high. Great crowd outside. I spent a couple minutes of my couple hours off the air outside, just getting part of the atmosphere, and it really is, it's almost a perfect weather day other than the occasional sprinkle that we have been getting, and actually you've gotten, I think, 2 or 3 times, and that's it, and it's gone away pretty quickly. But there's not a lot of sun, which people might think, well, that's a bad thing. And actually, in an event like this, it's not a bad thing because we have volunteers who have been out there since 8 o'clock this morning, and so it's good to not have the sun beating down on them, especially up on that roof. And it also takes away some of the glares off the windows because, as you can see, whether you're here or watching the live stream, there is all glass on this entire building. And so you can imagine the heat that would be coming off the windows if it was sunny, let alone the glare as well.
Could the sky be a little more blue?
Sure.
Can't it always be a little more blue? But at the same time, with that probably came a little bit of sun, and with a little sun, it turns in a little rotisserie up there on the side of 300 Delaware Avenue with those windows. So Micaiah Brown making her way down. We saw her fan group. I'm going to put them on the camera again because they are bringing the energy that maybe she could start to hear right now as they're cheering for her. Photos being taken as she is here, and her fan group in full force representing.
And they got the green signs out for TD Bank. TD Bank is a rope sponsor. Their building is located right here at 300 Delaware Avenue, and they've been involved in this since the get-go. They used to actually hold a reception the night before for the Edgers. That stopped a few years ago when COVID hit and we were unable to do it. And since then, they've done a variety of things outside here, and they have a tent up. They've got some giveaways going on, and we understand that several of the TD Bank employees who have gone over the edge in recent years have done so because they've watched it going on right outside of their window while they've been at work. Same thing for this 300 Delaware Avenue building, which is owned by Brandywine Realty Trust, the host site sponsor of today's event. We hear every year of at least one person who says, I decided to do it because last year I saw this person rappelling down the side of the building when I got to work, and I decided that was something that would be neat for me to do. And in case you're wondering, no other organization can hold this event in the state of Delaware. There are territorial rights to the Over the Edge event. There is one that's held in Philadelphia. There's also one that's held in Baltimore. But if you want to do it in Delaware, this is the only date you can do it. It's always the second Thursday in the month of May. So you can put it on your calendar for next year. It's the second Thursday in the month of May. As you can see, Micaiah Brown heading into the TD Bank landing zone successfully at the end of her first ever rappel, 17 stories down the side of the building. And then Chandler Elliott Field is following her down the side of the building on your left. And so quite a celebration there at the finish line. fans there of my Kaiser Brown. If you're watching the live stream there, you saw that. And you can see a couple other people getting ready to be loaded up top as we are right back on time here at the 13th annual Over the Edge event. Coming down here on the left side is Chandler Elliott Field finishing up. And let's send it out to Nick Alessandrini, and he is going to talk to Mike Kasia, who just finished her first ever Over the Edge event.
Thanks, John. I'm out here with Mikasia. How was it? Mikasia, your first time going over the edge. You had a little bit of element to it, too, a little of the rain on your way down. Walk us through your emotions up there, and how was it now that you've hit the landing zone?
So let me tell y'all, when I got up there and I put the microphone on my head, it flew off my head and hit me in the eye. So I was crying when I was up there. But the guys up there, they were really helpful. They coached me through it the entire way. Like they said, once I got over the edge, it was good from there.
And now kind of take us through your cheering section over here, right? A nice crowd, maybe the best crowd so far today. A phenomenal showing on your signs and everything. Talk to us a little bit about them.
I told them to be like this. So that's my family and my coworkers. Yeah, they fully supported me. I heard y'all while I was up there. Thank y'all so much. It definitely helped. Thank you.
See the support, it goes a long way. Phenomenal showing here. Thank you so much for going over the edge. And we'll send it back to John.
All right, thank you, Nick. It's Chandler Elliott Field, who you see making the last few feet to go. This building's 222 feet. She's probably got about 20 feet left. The volunteers pull them away from the building if you're just tuning in, so that they don't have to navigate that last lip, as I like to call it, and makes for a nice soft landing in the Del 1 landing zone, or the Newcastle County Fire Service, the TD Bank landing zone. The rope sponsored by Del 1 Federal Credit Union and Newcastle County Fire Service. And Chandler has landed. Nick Alessandrini will be chatting with her in just a minute to talk about her first trip down.
We're at 70 edgers here now, successfully back down with another about 21-ish, 20 to go. As Joe Hayes, Emma Hawthorne, and a few others will be coming here shortly. I believe this is Emma Hawthorne coming down on the blue rope, the Newcastle County Fire rope.
Emma Hawthorne works for M&T Bank, so she'll begin making her way down. We'll be heading out to Nick Alessandrini in just a second. Once again, appreciate the work of the digital team led by Jimmy Smith, who's been on the microphone and doing a lot of work behind the scenes at the same time. And they're utilizing the excellent equipment provided by ShowWorks. If you need to host an event and need audio equipment, ShowWorks is an opportunity for you to do so. Alrighty, let's head out to Nick Alessandrini.
Hey, Chandler, I'm going to talk to you for a moment. I know I don't want you to leave just yet. We'll keep you here for a second. Chandler Elliott Field, you made it down. Is this your first time going over the edge? Well, take us through it. A first-timer here. What was it like?
A little terrifying, but super fun once I got over the second big step.
So it's the second big step. That's what you got to be on the lookout for.
The ledge is terrifying, and then the second big step, you're like, oh, God. But then it's super fun and kind of relaxing.
Well, there you go. Any words of encouragement for anyone else that's thinking about doing it?
It's an amazing team here. They make sure you're safe. They get you settled. So it's an awesome experience. I encourage anyone and everyone to try it, even if you're scared of heights. I am scared of heights. It's a great experience.
Now, you hike, you do CrossFit, a lot of stuff like that. How does that compare in terms of maybe adrenaline or just overall going over the edge?
So much more adrenaline doing this. Without question.
There you have it, uncomparable. Chandler, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Chandler just went over the edge, now in the landing zone.
Alrighty, thank you, Nick. Thank you, Chandler, for going over the edge for Special Olympics Delaware. On your right up there is Emma Hawthorne. Making her way down on the left is Joe Hayes. And Joe Hayes was scheduled to go over at 2:50, and so we are pretty much right on schedule if you just have tuned in. And next up, it'll be Kathy Savosky, Tara Schlief, Mary Waldron Tennyson, Steve Kaysen, Stacy Dedinas. Again, not necessarily in that order. Sometimes things get mixed up, either before or after people arrive, or up on the 10th floor, or even up on the roof. And that's just part of, as we say, you just go with the flow. And the idea is to stay on time and have somebody on the rope the entire day, or both ropes, we should say. And so Joe Hayes on the left, Emma Hawthorne on the right. Coming down the 222 feet, 17 stories. Sometimes when you explain to people that it's 17 stories, it's hard for them to fathom that. But when you say 222 feet, it's basically 2/3 of a football field, and people can get a better idea. It's like going 70 yards run, or in this case, rappel down the side of a building.
Yeah, because I don't believe that stories are a universal measure. So
no,
feet,
right.
I think everybody's familiar.
Every story is a different measure. You heard Chandler mention in her interview how the people do a great job getting you settled, et cetera, when you do this. And we hear that over and over, whether it's the 3 technicians that do this professionally and come in and help Special Olympics Delaware pull this event off, or whether it's the several volunteers that have been here not only today but yesterday coming in. You can see them out there in the blue shirts in the landing zone and wandering around. And so if you're out here, let's give them a big round of applause. All of our volunteers who help make this event possible. People up on the 10th floor can probably hear you also. They've got the live stream going up there. But sometimes that's forgotten when you are caught up in the thrill of watching the people actually come over the roof, and but then realize that without the number of volunteers that are being part of this, that just doesn't happen. And so we really do appreciate all of the volunteers that are part of this event, and of course that makes Special Olympics happen. There's 12, 13 people on the Special Olympics staff, but there's more than 1,000 people who volunteer year-round as coaches at events and doing a lot of different things. And it is just something that we, Special Olympics, appreciates, and another example of the true spirit of Special Olympics, and all nonprofits for that matter, that volunteerism really is the grassroots of what makes it happen. So right now you're enjoying watching Emma Hawthorne come down on the right and Joe Hayes on the left. Emma Hawthorne making her final descent. Let's put your hands together for Emma Hawthorne. Completing her first ever rappel down the side of the 300 Delaware Avenue building here in Wilmington. Joe Hayes is making his way down as well. Also not also, but he is a 7th timer. 7th time that he has gone over the edge. Taking his time to take it all in. A volunteer soccer referee, if you heard his interview up on the roof. Works for Delaware Fish and Wildlife. And so he's going to be pulled away from the building for this last floor down. and will slowly make his landing as well. So 2 more down, and for those of you tuning in, there is a drizzle outside. We are getting reports both from on the roof and outside that there is a slight drizzle going on.
Back very much on time here, as Kathy Zavosky and Tara Schlief will be on the ropes for the next duo. Kathy set for 250 and Tara set for 3. So we are in the sweet spot.
Alrighty, let's send it outside to Nick Alessandrini.
Thanks, John. Sitting here now in the landing zone with Emma Hawthorne. Emma, your first time rappelling, correct?
Yes, my first time.
So if I had to say, describe it in one word, how would you do that?
A good ab workout.
There you go, good ab workout, right? Didn't see that one coming. So maybe walk us through kind of how you were feeling heading into Over the Edge, and then how you feel now that you're sitting here at the bottom in the landing zone. Those emotions, maybe what you were expecting, and now what you're feeling.
I was very excited up at the top, and then when I stood up on the ledge, definitely a little bit nervous. But the view's great, and I was just looking all over, enjoying everything. So.
That's right. A little rain never hurt anybody, right? So I can assume we'll see you again next year?
Yes.
Right, there you have it. Emma Hawthorne locked in for year 2 next year. Emma, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Emma, fantastic job going over the edge.
Alrighty, thank you, Nick. Thank you, Emma. Glad you enjoyed it, and glad you will be back. And will be interesting to hear from Joe Hayes in just a minute after his 7th time, whether he will plan to make it 8 times next year. 2 people have done it every year. Danny Hall, he went over this morning. And Marianne Evans, I believe, is scheduled to go over later this afternoon, so she will be coming down as well. And so we will wait to talk to Joe Hayes once he is ready to go outside with Nick Alessandrini. Up on the building, that is Kathy Zavosky to your left as you're looking on the live stream, Tara Schlief on your right. And then if you are here looking up, that is Kathy Zavosky on your right and Tara Schlief on your left. And we are ready to head out to Nick Alessandrini, who is with 7-time over the edger, Joe Hayes.
That's truly an honor, John. 7 times. My goodness. And here we are for year number 8, correct? So, this is 7, excuse me. So what was different about year number 7?
Not a whole lot. I did about a month beforehand is when I decided to do this. I was able to get money raised, no problem. And I think I might have more people that want to come next year. So
there you go. Truly a veteran, 7 times. Fantastic there for Joe. And Joe, you said you teach 5th graders, correct?
Yeah, we teach them about the wildlife environment down in Salt Marsh.
That's right. Delaware Fish and Wildlife here for Joe. Let me ask you, what's more exhilarating, in a wildlife encounter or going over the edge?
Oh, going over the edge. But working with 5th graders is a little hard, too.
Exactly, that's for sure. Joe, I really appreciate it. 7 times, my goodness, an honor to be standing next to Joe here. Joe, thanks again for making it 7 straight years. And, of course, you got a cool helmet. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, this is Art from Monsters University. So the shirt goes with him.
Oh, yeah, so you got a monster on the shirt and then the monster here. So what's the origin?
When the movie Monsters University came out, Disney Store had these on sale. So I was going to the store, the lady in the store goes, "You won't put that on your head." It's been there since, and that was 2013. So he's been to Disney with me, been on an airplane, been to Disneyland, so he's been all over.
Wow, he's been all over, including all over the edge. So again, don't tell Joe he can't do anything, because he will do it. Joe, 7 times in a row, and the monster, they've been doing a lot. Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Thank you. All righty, thank you, Joe Hayes. Completed over the edge number 7. All right, that's Kathy Zavosky on the right. She's the 3rd vice president of Long Neck AMVET's Post-22 Ladies Auxiliary, one of several people from that auxiliary, and they wanted to thank the donors from that auxiliary for supporting them for this amazing experience. And Kathy already said in her bio comments that she'll see everybody next year, so she's already committed to coming back. That's Tara Schlief on the left, she's the manager of the TD Bank branch that is located right at the base of this 300 Delaware Avenue building. For those of you outside on site, it's the bank to your right where you can actually watch the live stream on the big screen TV that's been posted there if you haven't noticed that already. So Kathy and Tara making their way down as we are into the 3 o'clock hour. And as Jamie mentioned, Tara was scheduled to start down at 3 o'clock. So we are pretty much right on schedule, which we like to be for a lot of different reasons, and have still 2 more hours of people going over. Kathy and Tara are 73 and 74, so we have 23 more people to go over the edge. So we're hoping that if you're here watching somebody in particular, you're enjoying it. Maybe stick around and watch a few more people after that. If you're just tuning in, as I mentioned, it's Kathy Savosky and Tara Schlief going down right now on deck, not necessarily in this order. We get the order as they get sent up from the 10th floor for training. And again, sometimes the assigned time changes for whatever reason, but it's just being flexible. But typically, everybody goes over within about 20 minutes of their assigned time. But if you're just tuning in and making sure you haven't missed somebody, still to come, Mary Waldron Tennyson, Steve Kaysen, Stacy Denitis, Brielle Hannafin, Tina Watson, Michael Helm, Kerry Johnson, Marlene Weedman. So those are folks that are all scheduled to go between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock and have not gone yet, so you've tuned in just in time for them. Don't forget to share this link with people. You've heard a lot of stories from a lot of people about how they've gotten involved in Special Olympics, whether it's going over the edge, jumping in the ocean for polar bear plunge, doing any of the number of fundraisers Special Olympics does, or being a coach or working at one of the sports events, including the Summer Games, which is June 7th and 8th at the University of Delaware. You can sign up to volunteer for that at sode.org. As we see the landing here of Tara Schlief is on the ground, and right behind her is Kathy Savosky making the final descent. Looks like a pro up there. These are Kathy is a first-timer. Tara Schlief, this is her 3rd time coming down. Kathy Savosky inching her way down for the final story or two. Tara Schlief on the ground in the TD Bank landing zone. And if you've just tuned in and you're watching the live stream, not here live, the edgers get pulled away from that little ledge there so they don't have to navigate that to finish their rappel. And Kathy now has landed as well. So Kathy and Tara both on the ground. Kathy finishing up her first rappel going over the edge, 17 stories, 222 feet. And we are going to head out to Nick Alessandrini. Go ahead, Nick.
Thanks, John. Here with Tara Schlief. Tara, you got your TD Bank gear on. You're here in the TD landing zone. A lot of TD support for out here as well. Gotta love that. So walk us through it. Was that your first time?
My 3rd time.
So 3rd time. So 3rd time's a charm here. Was it the best time yet? And what was different this time around?
No jitters whatsoever. Got up there, no butterflies, flew down. Great cause. I love it.
Absolutely. And the rain stopped for you, too. So did you get a little rain up there?
A little bit, but it just cooled you off.
Exactly. It just cools you off. You head down. Any words of encouragement for everyone that's maybe thinking about going over the edge, but maybe on the fence?
Just do it. You're going to enjoy it. You will not regret it.
Will not regret it. Tara, thank you so much. 3rd time down. Perfect medal. Tara Schlief, everybody.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Tara. Those of you watching the live stream, or if you're outside, you can look to your right and watch the live stream. You can see the training that goes on ahead of time. Great job by our camera crew up there getting a photo. I happen to know that's Steve Kaysen, who's a board member of Special Olympics Delaware, and he has done this several times, and so it's nothing new to him. This will be his 7th time going over the edge, but they still put you through the training. They don't let you skip by the training just because you've done it 6 other times. And basically there's a step ladder there where you get to go up the side of the wall there and kind of hang like you do when you lean over the building once you get over to that edge. And it gives you that feel of putting your trust into the rope and the rope handlers. And so it's an opportunity that everybody has to do. Again, even those like Marianne Evans and Danny Hall, who have done it every single year, have to still go through that training just to ensure and continue to enforce the safety of this event. 100% safe and secure.
And the energy up there, too, not very stale. You know, there's music playing. It's kind of a calming presence. It's not overly... again, this is what I'm hearing. I've not been, but it's a calming thing to kind of get you in the groove, to get ready to do something that maybe your brain's telling you not to do. High energy there at the base in the landing zone. Nick Alessandrini's got another wonderful interview with somebody who's very grateful to be back down on planet Earth.
Thank you, guys. Kathy Savosky just got a medal around the neck, just went over the edge here, is now in the TD landing zone. You're here with a lot of your long neck post-am vets 22 right here today. So what's it feel like to be out here for Over the Edge with a great group of people here, and you guys are doing it for a great cause?
It's wonderful, and I challenged myself, and now I can say that I did it. Up there is a whole different story, but once you're down, you're like, yes.
So walk us through those emotions. What were you feeling when you're all suited up and you're about to head down?
I was fine right up until I got on the edge. And now I know that's why they call it Over the Edge.
You're right about that, and we'll see you again next year?
I'm planning on it, yep.
All right, Kathy Savosky. Kathy, thank you so much. Great job. And, of course, great support here as well, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Nick. And 6 hours and 45 minutes into the broadcast, we are going to take our first break, as there is a little lull up top. The one we show you with Steve Kaysen going through the training, he is next up on the rope. We will make sure we don't miss a minute of that, but we're going to take our first commercial break at the 6:45 mark of the 13th annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware.
Why choose Del One? Del One is there for you, wherever you are, and is here to help you get to where you're going. Don't just be a number, and choose to be a part of the Del One family. With personal service, great rates, and accessible products, Del One has you covered. Whether you prefer to branch out or enjoy the comfort of home, leave it to us. Choose Del One and let's grow together.
He's just special. This is what I'm talking about. This brother is special. She's special. I've never seen anything like what we saw tonight was special. I've got one word for what I just saw. Special. For what I just saw. Special.
Welcome to Over the Edge.
Being a teacher is like going over the edge every day, right? You never know what challenge is going to come your way. You're always up for something new and unexpected, and you never say you can't do something. So I'm hoping today to model that for all the kids back at OBL.
Over the Edge is the perfect activity to enable students, staff, and even families and friends to rally behind a member of the school community who dares to do something brave and extraordinary. And what a great lesson to teach the students of today who will be the leaders of tomorrow. Go out of your comfort zone, challenge yourself, and make a difference. You can do it.
We're so excited. This is the first year that we've actually had Special Olympics Delaware teams in our building, so we got involved that way. And then we got our children involved in Over the Edge to continue to support Special Olympics by having hat days, selling bracelets, and they have just, all of our fundraising was funded from our kids. And so we're streaming live for them to see it today, and that'll show them the fruit of their effort.
The kids have been excited. We have a countdown outside my classroom door, so the kids yesterday they were like, oh my gosh, one day, it's really tomorrow. They can't believe it. So now for the kids to be able to watch us go over the edge and do something a little crazy, but to support what our students have and what Special Olympics gives them is a great opportunity.
Some schools have one representative, while others create pairs or even teams. It's the thrill of adventure for the people going over, and the excitement it generates in the school that matters most.
We're excited to be here. This year it's been the 2 administrators going over, and I think that that's really helped that now the other teachers are willing to say, hey, I want to do that next year. So we'll hope to continue to send people here to Special Olympics Delaware to go over the edge.
So what's next? Find those in your building who are excited to experience an extreme adventure by going over the edge. It might be you, a colleague, a student, or a group of people in your school community who, together, can make an impact. Welcome back to the 13th annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. I'm John Busby, along with Jimmy Smith and the digital team crew who have been here for the last 6 hours and 45 minutes. Actually, we've been on the air that long. We've been here since 6:30 this morning, getting ready to do this. What you see up top is you see the husband-wife duo of Steve Kaysen and Stacy Dedinas. And Steve, if you're looking at the live stream, is on your right. Stacy is on your left, and then that will flip, unless they've flipped themselves up there, meaning switch spots, which I don't think they have. So if you're looking up to the top of the building, that's Steve on the left and Stacy on the right, which makes sense because you can see Steve looks about a foot taller than the person he's up there with, and that's about what they are. Steve and Stacy are longtime volunteers for Special Olympics Delaware. Steve's a current board member. Stacy, they've both held several roles. They're the type of people that when you invite them to be part of an event, they say yes, and then you tell them what you need them to do, and they follow through and do it. So just 2 wonderful volunteers that have been part of the organization for almost 3 decades. Even when they lived overseas for a short time because of their work circumstance, they still did the polar bear plunge and were part of that over there. And so they have remained committed to the organization even when they were overseas, and as soon as they came back, they jumped in with both feet and got back involved. Steve, this is his 7th, and Stacy, it is her 10th. And it was several years ago. I know their anniversary is right around this time because several years ago, Stacy was going to go over by herself, and as an anniversary gift, Steve showed up and went over the edge with her. Hopefully she wasn't looking for a fancy piece of jewelry instead, because what she got is her husband going over the edge with her, rappelling 222 feet. So Steve on the left, Stacy on the right, 2 longtime volunteers for Special Olympics, heading down as we are at 3:20 in the afternoon here at the 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington. They were scheduled to go down at 3:10, so you can do the math. We're about 10 minutes
Absolutely.
ahead of schedule here on site.
And that overseas plunge you mentioned, Antarctica, and it doesn't get more plungy than that.
That's kind of cold. You can't say that they were doing it remotely and in a hot tub somewhere like some people do.
And Steve also has climbed Kilimanjaro, which it's an everyday type of thing, right? A lot of people that have climbed Mount Kilimanjaro. No, that is a very, very impressive feat there from Steve.
They wanted to thank Steve's father-in-law, so Stacy's father, for the donation to allow them to go over. They have done quite a bit of extensive traveling, and it seems, I follow them on Facebook, and it seems every year they do some extravagant, or what I would call extravagant trip, but they are really neat to talk to about their adventures that they've had, and not just from when they worked overseas, but ones that they've taken on their way back here. So Steve Kaysen, Stacy Dedinas. If you're just tuning in and wondering who is yet to go, to make sure you didn't miss them, Mary Waldron Tennyson has not gone over yet. Brielle Hannafin, Tina Watson, Michael Helm, Casey Johnson, Marlene Weedman, Kylie Lavelle, and Ruth Lavelle still to go over here in the next hour, which will then take us to our final hour. So we got about 2 hours left on the air. We appreciate you tuning in. We've had a lot of people watching. The YouTube numbers don't tell the true picture, even though they are impressive, more than 2,000 last I checked. Because again, remember, as we talked about, we had so many teachers, 47 of them go over today. And we know that entire schools, and in some cases entire districts, were watching them go over. So it's over 2,000 official accounts
Yeah,
that
it's like
were
machines,
tuned in.
right? But you got to think somebody watching, that's 20, 40, 60 individuals there.
Right.
So the viewership, it's hard to tell, and that's exactly why this is happening this way.
And one of the neat things is that because this is recorded and will be stored on YouTube, is everybody that went over today can go back and watch themselves go over again. I've heard fun stories, Jimmy, over the years of where some of these people will have watch parties tonight where they will go and they will watch themselves go over the edge with a group of people, because, of course, not everybody can watch it live while they're at work. Obviously, 2,000 plus people can, but not everybody can. So it's a great opportunity for that.
Well, we've been tracking the weather all afternoon. Let's go live now to Jim Cantori. Nope. That is Nick Alessandrini live outside where we've had some rain. Seen you cover your head. What's the status of the weather now?
Thanks, Jimmy. Yeah, it's been spotty, right, on and on. I did a little work in minor league baseball years ago, and I found myself checking the radar like I used to do a lot back then this week leading up to today. But it's been pretty good. It's spotty cloudy. We had a little bit of rain about 30 minutes ago. It's been off and on, nothing too hard, not a lot of pressure from it. Just a soft drizzle out here in the TD landing zone. A little 68 degrees, a small breeze. It's going to be a great rest of the day for going over the edge.
Nick, you don't need a ticket to get under that tent that's out there, so feel free to scoot under there even for the interviews once you're under there.
There he goes, and he's gone.
We appreciate you being here. You can tuck right under there. There you go.
It's a good spot. I'll stay dry.
Nice and dry. So you can see Steve and Stacy have probably decided to go down together.
Well, you've gone this far. You know, you arrive together.
Yep.
You live together. I think you can go over the edge together.
And so they're making their way down here. Once again, want to thank the sponsors of today's event, Brandywine Realty Trust. They're the host site sponsor. They own this building, the 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington. We have 2 rope sponsors this year. That's something new. Del One Federal Credit Union. Their president went over the edge a little bit ago. And the Newcastle County Fire Service. They've been longtime sponsors of the event. They provide several volunteers for this event throughout the 2 days, yesterday and today. And TD Bank, a landing zone sponsor. TD Bank, again, another company that has been involved in this event from the beginning. When we came into this building, they were the first ones to step up. They hosted a reception in the early years. They've had some fun stuff going on outside. If you're here, you can see the tent they have set up, giving away goodies out there, and several people from TD Bank, of course, have gone over the edge. Then there's our supporters, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics. It's a year-round effort by officers in every police municipality to raise funds and awareness for Special Olympics, including being on hand at every Special Olympics event, no matter where it is, how big it is, or how small it is, to hand out medals to the Special Olympics athletes. It's something that goes on around the entire world. And then, of course, there's the torch run, which will happen the week of June 4th, and it'll actually start on June 7th. And end up at the summer games. Excuse me, it will start on June 5th, Wednesday, June 5th. There's a ceremony in Rehoboth, and it will end up in the opening ceremony on June 7th at the Bob Carpenter Center at the University of Delaware. And so that's one of many events for Special Olympics Delaware. Other 2 supporters are the Sheraton Suites in Wilmington. They provide discounted lodging for our over-the-edge staff that arrived a couple days ago and will stay here through the night. And Delaware Rock Gym in Bear. And this is the neat thing they've been doing since the start of this, is they open up the gym a couple times leading up to this event where people can go and actually experience rappelling down their rock walls. And so it's not the going up that's important, like most people go to rock walls for. Instead, it's the reverse. It's getting to the top and then having that experience of rappelling down the rock walls, since that is what they do here today. So appreciate all the sponsors and supporters of these events, as Stacy and Steve are about 2 floors away from landing. Steve finishing up his 7th rappel, and Stacy her 10th rappel.
There you go. Nice job. Keep it coming.
Next up on the ropes, we have received information that it will be Michael Helm and Carrie Johnson. They are scheduled to go at 3:40. They're already on the roof, going to be suited up. And so if you're tuning in to watch Mary Waldron Tennyson, Brielle Hannafin, or Tina Watson, they have not gone yet. And we have not received any communication that they will not. So we assume there is just a little shuffling of the order up either on the 10th floor where people check in or up on the roof. So if you're tuning in looking for Mary Waldron Tennyson, Brielle Hannafin, or Tina Watson, hang tight. As far as we know, they will still be going over the edge. If that changes, we will let you know. But it will be Michael Helm and Carrie Johnson who will be going over the edge next. It looks like Michael Helm on the left if you're watching the live stream on the roof, and Carrie Johnson is on the right. And then that will reverse when you're looking up from the landing zone once they lean over. In just a second, we will go out to Nick Alessandrini, where he will chat with longtime over the edger Steve Kaysen and Stacy Deninis.
I want Steve and Stacy, for that matter, to rank their top 5 favorite edges by year and why. I bet you they have the kind of memory where they'll remember it.
I'd also like to know what is the most daring thing they have done, because they've done a few.
I think they're avoiding. I was going to say, it looks like they're avoiding the interview because it's very daring. I see that laugh. I see you.
Getting some the official over the edge medals from some Special Olympics athletes who have been on hand throughout the day. We appreciate them volunteering, just like we appreciate all the volunteers that are here in the blue shirts throughout the day. And it looks like Stacy and Steve are going to make their way over to Nick Alessandrini. Nick, we'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, John. I'm here with the true power couple of Over the Edge. 17 combined years now after this Over the Edge jump. What keeps you guys coming back year in and year out?
Well, really, we're inspired by the athletes, and that's what brings us back every year.
Yep, we just want to support the organization and the athletes, and we enjoy watching them compete and having fun.
So let's walk us through this time here. Like I said, 17 combined now. A little bit of rain early on. I don't know if you had to deal with a little bit of any of that up there, but how was this time specifically in 2024 coming over the edge here, now landing in the TD landing zone?
It's always a little bit scary for me at the top. I am very afraid of heights. So that first 8 feet or so until you get in off the ledge is like every year it just takes me a few minutes to get over that. Once I'm get past that point, just keep on going.
There you go, spoken like a true veteran. Steve, some stuff on your accolade list there, Kilimanjaro, polar or plunging in Antarctica. Where does Over the Edge rank with you on your list?
It's the top. We enjoy it. Next year they're going to let me go down head first, I think.
There you have it. Steve's going down head first next year when they combine for 19 years. Wow, truly the power couple of Over the Edge. Steve and Stacy, thank you guys so much again, year in and year out. And I'll be right here in the landing zone to see you guys next year.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Stacy. Nick, how about a quick weather update for those of us that are not out in the weather?
Yeah, since the last time we spoke, actually the rain has subsided, so no rain as of right now. A nice window here, and hopefully we can close it out with everyone staying dry.
Alrighty, we will hope so. Edger number 80 and number 81, Michael Helm and Carrie Johnson. That's Michael Helm on your right, Carrie Johnson on your left. Michael doing this for the first time. Carrie, one of 49% of the edgers who have come back to do it at least a second time. So that's one of the highest repeat rates in the country, we're told. 49% of the people, of the 97 that are going over today or already have gone over, have done this before. And that's an incredible rate. One that is, from what we understand, not matched anywhere around the country. So again, Michael and Carrie scheduled to go at 3:40. It is now 3:31, 10 minutes ahead of schedule. If you're waiting for Brielle Hannafin, Tina Watson, or Mary Waldron Tennyson, don't worry. They're still scheduled to go over as far as we know. We would be alerted if that was not the case and would let you know. So keep in touch, or stay in tune, I should say, as they will be going over shortly unless we hear differently. And if we do hear differently, we will let you know so you're not hanging on waiting to see them. But in the meantime, you can enjoy watching Michael Helm on the right and Carrie Johnson on the left descending 222 feet, 17 stories down the side of the 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington.
guys. Keep it up. Nice job. All right, they're going to start pulling you away from the building. You're good. You don't need the net glass. Just keep your legs out. You're fine.
Nice job. Just keep coming down nice and easy.
Doing great. Keep rolling. There you go. Good. Yep, just keep coming. I want you to go all the way to the ground, okay? All the way, butt to the floor. You're good. We keep you away from that lip. And then we'll walk you in a little bit. Doing great? Keep coming, keep coming. Yep.
Coming down, Michael Helm and Carrie Johnson. Put your hands together for them. Michael, a first-time edger, finishing up, and Carrie Johnson finishing the second edge. Brielle Hannafan and Tina Watson coming up next. Carrie will head over to get her medal from one of the local Special Olympics athletes, and then we'll send it to Nick Alessandrini to talk to Carrie about her second experience going over the edge. Still to come, Arlene Weedman, Kylie Lavelle, Ruth Lavelle, and Mary Waldron Tennyson, as far as we know. We appreciate everybody who has tuned in to the live stream. If you are just tuning in and realize you missed somebody, you can certainly watch it again. It will go live as soon as we are finished today. Estimated time that we will be wrapped up is probably around 5 o'clock based on the schedule and the fact that we are on time. Photos of the event will be available on the SODE.org website in the next couple weeks, where people will be able to download and share on their social media, print them if they'd like, whether they went over the edge or not. The photo galleries are always open to the public to enjoy and share and spread the word about Special Olympics. More than 4,000 children and adults who get to participate in year-round programming completely free, thanks to events like this and thanks to the sponsors and donors who help the edgers raise the money that they are to raise there. And so let's send it down to, we're going to send it down to Nick Alessandrini, but they would rather not be interviewed, and that's perfectly fine. Nick, instead, give us a quick weather report. Any change out there since we last talked to you?
No, it's actually getting nicer and nicer. Still no rain since the last time we talked. Carrie and Michael just went down. Carrie said she's heading right back up to get suited up to head right back down. That's how much fun she had on the way down. So a special shout out to Carrie and Michael. A great job there. And as they head over there, a quick shot on the way out.
Maybe she'll do the interview on the second time down?
That's right. We'll make sure that we get her in the landing zone on the second time out.
Alrighty, thanks, Nick. If you're watching the live stream, up there on the right is Tina Watson, a child care teacher, supporter of Special Olympics. This has been on her bucket list since she heard about it. It is her first time going over. She has done some hang gliding and hot air ballooning, and she walked across the top of the Sydney Harbor Bridge. Jimmy, I imagine those are three things we will never listen to you about your experiences doing, and I'll preface that by saying, same with me.
I mean, the Sydney Harbor Bridge...
Maybe.
Yeah. Sydney's one of the places I do want to go. I don't want to fly. I would love to go if I could teleport. The plane ride is just excruciating long. I have children as well, so they probably wouldn't go on that trip because that flight with children would be probably worse than anything I could do in Sydney, including fighting off great white sharks. So, that's just how kids are on planes. So if you have kids, you understand. So, we're nearing the end here as Tina and Brielle are heading on to their respective ropes as we take a look up top as they begin the process of the trash bag that we're using to protect the camera blowing into the way of the lens there, so we'll wish that camera away. And along to the side here where we're seeing Tina's first steps onto glass.
And we've talked about the weather a couple times for those of you that are not on site here. There have been occasional drizzles, but nothing like we thought it could be. As I was talking to a couple people both leading up to today and when I went up for a short break around lunchtime, is that, this is the first time in the 13 years we've been doing this that we really had to think through what the weather could possibly be. Because if you remember earlier in the week, really up until about noon yesterday, there was a good chance of some pretty severe storms, some with the possibility of including hail that could have blown through here today. And there is protocol, and there are certain numbers about how windy it can be, or if the rain is to a point where they can't see from the top of the building to the bottom of the building. And of course, lightning, that process is similar to if you're at a baseball game. If the lightning strikes within certain miles, everything shuts down, and there has to be 30 minutes that go by before the next lightning strikes, or there can't be lightning for 30 minutes. And so that is kind of like a worst case scenario, because you find yourselves, and those of us who have been on the air today as broadcasters at sporting events, we've all been in situations where things have shut down because of the lightning, and at that point you basically just sit and wait, and you pray that you don't see lightning, because as soon as you see lightning, you restart the clock for 30 minutes. And so we've been very, very fortunate with the weather here over the years. We know it's not bright and sunny outside for those who would like to be here getting a tan, but as we discussed about an hour ago, sun is not something you want on a day like today, because the volunteers that are on the roof, the volunteers that are outside, have been out there all day. And none of us want to be in the sun all day, and yet they would be if they were. So it's just, and you can imagine the heat that would come off the glass on this building that you see and that you're watching as Tina has made her way down, is still making her way down, I should say, but is well on her way down. This is the first time for her, as I mentioned, and she's moving at a pretty good pace on her way down. And that'll bring up something that the rope does lock up if you go too fast. It's a safety mechanism, and having done this and having had it lock up on me, I can tell you it's very simple to get out of. So it's not something that should stress somebody out. And sometimes even the best rappellers, those that have done it a lot of times, they're the ones that lock up because they start moving too fast. And this is never meant to see how fast you can do it or to race somebody down. In fact, we don't allow that to happen, or I should say the techs don't allow it to happen. That's why they have those safety mechanisms in place. So you can see Tina moving at a pretty good clip, and that's about as fast as it'll allow you to go. So she's doing an excellent job for a veteran, let alone somebody who's doing this for her first time. And they're getting ready, the volunteers in the TD Bank landing zone, getting ready to pull her away from the building so that she can make her way down. Again, our rope sponsors are the Del One Federal Credit Union and the Newcastle County Fire Service, and the sponsor of the event is the owner of the building, Brandywine Realty Trust. And so Tina has landed and completed her first over the edge event, and it will be interesting to hear how she compares it to hang gliding, hot air ballooning, and walking across the top of the Sydney Harbor Bridge. Two of those things, the first two I mentioned, are things where you are not completely secure like you are here, and like I assume you would be on the Sydney Harbor Bridge, as long as you don't do something foolish. And so to me, that is always the major difference. I've said I've done this over the edge event. I would do it again. I would not go up in a hot air balloon, and I would not hang glide. And as Jimmy has mentioned, he is in the same boat there. And
I feel like the hot air balloon is not anchored into a building. If I'm familiar with hot air balloons, I don't believe that's how that works. So, yeah, a little basket with fire and a balloon. No. This all day if I'm taking the two. So.
And so Tina Watson has landed. Brielle Hannafin is making her way down. She was moving at a good clip, too. She might have actually locked up, which, again, is just a safety mechanism. It happens. And so she is probably trying to get that unlocked to continue her way down. She has actually done this twice. This is her third time, so she is a veteran. And like I mentioned, I locked up, and I've seen a lot of different people lock up who have done this several times. She is perfectly safe. She has handlers at the bottom and handlers at the top who are in control of the safety rope. And then the rope that she is in control of, once she gets that mechanism unlocked, she will continue to come down, I'm sure, at a similar pace. They also have radios. There is a radio that is on constantly that is on your shoulder, that if you need to talk to somebody, either up on the roof or down on the ground, you just talk and they respond. So it's not even something that you have to manipulate while you're on the way down. And let's head outside to Nick Alessandrini, who is with Tina Watson, who just finished her first over the edge event. Take it away, Nick.
Watson, Tina, how was it? Your first time coming down. You're now here safely in the TD landing zone. How you feeling?
It was so much fun. I was glad I did it.
I did it again. You work in childcare. What's it like dealing with kids or going over the edge?
Oh, I'd rather go over the edge every day.
And you heard Jimmy and John talk about your experience with hot air ballooning, right? So I don't know if I've ever had the experience to talk to someone that even has been hot air ballooning, nonetheless myself. So how was that? Is that comparable at all to what you did today?
Yeah, I would say it is. I mean, but there you're moving, and there's no safety features, though.
Yeah, exactly. And
you
fire.
You can look over. It's great, but you're like, oh, okay, I can't look too far. We're here. It was completely safe.
Absolutely. Tina Watson, first time. Will we see you again for year number 2 next year, back to back?
Hopefully.
All right, there we go. Get some nice hot air ballooning in over the break before we see you next year.
All right, it's a vacation away from the child care kids. If that's not good enough a reason to do it, I don't know what is. Thank you, Tina, for going over the edge for Special Olympics. Brielle Hannafin making her way down. Next up on the left rope is going to be Mary Waldron Tennyson. And so those of you that were waiting for her, she was scheduled to go at 3 o'clock. Got delayed for whatever reason, doesn't matter. She is going to be going over the edge, so if you're tuning in to see Mary Waldron Tennyson, don't worry, she is going to be next up there on the left as Brielle Hannafin is finishing on the right rope. After them should be Marlene Weedman, Kylie Ravel, Ruth Lavelle. That's a mother-daughter combination and another board member for Special Olympics Delaware. Carly Favoroso, Courtney Rossum, Chris Kroll, Jessica O'Keefe, Bill Haywood. That will take us through the 80s, and then we will have just 7 people left after that, including the final person who might go over last, at least she's scheduled to, is Marianne Evans, who has gone over every single time this event has been held, one of just 2 people to do so. Danny Hall, the other, he went over, one of the first ones down this morning. He went over with his twin sister. Let's put your hands together for Brielle Hannafin, finishing up her third over-the-edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. The event will raise more than $100,000 today. We may have a number for you before we go off the air, but if not, it will be sent out on social media and sent to all of our edgers as well. Once again, 49% of our edgers here in Delaware are repeat edgers, and Brielle is one of them. And so we are excited that they want to come back and do it again and again. We are also excited the number of people that are doing it for the first time, which obviously would be the other 51% of the people today. And if you're just tuning in, 47 people out of the 97 who are going to go over come from school programs. We had Cesar Rodney School District had 14 teachers here, Lake Forest with 12, Red Clay with 5, Cape Henlopen with 5, Colonial with 4. North Star Elementary School, which is in the Red Clay School District, they had 3 people, so add that number 8 to Red Clay. Smyrna Elementary School with 2. Sussex Technical High School with 1, and the Woodbridge School District with 1 person as well. So an outpouring of support from our school programs across the state. More than 180 schools participate in the Unified Champion Schools program. If you're watching the live stream either at home or at the office or outside here on the big screen TV that's in the window of the TD Bank building, you'll see the training area that goes on up top. For those of you that haven't tuned in or have just tuned in at sometime in the past hour since we've seen this shot, this is the last stop before you head over to the edge of the building to get harnessed in. And what this is it gives you just an idea of what it feels like when you lean back. So basically what they're going to do is they're going to get this person's feet up on the side of that building, and then they're going to take the stool out from underneath her so she can get that feeling of trusting the rope and the handlers and the system that is in place up on that roof. It's a system that was put in specifically for this event. So from up on top, let's go down to the bottom, 17 stories down, send it out to Nick Alessandrini.
Thanks, John. Back in the TD landing zone with Brielle Hannafin. Brielle, time number 3 here, 3rd time coming over the edge here. Let's give it up for her. So how was it? Time number 3 as compared maybe to the previous 2.
Well, upsetting because I locked myself up for the first time, and that was terrifying, but it's a lot of fun. I'm happy to be back.
And what is your motivation for coming back here each and every year in the last 3 years to be able to help out with such a great cause and do something, it takes a lot of courage?
Yeah. Definitely the cause, but also the people, seeing the same faces each year, but also seeing the new ones that are giving it a shot and conquering that fear.
Any words of encouragement to those that maybe haven't done it yet or thinking about doing it next year?
It's definitely worth doing. It's terrifying, but once you get over that little ledge, it's a lot of fun, and it's totally worth it.
Certainly is. Brielle, thank you so much. 3rd time, and again, to all those that want to do it, Brielle says, you got to do it next year. We'll see you.
And talk to the people. The crew up there, if you're freaking out, they talk me over.
This camera shot over here. Fantastic crew, keeping everybody in line, allowing everybody to have a great time for a great cause. Safely, of course. Back to you guys.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Mary Waldron Tennyson is making her way down the building like an old veteran, and yet she's not. This is her first time coming down. She's a supporter of Special Olympics, a proud United States Marine. So even though she's done this for the first time here on the side of the building, she kind of looks like maybe she's done it in her military experience there. Also the parent of a proud Marine as well. She's got a lot of amazing supporters, including her sister Vicky, that she would like to thank for helping her as she makes that final push and gets pulled away from that last story. Hands together for Mary Waldron Tennyson. She went down so quick we almost missed her, but fortunately we picked her up pretty quickly once we realized it, and so just a great job coming down that building. So Mary Waldron Tennyson has landed in the TD Bank landing zone. We'll look forward to hearing her talk with Nick Alessandrini about whether she really has rappelled before, because she certainly looked like it coming down.
And again, the power of social media. She heard about this event through social media and her awesome sister as well. So I don't want to shortchange the sister's influence in that. But again, share the link, talk about it, subscribe to it, like it, send it around. That is what gets people talking. They get aware of Special Olympics Delaware in general. They get aware of the events. And it may not even be a financial thing. It's just the knowledge, knowing that their family, their friends, someone else they may know, there is this resource available to their friends, family, loved ones out there. That is how the growth happens here. And in the state of Delaware, the only state that it is fully funded. The athletics do not cost anything to the families. That's from tennis balls to baseball mitts to bowling balls to travel to event rentals. Not a dime is back on the families. It's all 100% paid for by events like this. And a successful trip down 222 feet. Mary Waldron Tennyson is with Nick Alessandrini.
Thanks, Jimmy. Mary Waldron Tennyson, your first time going over the edge, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You could have fooled me. You were going for the speed record on the way down there. Breaking records was Mary Tennyson. Walk us through how it was and Now, how'd you feel now that you're sitting in the landing zone?
First time over the edge. I've rappelled before. This is definitely the highest I've ever done, and it definitely took a few breaths to say, okay, trust the equipment, and just go with it.
And again, it looks like they had to tape your shoes up just to make sure. What was the word behind that?
No slip-on shoes.
Well, you got it done anyway, whatever it takes. Mary Waldron Tennyson, a phenomenal first year at Over the Edge, and I can assume we'll see you back in 2025.
I'll do my best.
We'll hope to
Extra
see her
grip.
there. Again, first timer, but making it look easy. A veteran, Mary Waldron Tennyson.
Those no-slip shoes, we might be able to sell those before people
That's-
go over with the
that
right
is it.
sales pitch there.
Extra tape, extra grip. That is it. Over the edge first to see shoes that have been transitioned to be perfect for edging. So a little bit of a break here. It looks like the next group is preparing to get over the edge here. We'll step away, hear from some of the sponsors, hear a little bit more about the programs and opportunities here at Special Olympics Delaware. We are about 7 hours into this thing as we are bringing home to the final stretch, about final 10, 12 edgers to come. But we'll take a short little break and come back with the rest of Special Olympics' Over the Edge 2024.
These athletes from around the country, they are good, but nobody bites the dust with me. Jillian Lauren Matthews.
Jillian's she's been a joy from the time she's been born. The fact that we had a little girl was just very exciting. You know, and her two brothers were excited. Even when she was little, before we knew what was happening with her, she was just a happy kid. So that was one of the things that threw us when you hear autism, you hear they're not social, they don't interact. That was never really her.
She was about 3 and not talking. Everybody said she's got 2 older brothers. What does she have to say? They speak for her. But it was the pediatrician who suspected something wasn't quite right.
And then they came up basically with the speech problem. So she went for speech therapy. And then they also started to notice that she drooled a lot and had some other little mannerisms and things. And in further investigation found that she had some low muscle tone. So that's when they started also speech therapy, physical therapy, and occupational therapy right off the bat.
As difficult as that was to say, yes, you have a child with autism, it opened up the doors to help her.
One of the first things the autism kindergarten teacher said to me, which kind of made your stomach just sink. She said, I know it's hard. She's coming into this classroom and going with this diagnosis. You have to change all your thoughts and your dreams of what it could be having a little girl. Jillian came home, she was 14. With the paper, Special Olympics was doing something called Get in the Game. And a mom, she wanted to get something started for Special Olympics in our county and was disappointed nothing was. So she talked to the rec program there and they started a track program. So Jillian started, that's how she started in Special Olympics. From the
YouTube, if you're interested, subscribe to the channel right here and you'll see that full thing. So we are getting back underway. I don't want to miss a second of this experience for anybody. Still waiting to hear exactly who this is. That looks like, I was just trying to read sleeves. That's Carly Favaroso on the, is that the blue rope? That is the blue rope. And then joining her is, cannot see name tags here. Haven't been texted exactly who this is yet, but Carly is Edger 85, so. Aha, it's 86, Courtney Rossum joining her. So it's Carly on the blue, Courtney on the green. As these are the 4:10 edgers, edging 10 minutes early, but we have a few that were behind them that still need to go. So this, Carly and Courtney. Carly a second time edger, and Courtney for the first. So straight off the training for Carly and Courtney as they are beginning to lean back into nothingness. Hey, this is what it is, folks. I'm getting some of the crew here going, come on, really? I mean, that's like, tell me what's back there. A little bit of nothingness. Going over the edge. Actually, that's not the floor, that's the wall. Well, yes, the ground is there somewhere, but not if they do this the right way. There it goes. And that is over the edge.
And if you're just tuning in, we're in the final hour of the Over the Edge event. John Busby, along with Jimmy Smith from the digital team and his production crew that put on today's production. They've been here since 7 o'clock this morning, bounced around the different roles throughout the day, and we appreciate them putting together this professional broadcast so that people can enjoy it not only while they're watching their person they've tuned in to watch go over, but maybe we'll watch it again or watch it with that person. And like we said, or I said earlier, we've heard of some watch parties that go on tonight where the people who went over the edge go home and they host a party and everybody comes over to watch them go over again. And so that's kind of a neat thing that has happened too. We've also been blessed to have some wonderful reporters both on the roof and on the ground throughout the day, taking time and volunteering their time to be here. Sean Green from WDEL hopped in from 12 to 2 here in the anchor seat so that I could take a short break. Mike Lang was here first thing this morning. He's from 302 Sports. From 10 to 12:30, we had Nancy Johnson on the ground and Joe Allen on the roof. They're the wake-up crew from WSTW. Fox Sports 1290's Matt Janis was here from 12 to 2:30, interviewing people on the ground. He's also very well known regionally on TV, doing football and basketball. Nick Gallisandrini is with us right now from WDSD and 302 Sports. Appreciate him being with us. And Nick is soon to be replaced by Mike Rossi. If that name rings a bell, you know Mike Rossi from most recently WJBR, but before that, for more than 2 decades, maybe longer, he was the afternoon voice of WSTW. So he is here and checking in, and we'll be heading out to take Nick's spot for the final hour of today's event. So you can see Carly Favaroso on your right, Courtney Russum on the left, coming down. Courtney, it's her first time. Carly, she's a repeater.
th year of this event, raised more than $1.5 million for Special Olympics Delaware. And if you look at the Edger number this year, which is 97, pardon me, onto a third page here still to go. If you just take basic math, $1,100 per person. Hold on, I say basic math and then I need a calculator. So that's $1,100, and this is basic. Like a baseline. $1,100 is what each Edger needed to raise to be a part of this. And now we've known some others, including one who's raised $8,000. So let's say the baseline of money raised so far, $106,000 plus. You know, the number is going to come out later today, maybe by the end of the event. John had mentioned possibly being able to tabulate that number, but by the end of today into tomorrow, the final number from this year, which will be astonishing, will be the most ever, will be announced, and that will push that 1.5 million up into, let's hope 1.7, even maybe into 1.8, but that would be astounding. Again, and this every year makes such a huge impact for so many families that have members of their family or loved ones that maybe have been told they would never walk, maybe been told that they would never speak, and then they're playing sports. They're not just just living. They're living a full life and with given great opportunities to do things that they love, that bring them together with a community, expose them to new opportunities and traits and skills. And this money, these opportunities are transcendent. And so, this support, Polar Bear Plunge, all the different creative events that are put on by Special Olympics Delaware are huge, and they put them on, and the community delivers. The community responds. You know, whether they're riding motorcycles or pulling semi-trucks, there's just always something that the community is doing to support Special Olympics Delaware, and this, on the crazier side, is another example.
And you bring up two events, Jimmy, that actually sold out this year. There is a cap on both the Ride to the Tide and the Truck Convoy. Both sold out very quickly. There's the Polar Bear Plunge. More than 4,000 people took part in that. First time that's ever happened with those kind of numbers. Over $1 million, again, 2 or 3 years in a row. They've done that. And so unique events, the Reindeer Run in December down on the campus of the University of Delaware, and then the golf tournament that takes place at Bitterman. And there's not a lot of golf tournaments that take place in the most exclusive course in the state of Delaware, but one does for Special Olympics Delaware. So they've the organization has tried to develop and come up with unique events that they can do, and the public has responded by wanting to be part of that. Over the Edge, of course, one of those events. One of our athletes, Stephen Turner, went over the edge earlier today, and there's no greater way to describe what an organization means to somebody who takes part in it than for him to raise over $1,100 and rappel 17 stories down the side of the building, knowing that the money he's raised and his accomplishment of doing that benefit the organization that means so much to him. And Special Olympics is for children and adults, not just children, and that's a misconception a lot of people have. We have people well into their 60s, 70s, even a few 80-year-olds who still take part in the sports, 16 of them that take place throughout the year. Bowling, bocce, skiing, all kinds of basketball, swimming, the list goes on and on with what they are able to participate in. And again, you've heard us say, if you've been tuning in all day, thank you. But since most of you probably have not been, you may not have heard us say that here in Delaware, we are the only state in the country that there is absolutely zero cost to be part of Special Olympics. Zero cost, whether you're paying for bowling games, renting bowling shoes, whether you're playing with a basketball, competing at the Bob Carpenter Center. All of those things take money, but the money does not come out of the pockets of the athletes or the families that participate. It is generated by events like today and also generous donations that are made throughout the year. So if you have seen somebody go over the edge, or you heard of somebody who go over and you still want to support them, they all have fundraising pages that were put together when they signed up. They are still active. You can donate directly to their fundraising page, or you can just Google Special Olympics Delaware and make a donation online. If you're be more comfortable calling the office and doing that, or sending a check, you can certainly do that as well, and that information is on the website as well. So as we see Carly Favoroso and Courtney Russum making their descent, we're not sure exactly who's not up yet. We can tell you still to come in some order will be Chris Kroll, Jessica O'Keefe, Bill Haywood, Kenny Hollenbaugh, Gwen Kresnowski, Jennifer Maddox, and Cassidy Barron, Elizabeth Evans, Bo Evans, Mary Ann Evans, all finishing up today. 96 edgers. Everybody should be over within the next hour, right on time. We hope you'll stay tuned until the very end, and we're going to stick with you right until the very end. We're actually going to, Nick Alessandrini is going to interview Carly and Courtney, who are on the ropes right now, and then he's going to turn it over to Mike Rossi, who will take us to the end, along with Jimmy Smith and myself. So enjoy watching Carly and Courtney coming down to the end, and we'll be right back with their interviews with Nick Alessandrini if you're watching here on the live stream. Congratulations to Carly Favarosa and Courtney Russum for landing. Carly for the second time, Courtney for the first. Those of you watching on the live stream, I just stepped outside for a second to take Mike Rossi outside, who was going to replace Nick Alessandrini after this final interview. And right now, Jimmy, the weather is perfect.
Chamber of Commerce type of day, would you say?
It's overcast.
Wilmington's a big fan of cloudy gray skies, sure.
And we've got that. And
Far
so,
better than the exact opposite.
beaming sun,
Yesterday,
humidity,
oh
and- yeah.
my goodness.
Yep. So this has ended up being a perfect weather day for Over the Edge. Without question, anybody that runs events will tell you that an overcast, non-rainy, non-windy day is just about perfect. And so that is a perfect thing for us to have here as Carly and Courtney get unharnessed and out. And we'll send it down to Nick Alessandrini as soon as he is ready to talk to them. If you're watching the live stream, you see a view from the top, and you can see how windy it's not up there because those name tags on the shoulders of the folks are not blowing around very much at all. Not sure exactly who that is. We haven't received. Well, I can tell you the person in the foreground is Chris Kroll. He's a member of the board of directors, so I do recognize him. Not sure who he is standing there with. If you follow the order of the day, Chris was supposed to go over with Jessica O'Keefe at 4:20. While we wait for them to get loaded up and confirmation of who that is up top, we're going to send it out front to Nick Alessandrini in the TD Bank landing zone.
Here with Courtney Russum. Courtney, first time?
It was, yeah.
And I saw your facial expression here as you walked out after getting your medal. How was it? Walk us through it.
I was very nervous, I'm not going to lie. But it was worth it. It was a lot of fun, and I'm very grateful to be able to do it again after my very bad accident I was involved in 6 years ago.
I'm sorry to hear that. And kind of, what was that like to be able to now see yourself do something like this for such a great cause? Walk us through your emotions now that you've got it done sitting in the landing zone.
It makes me so extremely happy for what it's for. I'm actually currently a para with special education students, so I know hands-on exactly how to work with them, and I just think this is an amazing miracle.
It really is a fantastic cause. Courtney, fantastic job. We'll see you next year.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be here.
There we go. We'll see you in 2025. Courtney, thank you so much. And then we are also going to be joined here in a second by Carly.
She didn't specify in which way she'll be back next year, so I'm a little suspicious of that.
So here we are with Carly Favarosa. Carly, what you got a sash on here today, right?
I do. So currently I hold my local title of Miss Milton's Teen, which is part of the Miss Delaware Scholarship Organization. It's such a great organization because not only do you have to promote things like your community service initiative, which mine is called SHINE, Strive to Help Include, Not Exclude, which is all about helping others support the inclusion of individuals with intellectual disabilities. So when I found out about the opportunity to go Over the Edge, I immediately said yes, and this is my second year doing it, and I can't wait to see how many more years I keep on doing it.
Absolutely. Well said, Carly. And kind of, you're sitting here in the landing zone now. How was time number 2 maybe different from the first time you did it?
So time number 1, I didn't really know what to expect. I was just pretty excited to say I went down a building. Time number 2, I knew what to expect, and I was just so excited to come back. Feels like it just happened, and I can't wait for next year already. So.
There you go, Miss Milton Teen and going over the edge. She can do it all, Carly. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We'll see you next year. We'll send it back into John and Jimmy and the rest of the crew. That'll do it for me. Mike Rossi, the man, the myth, the legend, going to take over for me here in just a second. But it's been a phenomenal afternoon into the evening here as you see everyone having such a great time for a great cause here today, guys.
Nick Alessandrini, can't thank you enough for lending us your talents. So you can see Nick in the fall, or hear him, I should say, on WDSD as he helps cover the Blue Hen football games. And year-round for 302 Sports, he does a lot of play-by-play and sometimes color commentary for the high school sports. If you're watching a high school sports live stream, there's a good chance it's Nick Alessandrini's voice you will hear. So thank you, Nick, and welcome, Mike. We'll hear from Mike once the 2 edgers come down. This is Kylie and Ruth Lavelle. Kylie is on the right, Ruth is on the left. It's a mother-daughter combination. They've gone down together before. Kylie, this is her 7th trip. Ruth, it is her 12th trip. So she is one shy of doing it every single year. The one year she didn't do it, it's because her husband did it instead. And since then, she has been the one that has gone down. She is a member of the Special Olympics Delaware Board of Directors. Her son and Kylie's brother, Matt Lavelle, is a longtime Special Olympics athlete who plays sports every single season that it's offered. So the Lavelles know it's a great cause that they are doing this for. And my guess is Matt is at the bottom, maybe even holding one of the ropes as a guest rope holder. If not, he's certainly near the landing zone. You can see Kylie and Ruth waving probably to the Lavelle family that is down below. So they are making their rappel down. And, you know, Jimmy, we see a lot of, you know, we've had somebody who's really never heard of this event, and that was the gentleman who raised the highest amount of money, George Daneman. He came about it, Googling in the middle of the night, it sounded like an event.
And turned it into $8,000
Right.
for Special Olympics, the highest amount of money raised just Googling. I mean, that just shows you the power of Google, I guess. I mean, incredible efforts by him to take that and then go even further with it to raise that kind of money is really impressive.
And so there's that end of things, and then there's the other end where we've had family members, and more than one, not just the Lavelles, that have gone over the edge because of the difference Special Olympics has made in their families' lives. They are not only, as I mentioned, Ruth is a board member. Kylie is a coach and a sport director for the Wilmington Wizards. She's been involved. She was a unified partner went back when she was in elementary school, so she has been involved for several years with Special Olympics. Just this past weekend, she helped run a qualifier track meet for Special Olympics, and so their involvement in the organization has been immense. And just like Stephen Turner went over the edge because he knows how valuable it is for him as a Special Olympics athlete, here you have two family members going over the edge because they know how valuable Special Olympics is for not only their son and their brother, but the entire family as well. So Kylie and Ruth Lavelle going over the edge. Ruth mentioned that she does a polar bear plunge, and she thinks that's crazier than over the edge. And we've had that discussion in here in the production room a few times that we all think jumping in the ocean is a lot easier than going over the edge, but a veteran like Ruth Lavelle, who is landing for the 12th time, let's put your hands together for Ruth Lavelle, who 12 times, that means by herself, she has raised over $13,000, if you do the math, by going over the edge for Special Olympics. And her daughter Kylie is not far behind, and it's going to be number 7 for her as they come to the end of
the Lavelle's always good for getting us back on time as well.
Doesn't take them long to come down, that's for sure. All right, we just got the information for the next 2 people to go down. It's going to be Marlene Weedman and Chris Kroll. So Marlene is going to be on the blue rope, and Chris Kroll is going to be on the green rope when they come down. So if you're tuning in to see either of them, Marlene was scheduled to go over 350. She's going a little bit over later than expected, but Chris Kroll was going over right on time. He was scheduled to come over the building at 4:20, and if you're watching the live stream, you can see the crew after that is already being trained up on the wall. Still to come after Chris Kroll and Marlene Weedman are Jessica O'Keefe, Bill Haywood, Kenny Hollenbaugh, Gren Zanowski, Jennifer Maddox, Cassidy Baran, Elizabeth Evans, Bo Evans, and Mary Evans of the Evans family. So Ruth and Kylie are finishing up. We're going to send it out to Mike Rossi once we know that they are ready to be interviewed. And as we will then await Marlene Weedman and Chris Kroll to go over the edge. And there, if you're watching the live stream, that is Kylie Lavelle. She just received the Over the Edge medal from her brother Matt. And Mike Rossi will send it out to you with Kylie Lavelle there.
All right, we're here with Kylie and Ruth. Congratulations, you have done it again. Kylie, let's see, I got 7 times for you now.
Yes.
And Ruth, you have
12.
An even dozen, and as John was reporting earlier, you've raised tens of thousands of dollars now for Special Olympics Delaware. Thank you. So, coming down this time, a few raindrops in the eyes, a little different this time, or what?
Not until we got down here. It was fine up there.
Oh, the weather's up there is better. I see. Okay. And on your side, you were okay?
Yep.
All right. Any difference this time around than in past over-the-edge events?
No, I had to stop at floor 10 for a picture, so that's what took me so long.
Oh, photo op. Very good. How about you, Ruth?
Nah, it's awesome every year.
Do you try and do it differently each and every time, or is it just take it easy, slow and easy to get down?
I don't know. It really, like today, I felt I was trying to go a little faster to get them back on schedule. So.
Well, we seem to be on schedule. What I noticed is, of course, we're coming down here at 300 Delaware Avenue, but across the way here, there are guys, I guess, I don't know what they're doing. There's a cheer, you're way up at the top.
Yeah, they were awesome. We were waving to them. I don't know if they were getting paid by the hour, but they were a nice cheering section up there.
Thanks for your help up there, guys, and thank you, Ruth, and thank you, Kylie, for supporting Special Olympics Delaware again this year.
Thank you.
All right.
Ruth and
John,
Kylie
back to
Lavelle.
you.
Thank you, Mike. Ruth and Kylie Lavelle finishing up another over-the-edge event for the Lavelle family. Coming down the side of the building on the left is Chris Kroll, a board member for Special Olympics Delaware. His son participates in Special Olympics as well. He also does the polar bear plunge. And he would like to thank the Kroll and Wynn family members who have been loyal supporters to them for all their fundraising efforts over the years. And that's Marlene Weedman on the right, making her way down. For Marlene, this is her first plunge. For Chris, it is his third. So we've got a rookie and a veteran heading down the side of the 300 Delaware Avenue building, 17 feet. 17 stories, 222
17
feet.
feet. You didn't say that. I'd do that.
You would, yeah, you might, well, maybe.
Just hop down 17 feet.
17 stories, 222 feet. Still to come, Jessica O'Keefe, Bill Haywood, Kenny Hollenball, Gren Krasinowski, Jennifer Maddox, Cassidy Baron, Elizabeth Evans, Bo Evans, and Mary Ann Evans, all finishing up here.
So this semester is her last semester.
And so we've talked about the weather a little bit. I'm getting text messages from people asking if it's raining here because it's raining in other parts of Delaware.
Sprinkling. I just took a trash bag out to one of the camera operators, Tommy Tyree, who's got the that camera right there, actually. And so it's we have a trash bag ready. I don't think we're there quite yet. It is raining, but not raining any harder than it has today. Unbelievable. For all the fervor that we were in the last 48 hours, 72 hours about the forecast, it really broke apart. And, I mean, all things considered, got a fantastic day. This has been wonderful. You know, it's not been super glary and sunny and hot. A little bit of rain is fine. The equipment's totally fine. Hasn't been an issue. We've had to wipe some rain, little water droplets off of cameras. It's really and you've seen a trash bag blow in front of the camera. That's really not been that big of a deal. So the Edgers have had an enjoyable experience as long as it didn't impact their day. I think that's a huge win when it comes to weather. So just approaching right now 8 hours straight of live rappelling, which always makes this event so cool to carry this live, kind of almost like telethon style, you know, where we're just on, and the money's already been raised, of course, but raising awareness and letting people know about this fantastic event.
And Jimmy, we appreciate you not only being here to produce this thing, but hopping on the radio or the microphone with us. It gives my voice a break, and Sean Green, I'm sure, appreciate it as well when
It's
he sat
fun.
in for
I
me.
like kind of painting some of the picture of behind the scenes that what goes into it. You know, this is a very raw event. It's I don't want to say it's not polished, not buttoned up, but it is. You know, we got people rappelling down a building. We've got a lot of things to talk about, live interviews, and so to hop on and help and provide a little bit of whatever it is that I do is great. And I want to tell the stories about some of our camera operators and say their names and make sure that they're getting their the technical staff here getting their moment in the sun as we go fully reclined back for the landing there for Chris. But Dan and Aaron Finan are here working with us today. Tommy Tyree and Darnell Vaughn are the crew joining me today. Incredible work for them. It's an attrition thing. You got to make your way through the long day. We've had some rotations through different jobs for them to keep them interested. And they've all done fantastic at every single stop, so I thank them a lot.
Yeah, and you read my mind exactly the reason I brought this all up. But I was going to ask you to run through the names while we still have a lot of people, not only outside, but on the broadcast, on the live stream as well. We know like any event that goes on like this, as soon as the last person goes over, a lot of people are going to be tuned out.
Yeah,
And so we
see you
want to
later,
make
bye.
sure.
Yeah, I mean,
so,
and
I'm glad you ran through those
Seeing
names.
Marlene land there too, I also want to thank Showworks, who has provided really all the AV, the speakers you're hearing me outside, the cameras that you're seeing all this with, really everything they provided. They have incredible equipment, incredible staff. Tom from Showworks is great, and so if you have any corporate events that you need AV for, reach out to Showworks locally here. They have big time clients. They work with small companies, and everybody gets 130,000% of their efforts and equipment. So, reach out to them definitely for your needs in that department, because every year they roll up with newer stuff, nice new equipment that really makes this a high-level broadcast. Getting that shot right there that you're seeing 222 feet away from where we are right now is not necessarily easy to run cable down the side of a building and leave it overnight. And it's not just something everybody can do, which, again, we continue to be one of the leaders in this style broadcast for Special Olympics, for Over the Edge, and Showworks really is the heart of that, making that possible with their technology.
And Jimmy, the digital team is something that you started hoping it would work out, and it's more than worked out. Go ahead and give your website out for people.
Yeah, I'm in Ohio, but obviously I do travel. But the website is thedigitalteamohio.com. I do weddings, I do corporate events, I do a lot of real estate video right now with Spring Market really popping. So very, very busy myself, and this is one of the many things I put on my calendar locally here. For many years, I've worked with Slam Dunk to the Beach. Down there in Lewis, and I've done this event. This is 12, right? Because we just didn't do the first year.
Correct.
So minus the COVID year as well, so 11. So, this is an event I come back for all the time. I've come back and created some of the content for Special Olympics over the years, and also work with SL24 there in Newark in memory of Sean Locke, former Delaware basketball player who took his life in 2018. So a organization that supports mental health, and then an organization that supports Special Olympians. I mean, it's hard to not get up and get excited to come back the 7 hours that I drive every single time to support things here in Delaware. So thank you for not, when I moved away and because of the family circumstances I needed to move home, thank you for not moving on from me and continuing to keep me in the loop here with this.
There'll always be a spot right here in this production room for the digital team.
I'll always hope to fill it.
Jimmy
Thank
Smith.
you.
All right, let's head outside to Mike Rossi. He is with the latest two people to go over the edge.
Chris and Marlene with me now. Chris, third time down. Congratulations. With the weather today, anything special as far as this descent?
Well, I was happy there was no lightning.
We're all happy for that.
Other than that, it was a great day. These guys do a tremendous job. It's a great event for Special Olympics. And the reason why we do it is because of the team, David's team and everybody on the ground and up there. What they do for my son and for everyone else at Special Olympics is worthy of jumping off a building.
Excellent, very good. So do you find it easier year after year to make the ask?
I'm glad you asked that, because as I was stepping off for the third year, I thought, I'm as scared this time as I was the first time. So I think it's indicative, you got to do something crazy for people to give money. And as long as people will give money for me doing stupid things, as long as it's to help these guys, help my son, I'm jumping off.
Excellent, congratulations, Chris.
Thank you very much.
All right, how about it for Chris? Didn't he do a great job getting down here? All right. And Marlene, third time down for you too?
Yes, sir.
And weather was not an issue?
I'm really happy to say weather was not an issue.
And it was actually pretty comfortable, I think. We've gone down in warmer and colder weather, right?
Yes, yeah. I've had good weather every year so far.
So tell me about your fundraising to go over the edge. How was that?
I am a procrastinator, so I was a little bit late, but there's always a way to get it done.
So you did get it done, and you got over the edge, and you've done it for 3 times now. Thank you for your support of Special Olympics Delaware. There's Marlene. She has gone over the edge once more. We've got more folks coming down off of 300 Delaware Avenue, 17 stories up, and we've got another story to tell with John back in the studio.
All righty, thank you, Mike. Look up if you're here in the bleachers. You got Bill Haywood on the right, Kenny Hollenbaugh on the left. They are both coming down for the second time. They've both done it before. And they do it with the support of Bill's wife, Amy Haywood, and Amy is Ken's friend as well. Amy Haywood is involved through the law enforcement part of Special Olympics, the torch run, other fundraising activities that law enforcement does for Special Olympics year-round. They're one of the supporters of this event, along with Sheraton Suites Wilmington, Delaware Rock Gym in Bear. Of course, the sponsor of this event, Brandywine Realty Trust, they own this 300 Delaware Avenue building. They've been gracious enough to basically turn it over to us for 2 days. And not only that, but way back 14 years ago when we decided we wanted to do this event, they actually allowed the structural changes that had to take place up on the roof to make this event a 100% safe and secure event for everybody that goes under it. We have 2 rope sponsors this year, Del One Federal Credit Union, new to the event. Hopefully we'll see them back next year. Their president and CEO went over earlier today. And Newcastle County Fire Service, they've been a sponsor of the event in one way or another for several years. And TD Bank, they're the landing zone sponsor. Their bank building is located right here at the bottom of the 300 Delaware Avenue building and about 10 feet from where people end up landing, so it's very appropriate they are the landing zone sponsor. They have been a sponsor of this event one way or another since the beginning as well. And of course, we can't thank our edgers enough. We still have about 10 more to go after Bill and Kenny come down for their second rappel, moving right along. And they were scheduled to go down at 4:30, and so we literally are right on schedule ending up. It's going to be a total of 97 people who will end up going over the edge today. They'll raise over $100,000, which is going to up the number that this event has raised to $1.6 million. And what does that pay for, you ask? Well, first of all, and most importantly, every dollar of that stays right here in the state of Delaware. It doesn't go to a national organization and then some of it get funneled back here. Every dollar stays in Delaware, and what it does is it allows the athletes that take part in Special Olympics. And I should mention also the unified partners. Some of them have gone over the edge today. They are people who play on the same team as the Special Olympics athletes in unified sports. It's a huge program in the schools with more than 180 schools taking part in unified sports, but it's also in the community program as well in some of the sports. And so that is a big part of where that money goes to, is that it pays for equipment, it pays for training facilities, it pays for uniforms, it pays for meals, and at the summer games it pays for overnight accommodations. It also pays to send athletes to USA and World Games, which happens every 2 years alternating. The next World Games are going to be in Italy, and so we'll be sending an athlete over there, all expenses paid. And so that's where the money goes and why it's so important when we have 97 people who are willing to raise at least $1,100 to go over the edge, because the money stays here and it benefits Special Olympics Delaware. Let's hear it for Bill Haywood and Kenny Hollenball as they land in the TD Bank landing zone.
And great point there, John, too. This is not just, now there is this level of competition, just, recreational, just kind of for fun. There's another level to it. There's a national level to it. There's an international level to this competition, that I think a lot of people just, see kind of bocce happening at the Bob.
Right.
There's another level of high competitive opportunities in sports and medals and trophies on the line here. And those are dreams come true for anybody.
Yep.
Let alone people that may have been told that they were never going to have those opportunities. And so to excel at that level, overcoming everything you have, that is what that 1.5, 1.6, whatever from this event is bringing to light.
And it's the only way you can rappel 17 stories down a building in the state of Delaware is through this event. And Special Olympics Delaware owns the exclusive rights to this event. There is one that takes place in Philadelphia. I forget which nonprofit it benefits. It is not Special Olympics. There's also one in Baltimore that does benefit the Special Olympics Maryland program. But here in Delaware, it's the only show in town here, the second Thursday of every May, so you can mark your calendar down if you want to do it next year. You've heard me mention more than once that 49% of the people that went over the edge today have done it before, and everybody that's been interviewed who has finished it for the first time has said they plan to come back and do it again. So that just gives you an idea of the experience that they are having when they go over. And that's all thanks to the many volunteers that are here today. They were here with us yesterday as well. That help ensure that this experience is great for the people that go over, and of course the technicians from Over the Edge that are part of that too. And I think Bill and Kenny, they are getting their medals for participating. They're going to step forward, and we'll send it out to Mike Rossi.
Thank you, John. Yep, we've got two more guys who've gone over the edge. Bill Hayward's with me. He is a second time over the edge. Now, Bill, I watch as you go down. It seems like you kind of get a rhythm down the first few floors, and then you have to swing out like 15 feet. Yes. Gets a little different, doesn't it?
About halfway down, you wish you had some toilet paper, but it's all good.
Well, we'll allow you some of that here very, very soon. So second time, easier, a little more confident this time, you think?
Well, when you get older, my fear of heights is worse. But I did it for Jack Birch, Mike Tallarita, and Billy Cook, 3 good buddies of mine. So I had to do it.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. You've done it. You've raised great funds for the Special Olympics Delaware. Kenny, who do you have with you?
My wife, my friends and family, and my dog.
And your dog.
Doggy.
How was your trip down?
That was awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Great time.
And raising funds for Special Olympics Delaware. How was that part of it all?
That's what we do it for.
Exactly. No doubt about it.
It's awesome.
So are you happy to get out of the rappelling harness and all that and ready to take it easy?
I want to go do it again.
Let's get them rigged up again. Kenny, thanks for coming over.
Thank you so much.
All right. John, back to you.
Run it back. I mean, while you're all harnessed up, might as well just get back in the elevator and not let the dog take you across the street. Come on back. Great moment there with number one fan.
All right, coming up next, if you are wondering if Jessica O'Keefe has gone over the edge, she has not. She was scheduled to go over at 4:20. She's getting ready to go over now. She is up in the harness. If you're watching the live stream, you can see her. If you're in the bleachers, you will see her lean over backwards in just a couple seconds, it looks like. So Jessica O'Keefe is set to go over. Gwen Krasnowski, Jennifer Maddox, Cassidy Baran, Elizabeth Evans, Bo Evans, and Mary Evans all on deck to round out today's 13th annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware.
Make sure that you're watching here. About 50, 60 people in right now. We've had nearly 250 at earlier points of the day when we had the schools tuned in, and those, I guess, that were ditching a little bit of work earlier today. But we're heading into the time that's got a lot of people moving around from home and things like that now, so viewership is fluctuating. But remember, as you're watching or the Edgers watching, share this link with them so they can easily find it when they land. This link live right now, and the full archive available immediately when we're finished. So share this link, subscribe to the Special Olympics Delaware YouTube channel. A lot of great content there, stories, information, features, and recaps from events. If you want to see a little bit more about what they are all about, that's a good resource for you. Obviously, the website, sode.org, for information on how to be involved, schedules, and everything you need there. And then you're here on this YouTube channel. Make sure you give the video a like, share it with friends, text, email, post it on Facebook. All that helps. Let people know. I mean, we've heard stories about I was just browsing the internet, or this was shared with me, or I drove by and wanted to see what it was all about. I mean, some of the crazier things, it makes sense. It's simple. Just word of mouth is always one of the more powerful things to spread awareness.
Jessica O'Keefe has taken that step back, so to speak, where they lean backwards. So you can see her up on top of the building if you're looking up. On the live stream, you're getting a great shot of what it looks like up top. If you're outside, you look to your right, you'll see the television in the TD Bank window, which shows you exactly what they're seeing on the live stream, whether they're at home or in the office or on the 10th floor watching. Jessica O'Keefe, this is her first time going over the edge. don't have any more information on her. We email and ask everybody going over to send us some biography information. Some do, some don't, and that's fine. But if it seems like we've got more to say about some people than others, that's usually the reason why. And so this is Jessica O'Keefe making her first trip down. Of the 6 people left, 3 of them are first-timers. We have a second-timer, a third-timer, and the woman who has done it every single year, Mary Ann Evans, is scheduled to be the last one to go over today. Whether that works out that way or not remains to be seen, but certainly would seem appropriate that the woman who has done it every single year, one of only 2 people to do it every single year, would be the one to close out this 13th annual event. As you see Jessica O'Keefe making her way down. Decent crowd still outside here to watch the last few people go over. See some cars slowing down, probably wondering what the heck is going on. It's not often you see people coming down the side of a building who are allowed to do it. And again, if this is something you're considering doing, please do consider doing it. They open up registration very soon after this event. It'll be on the Special Olympics website. And you could maybe join somebody who's going to do it for a second time, or be the first person to go over in your group and bring a family or friend member with you. Another popular thing, as you've heard us talk about, is schools doing it. And oftentimes it's either an administrator. We've had school board members go over. We've had school board of directors people go over. We've had superintendents go over, principals, assistant principals, teachers, just about every shape and form of staff member go over in schools. And so if you're watching this thinking, why isn't my school doing this, you can get involved in it very quickly. Same thing with your businesses and your corporations. We've had some businesses who have made this an annual tradition. TD Bank, one of them, is one of the sponsors. They always have somebody go over. Del One's president went over early today. But if you work for one of the larger corporations here in the state, and you know, Jimmy and I were talking off the air about what, or actually I think he even mentioned it on the air, this was several hours ago.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Of, you know, what would be the next group that could make this event grow even bigger. And we mentioned, you know, this is the corporate capital of the world as far as I'm concerned. And why not? Why are there not more corporations that make sure they have 2 or 3 people that are part of this every single year, whether it's their colleagues who help raise the money, the companies pay for it, or whatever? It would be a great way. We are at 2 ropes right now. We're very close to needing a 3rd rope, and that would certainly get us there. More importantly, that would bring in another $50,000 or $60,000, which again all stays here right in the state of Delaware to support the Special Olympics athletes. And so, if you're out there and you work for a company, you know, we all know who the big companies are here in Delaware. There's upstate ones, downstate ones, and you know, why not consider trying to get somebody? Doesn't have to be you. It could be somebody that you'd be willing to help rally the troops and raise money to get somebody to go over the edge. And just like these schools have done, year after year, there's been somebody from Caesar Rodney, from Lake Forest, from Red Clay, from Colonial, from Smyrna, and this year Woodbridge doing it for the first time, the Sussex Tech High School doing it for the first time, Lewis Elementary School in the Cape School District doing it for the first time. And that's how it all starts. And these schools come here. You've heard the teachers talk about how exciting. Asked, would you do it again? They say yes, or they hope to, because if it's not them, it's going to be one of their colleagues as the schools join together to raise money to be part of this big event. So kind of a challenge thrown out there. I did just get word that Gwen Krasnowski is going to be coming down next along with Jennifer Maddox. Jennifer Maddox is going to be on the right if you're looking up. Gwen is going to be on the left. And so they will be coming down here. They are 2 of the 6 that we have left to go. Gwen is a first-timer. Jennifer, a repeater. So a first-timer and a repeater here will be coming down next. You can see there the view you're getting if you're watching a live stream. That is right out front. Now you're getting the view up top as they are harnessing in Gwen and Jennifer. And they will get ready to go. scheduled to go over at 4:40. It's just 4:47, so we're just about 5 minutes behind schedule, which isn't bad for this time of day.
And going back to the corporation conversation there, obviously if you're a part of a corporation and you want to bring it up, but you don't want to be the one, well, then why don't you do it? Where they kind of sign you up for it. Obviously, I get that. I understand that as a hurdle. I don't want that to hold you back. You can be the one that brings it up because you don't know in your company what that connection to Special Olympics could mean to one of your peers, to somebody else in a different department or part of the company. Having that conversation could expose that family to something that could change the lives of members of their family. And then also, it's a good look, frankly, just being honest, for a company to have that kind of involvement and be seen and be alongside a partner with something like Special Olympics. And so, we don't need to say names of large companies. I mean, say a name of a large company, and it's probably
here,
probably headquartered behind me for whatever the many reasons. But that company, whether it has a large or small presence here, could have a large or small presence financially as well to really make a difference. We're talking about individuals raising $1,100, which, when it comes to tax benefits and things like that from corporations, I don't want to speak out of turn as a small company myself. That's something you could really do. So, get your company involved is really a long way to arrive at. Get your company involved.
Alrighty, Gwen is up on the left if you're looking up to the top of the building. Jennifer on the right. We're going to send it out to Mike Rossi. He's going to talk a little bit about, we've mentioned the medals that they get when they come to the bottom. Mike's actually got one in his hand, and he's going to tell us all about it.
Thanks, John. Sure, yep. Every one of the over-the-edge edgers will be getting one of these as they come down to the base again with the TD Bank landing zone. We just had Jessica, a first-time over-the-edge participant. She passed on a chance to interview, but she did get one of these beautiful medals. And we're getting to the end of it. There aren't many medals left here on the table to be handed out. Next year, maybe you'll get one of them. Be part of Over the Edge and benefit Special Olympics Delaware. Let's go back inside where it's not spitting rain like it is out here.
Thank you, Mike, very much. And handing out those medals all day have been Special Olympics athletes from around the state. There are 5 community programs, one in Wilmington, one in Newark, one in the MOT, which is, of course, Middletown, Odessa, Townsend area, one in Kent County, and one in Sussex County. So great representation up here in Newcastle County of the 5 different community programs that take place. Remember, whether you're listening or here in person, Special Olympics is not just for kids. It's a misconception that Special Olympics is for kids, and that's not the case. More than half the athletes who are part of the Special Olympics program are adults. They're not students in schools. The other half are, but that's where they learn about Special Olympics, and then they make the transition into the community program. And so it's an organization that thousands of people take part in over the year completely for free, as we've mentioned several times during our 7+ hour broadcast today. And that's why this program is so important, meaning the program that's going on today here, the event that's going on, to raise the money. It will be over $1.6 million over the past 13 years, this being the 13th event. So when you hear about the people who have gone over the edge and you think about it, and if you're considering doing it yourself, those are the reasons why. It's because the athletes for Special Olympics inspire people to do things that they otherwise might not do. You've heard that story a few times today of people who are just scared to death of heights, but they do it because they believe in Special Olympics and they're inspired by the athletes who have overcome adversity on their own to be able to compete on the fields, on the courts, in the swimming pools, on the tracks, all different sports, 16 of them throughout the year. And so when you see Gwen going over and Jennifer going over, one for the first time, the other for the second time, doesn't matter how fast they go, how slow they go, they've raised the money to go over, and it benefits Special Olympics for that. Now, Gwen has done some zip lining, mountain biking, and she wants to swim with sharks one day. And Jimmy, that's on my list of things that I will pass on.
Yeah, I know there are a lot of different kinds of sharks, of course, and so I'm assuming this is the friendlier of the sharks. I would swim with a whale shark. No, I don't know if that's necessarily the sharks we're talking about here, but yeah, I mean, the lists of some of these things are awesome. I mean, the things that people have done, and then to say that, you know, this is up there with some of those things is really cool, because I think we maybe take for granted, because we see it so often, how impressive this feat truly is. And some of the people that say, you know, polar plunge is more scary or
challenging, daring,
challenging.
whatever,
Sure.
yeah.
To me, polar plunge is an accidental bump of a dial in your shower. It's not something that's as intense as this. I mean, they're not on the same level, but I feel like some people filled out that, you know, polar plunge is definitely more challenging and more extreme. But no, that's an accident. You know, as you wake up in the morning, you're not fully awake, you accidentally turn the dial the wrong way. So this is something that is really impressive, and you really don't take for granted what this feat physically and mentally takes.
No, it is, and it's something that I've done. I did it the second year after we went on the live stream. I decided, or I should say I realized how much more I could have given to the live stream if I had actually done it. And so I did it, and I was glad I did it. It's not something that I, you know, am really craving to do again, for only the reason that I'd rather be in here on the broadcast than out there on the side of the building.
Sure.
But if I, you know, had a chance to do it when I wouldn't need to be in here, I probably would do it again. I think what I would enjoy more, what the second time is what a lot of people have said, I'd look around more. I'd concentrate less on what I was actually doing, because it really is error safe. When you go down here, you know, if you go too fast, you lock up, then you unlock and you keep going. If you panic halfway down, which we've only seen happen a handful of times in the 13 years we've done this, they actually lower you to the bottom, and people don't even know that you panicked, really.
Yeah.
As
long as you don't tell anybody.
As long as you don't tell anybody.
It's a secret for you.
Yeah. And so people who are wondering whether they think they can handle it or what would happen if they froze, that type of thing. And you brought up something real early in the broadcast, Jim. We've never had anybody who has gotten to the top of that roof ready to lean over who has not gone. And we saw 2 years ago, I'm sure you remember, there was somebody that was up there probably for a good 20 minutes, 25 minutes. And the volunteers and the technicians do such a wonderful job. As you see our two latest rappellers, the first one coming down, that is Jennifer Maddox, finishing up her second rappel. And also landing there is Gwen Krzyzanowski, her first rappel. And so my point I was trying to make is we've never had anybody back out once they've gotten to the top. We've had a couple no-shows, and we don't even know why they didn't show, and it could be for very good reasons, you know, car problems, something like that. But nobody who has gotten up on the roof has backed out, and that says a lot. And you've heard a couple people when they were interviewed talk about what a great job the volunteers do, the technicians from Over the Edge do, making you feel comfortable during the training session once you get up there, and really just convincing you that you can do this. You know, hundreds of thousands of people have done this around North America. There has not been one accident of any kind, and so it is completely safe for those of you that are questioning whether or not you might want to do this. Safety should not be a reason you don't do it, because it's been proven, unlike some of the other sports we've talked about, hot air balloons, hang gliding, jumping out of a plane. Unfortunately, none of those have a 100% safety rating.
Sure.
Going over the edge has a 100% safety rating, not just here in Delaware, but worldwide.
Right, and don't lump this into rappelling as a whole.
No.
Rappelling as a whole, you do it in Guatemala or what have you. I'm pretty sure Over the Edge is not involved there.
No.
Over the Edge rappelling is what we're talking about, and that's 100% safe.
All right, let's go out to Mike Rossi.
All right, thank you. Out here at Delaware Avenue on the ground, the TD Bank landing spot is where Jennifer has landed quite smoothly, I would say, in your second year.
Yes, sir.
How'd it go?
Very good this year. A little rain, but
Yeah, a little bit of rain, but you can say that you've done that now, right?
exactly.
I went down a 17-story building in the rain. Not a bad thing. So what else is on your list of things to do, or things you have done at this point that are equally as thrilling?
Skydiving is next. That's my next thing to do.
Oh, all right. Well, good luck with getting to that, and we hope to see you back here third year.
Absolutely, next year.
Terrific. Jennifer, congratulations. Let's get a first-timer over here. Gwen, I tell you what, I saw your smile as you got to the ground, and it is a first-timer's smile. How'd you feel?
It was amazing, yeah.
Tell me about being up at the very top and looking down the first time.
It was wasn't that bad.
Okay, that's good. You have quite a cheering crew here, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about who's here.
Oh, my mom, my dad, my aunt, a grandmother, and my 2 sisters.
How about if we come on over, guys? Is that okay? Can we come over and give Gwen a hug and congratulate her on going over the edge? It's her first time she's ever done that.
On live TV. There you go. Good.
Congratulations. So Gwen has done it. She's getting welcomes from her family. Let me ask I'm sorry, your sisters? Your sisters here? Who do we have here? What's your name?
Sophia?
Maisie.
How was that watching Gwen go down?
Crazy.
Crazy. Looks like fun. Are you going to try it sometime?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll get some more family members involved, I guess, at some point or another. But Gwen, how about it? Are we going to do it again?
Definitely.
All right. That's what we'd love to hear. Thanks for supporting Special Olympics Delaware. All right. So Gwen and family celebrating going over the edge. John?
Thank you, Mike. Gwen wanted to thank Monroe Hudson, Lisa Smith, Jason Stevenson, John Miller, and all of her amazing friends and family that made this possible, as did Jennifer Maddox, the same thing, family and friends who donated, as well as some businesses. Again, a lot of people that do this, they make it a year-long effort. You sign up, it's a $50 deposit, and then you've got all year to raise the money, so lots of ways to do it. Mike Rossi mentioned family, and next we have Elizabeth Evans, who is the granddaughter of Mary Ann Evans, who will be on the last group that goes over. Mary Ann has done it every single year. Elizabeth is doing it for the 3rd time, maybe trying to put a streak together like her grandmother. She's going to be joined by Cassidy Baran. He's a union carpenter and currently serves in the Delaware Army National Guard, no relation to the Evans family. So Cassidy is on your left, and Elizabeth is on the right, coming down over the edge. So we've got Cassidy and Elizabeth, and then 2 more, Bo Evans and Mary Evans after that, and that'll bring us to the conclusion of this 13th annual event, and what is going to amount to nearly a 9-hour broadcast that we've been proud to be part of and happy to be part of. And again, we want to thank everybody that was part of that. Jimmy's already mentioned the camera crew and his crew with the digital team, and Jimmy Smith, of course, the directing all that. I want to thank the dozens of volunteers that were here yesterday, here today, the folks out there in the landing zone. How about you out in the bleachers? Give them a big round of applause. This event doesn't happen without them. They've done a terrific job. A lot of them are familiar faces. They come back year after year. They don't get paid to be here. They are missing work of one kind or another, probably taking a vacation day, but they feel as strongly about this organization as the people who come down over the edge do as well. We're going to take this time also to thank our sponsors while we've still got people tuned in here for the last 4 people. Brandywine Realty Trust, the host site sponsor, the rope sponsors, Del One Federal Credit Union, Newcastle County Fire Service, and the landing zone sponsor, TD Bank. And of course, the supporters, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheridan Suites Wilmington, and Delaware Rock Gym in Bear, all making impacts one way or another. But nobody impacts this event more than the 97 people who have gone over the edge, 2 that are going over right now, and 2 more that will still be yet to go here at the end who are part of it. And so just an incredible event for an incredible organization which serves incredible athletes. So Cassidy Baran on the left, Elizabeth Evans on the right, and then our final 2 people going over the edge will be Bo Evans for the first time going over with his grandmother, Mary Ann Evans, who will now have gone over every time. Cassidy Baran down over that last lip. Again, they will pull him away from the building so he doesn't have to navigate that last lip. And you can see Elizabeth Evans, Mary Ann's granddaughter, making her 3rd trip down the side of the building very successfully. And so when we start talking about raising money here, Mary Ann Evans has done 13 of these, so that means she's raised over $14,000 just by herself. She is the mother of a Special Olympics athlete, Leanne Evans, who would be considered Elizabeth's aunt. Leanne's been involved in Special Olympics, I'm going to guess, 30-plus years, and it has impacted her family tremendously. and thus why Marianne Evans not only does Over the Edge, but also does the Polar Bear Plunge every year as well. So 2 of the final 4 have landed in the TD Bank landing zone. And 2 left to go are Bo Evans and Mary Ann Evans. Bo is going to be on the left when you look up and is going to be with his grandmother Mary Ann on the right. If you're watching the live stream, you see them up on the roof. That's Bo on the right and Mary Ann on the left. Getting harnessed in, ready to go.
John just got a comment here on the YouTube chat from Donnie. Is it Voschel?
Voschel,
Voschel.
probably.
Pardon me.
Voschel.
He just says, "Hey, John."
Hey, Donnie, thanks for tuning in. We very much appreciate it. We're going to be sending it out to Mike Rossi in just a minute to interview Cassidy and Elizabeth once they receive their Over the Edge medal, and then we're going to sit back and watch Bo and Marianne Evans make their descent. That's got to be neat for Marianne to be. You know, I'm confident she was probably on the side of the building with Elizabeth 3 years ago. When they went down, Elizabeth went for the first time, would have been Marianne's, do the math real quick, 12th time, I guess, or 11th time. And neat experience for her to be going with Bo for his first time as well. Mike Rossi, it's all yours.
Thanks so much with Cassidy. Cassidy, I see you're a member of the Delaware Army National Guard, correct?
Yes.
Tell me, yes, please, yes, serving us in the military. Tell me about your military experience and what could possibly compare in that with what you just accomplished.
Well, it's definitely a part of basic training to get down a wall, but this one was a lot bigger.
It does take a little time getting down here, doesn't it?
Yes.
But absolutely worth it, I would say. You've raised some funds for Special Olympics Delaware, and you check this off your list now, right?
Very much.
Terrific. So how about a repeat try?
I think that sounds good.
All right, very good. Thank you for your service, Cassidy, and thanks for coming out today. All right, so we got Cassidy completing, and we have now just 3 more medals to give away after Elizabeth earned one. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I see the green visors, and you have matching green shirts. Team Grandma, is that right?
Yes, it's Team Evans. I have my brother and my grandmother coming down right after me. They haven't started yet, but they're about to.
All right, and that'll wrap things up, but you've gone down now how many times?
3. This is my 3rd.
All right, so you've done this a few times. First time in the rain?
Yes, technically it's not really raining though, so.
It's not too bad. You know, if you swing just a certain way, the raindrop will miss you, and that'll be okay. So thank you for, again, helping out. Team Grandma doing some wonderful things again this year.
Yes, of course. We're very happy to help. I love Special Olympics Delaware. I love being able to contribute.
Excellent. Elizabeth, thank you so much. Congratulations. All right, so 2 more Over the Edgers to go here as we wrap up our event for this year in Delaware. John?
Thank you, Mike. That's Bo Evans on the left, the grandson. Grandmother is Marianne Evans on the right. Bo is going for the first time. Marianne for the 13th time, one of 2 people that have done it every single year. Marianne is the mother of a Special Olympics athlete, as you just heard me say. Leanne, want to give Leanne a shout out. I'm sure she's out in the bleachers somewhere. Shout out to Leanne Evans as she's watching her mother and her nephew go over the edge for Special Olympics. Marianne with the arms out, the infamous pose that the photographers always like to get up there. Marianne has done some skydiving. Jimmy and I have talked about that, not being on either one of our bucket lists. She's also been a 29-year polar bear plunger. So the polar bear plunge, of course, one of the unique events that Special Olympics offers. They do that in February. In April, they do the Ride to the Tide, which is the motorcycle ride from Smyrna to Lewis, an event that sold out at 750 bikes and 350 passengers a few weeks ago. They do a golf tournament at Bitterman Golf Course in September, one of the most exclusive, probably the most exclusive course in Delaware. And so that is a fundraiser for Special Olympics. The truck convoy takes place in October. Again, that is sold out the past couple of years as well. It's a truck ride through scenic Kent County, led by police officers, a motorcade, so that the trucks do not have to stop. And so the truckers love it. We have people that do it before they head out that day for a week on the road, some that do it on their day off, and it's become a very popular event. The Reindeer Run takes place up on the University of Delaware campus. It's a nighttime 5K in Newark, and it's a great way to break in the holiday spirit. And then, of course, the Polar Bear Plunge. Not only does the plunge happen on the first Sunday in February, but on the Saturday there is a 5K run to the plunge. There's a chili tasting contest. There are wings and ice cream tastings as well. So something for the entire family to do. So this Over the Edge fundraiser, which is one of the biggest of all the fundraisers, will raise more than $100,000 today. We'll have the official numbers. You'll see them on social media at some point. 17 stories, 222 feet down the side of the Brandywine Realty Trust 300 Delaware Avenue building. Each person has raised at least $1,100 to do it. George Denneman, a first-time edger who heard about the event when he was surfing through Google in the middle of the night. One night he raised nearly $8,000. He has no relatives, no friends, no acquaintances who were part of Special Olympics. He just thought it was a great cause, and that's how these type of things get started and continue.
And not to say that 13 edges or 12 edges or anything like that isn't the story of the event. I think that is a really powerful story from this one, to raise that kind of money with no connection and just kind of stumbling upon it. I mean, that's, kudos to you guys for your, web presence for him to find it, but also good on him for finding it and then acting on it. Right. I find things late at night on Google that I don't go spend $8,000 on. No. So, good on him to take that, I don't want to say jump. I don't mean it in the sense of the event. I mean it in the sense of being involved. So, and thank you to everybody. This is a record in terms of number of edgers. 96 is a lot, and then the amount of money, obviously, a record as well. So, here's to more and more. Here's to 3 ropes.
Yep.
Here's to 4 ropes. Here's to whatever it takes to make this continue to grow.
And so you see Bo Evans on the left, Marianne Evans on the right. From talking about one person, George Danneman, who stumbled upon Special Olympics on the internet, to the Evans family, which has been so intensely involved in the organization. Their daughter, an athlete, Leanne, as I've mentioned, relatives involved as unified partners and as volunteers. Marianne and her husband, who have volunteered in just about every role that there is in Special Olympics over the years. And so, from one end of the spectrum, somebody who didn't know a whole lot about the organization, to another who would tell you that this organization has changed the lives of their family. Appropriate that the final 2 people coming down are part of that family, and one of them is one of only 2 people who have participated in this event every single year, and that is, of course, Marianne Evans. So they are making their way down here, and we're going to let you enjoy watching them come down. And when they get to the bottom, we will certainly going to wait till Mike Rossi can interview them. And in the meantime, we want to thank the sponsors: Brandywine Realty Trust, Del One Federal Credit Union, Newcastle County Fire Service, TD Bank, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheridan Suites Wilmington, and the Delaware Rock Gym in Delaware. Also want to thank the on-air talent that we have had here today, starting with the co-host here, Jimmy Smith, Sean Green, who stepped in to anchor things here from WDEL, Mike Lang, who was here at 8 a.m. this morning to get the early ones going down at 302 Sports, the WSTW wake-up crew, Nancy Johnson and Joe Allen, Fox Sports 1290's Matt Janis, voice of the Blue Hens women's basketball team, also a play-by-play person on a lot of the regional television football, Division I football games that go on around the region. Nick Alessandrini from WDSD and 302 Sports, and Mike Rossi, longtime local DJ, both on WSDW and most recently on WJBR. All of those folks donate their talent to help make this broadcast more meaningful. They're the ones that get the stories from the people either before they go over, after they go over, or sometimes both. And they also get the emotional piece that Jimmy and I can't get here inside the building. We're undercover when it rains, which is nice, but it's these reporters that volunteer their time to get these stories that often inspire others to become part of this event. And so let's not forget the digital media team. Jimmy, go ahead and rattle off their names one last time.
Aaron and Dan Finan are in here right now. They've rotated their way through everything, but Dan in his second year and Aaron her first experience with rappelling down a building and broadcasting it. So I know you didn't do it and you probably won't, but so they're second and first times here. Darnell Vaughn, who I had a chance to meet in February, and his involvement with the SL24 Memorial Classic. Fantastic job. He finished on top of the roof, but has done every other job. His first time here. Tommy Tyree back for a second year, as well, who's outside right now with the camera. You're seeing pretty much the larger of the two picture-in-picture. Starting to cough, I'm losing it. Picture-in-picture shots there is Tommy Tyree. Great effort from all of them. Here early. We're going to stay late and help Showworks break everything down. And a big shout out to Showworks and Tom, who, they put their equipment out here for us to use, really high-end stuff. Again, if you have any audiovisual needs for your business, your event, your company, Showworks, big-time clients they work with, and they give a big-time effort to you no matter what size of your event. So this is a cool one, and their technology and their equipment really makes this so much smoother and better. Adding a PTZ camera, which stands for a pan tilt zoom camera, basically a robotic camera. That's the larger of the two camera angles you're seeing right now, the one with Bo in it. That is being operated right now by Dan, who's sitting to John's left. He's inside using it like a remote control, like a video game. And he is controlling that camera from some 50, 75 feet away from it. So that's Showworks. They really bring their really good stuff and make this an awesome broadcast.
Marianne Evans has landed 13th time. 13 out of 13. A couple other people we want to thank who we don't even know the names of. We were getting tweets, or text messages, I should say, all day telling us who was on what rope, which helped and made it seem like we knew very intensely what was going on up on the roof, when it was thanks to them and thanks to the camera people who got the great angles for us, from lunch being delivered here, all kinds of stuff like that. A lot of stuff goes, and Jimmy, you and I have worked on a lot of broadcasts other than this, and people don't always understand that the two people on the microphone often do the least amount of work. Not in this case, because you've done a lot of work behind the scenes, even while you've been doing the microphone. But I do a lot of talking, and a lot of other stuff goes on that makes, hopefully, it sound good when we bring out the final product. And some of the names we know, but there are people that have been feeding us information that we don't even know the names of them, but we appreciate what they've done. They've kept us in the loop of what's going on, and as things have changed, sometimes unexpectedly with the schedule, they've been right on top of that. So for everybody who was behind the scenes on this broadcast, we appreciate all that you did. We're not done yet. We're going to make sure that Mike Rossi gets to interview Marianne, and we'll, of course, watch her grandson, Bo, finish up his rappel down the side of the building. As you can see, Marianne heading over probably to talk to somebody from her family. Actually, she's talking to the person on the rope as Bo is getting ready to make his first descent. Will be interesting to hear from him whether he plans to join her again next year. But the final person, number 96, has landed in the TD Bank landing zone. And so you could say that officially brings us to the end, but we're not going anywhere till we hear from Marianne and Bo Evans once they get
Bo, you
unhooked.
did it! Bo, you did it! Another Evans has gone
That's gone
222
over the
feet.
edge. And so they're getting unhooked. Let's hear it again for the volunteers that have been in that landing zone all day. And again, all the volunteers that were here today. The volunteers that the Over the Edge people met in the training on the roof and here in the landing zone, they were with us yesterday also to get trained to do and make things go so smoothly today. And then, of course, a lot of other what we call lay volunteers, not experts in rappelling, but people who make this event go smoothly, helping check in people, making sure lunch was out and the snacks were available as people arrived and left upstairs. All the little things that hopefully make this a memorable event for people that do it. 49% of the people came back this year. Everybody that went over for the first time told us they're coming back next year, and so we would expect that number to grow. As you can see, Mary Ann got her medal, and that's Matt Montgomery handing out the medals. He's an athlete with Special Olympics Wilmington. And now we're going to turn it over to Mike Rossi one final time. Take it away, Mike.
All right, it is the lime green team right here. We call it Team Grandma. We got the visors out here in the crowd, and they're all welcoming these three. We talked to Elizabeth earlier. And, Bo, how did it feel to get your feet on the ground?
They're tired, so it felt good.
Now, you went right over to him when he was done, told him something. What can you share what you said?
Well, I told him I was helping him hold the ropes, but I just thanked him.
We do thank you, sir, because you're raising funds for a tremendous cause. And Mary Ann, let's see, 29 polar bear plunges now, 13 plunges down this side of the building. Are you in for a little more?
Sure. Got to make 30 and 14.
All right, very good.
And we have a good cause, a good reason to do it, because we have a daughter, Leanne, who, that's why we do it. My daughter, their niece.
Excellent, very good. So, and Elizabeth, one quick question for you. The weather's sometimes a little different up top than it is down below. How was it up there for you?
Oh, I didn't have a problem with the weather. Sometimes it's a little bright from the sun, but it's nice and cloudy today, so I wasn't being blinded while I was up there.
So I got to ask the first timer, are you coming back, Bo?
Of course.
All right, there you go. You heard it, Team Grandma. He's coming back. He said so. All right, congratulations to the Evans family and Team Grandma. They've done it again. So once again, Over the Edge, by my calculation, John, we saw 4 miles of rappelling today.
Wow, that's good math. What a way to end it. Mike Rossi, thank you for volunteering your talents to us. Thank you to the Evans family. What a perfect way to close out the 13th annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. More than $100,000 raised, which brings the total to $1.6 million plus in the 13 years that the event has been going on, all to benefit thousands of Special Olympics athletes who compete in 16 sports, both in the community and in the schools year-round. A tremendous effort by 96 people who rappelled 17 stories, 222 feet down the side of the 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington. If you ever thought you would want to do it and you're thinking about doing it next year, make sure you can. You can visit the Special Olympics Delaware website, sode.org. The link for next year's event will be up there soon. And if you've wanted to volunteer for Special Olympics and now you're inspired to do so, you can be a coach. You could also be a day of volunteer. The next big event is the Summer Games at the University of Delaware on June 7th and 8th. And again, you can visit the Special Olympics website for more information on how to volunteer for that. On behalf of the entire crew here, of the digital team, of ShowWorks, and all the volunteers that help make this broadcast happen, we appreciate you tuning in. I'm John Busby. Thanks for going over the edge with us for the past 9 hours. We appreciate you tuning in. Have a great night.